Welcome, dear listeners. Tonight, let your thoughts drift gently as we take you on a peaceful journey. This is a space for calm, for quiet moments, and for the kind of stories that settle your heart and slow your breath. Make yourself comfortable, close your eyes if you wish, and allow the world to soften around you. Now, let's begin with tonight's story. Today's story is titled The Legacy of Veloria, The Rise and Fall of an Empire. Scroll Chapter 1, The Shattered Crown. The rain fell in relentless sheets over the scorched fields of Veloria. Where once golden banners had fluttered proudly atop the marble walls, now only blackened ruins and broken battlements remained, their stones soaked with the blood of the fallen. Calmvoice tightened his cloak against the cold, his boots sinking into the mud with every step. The acrid stench of burnt flesh still lingered in the air. Around him, what remained of the king's army, a scattering of battered survivors, trudged forward like wraiths, their eyes hollow with defeat. Ahead, atop a ruined dais, the shattered crown of Eldon lay abandoned, its once gleaming silver twisted and broken. Callan dropped to one knee before it, feeling the weight of generations collapse onto his shoulders. The empire was gone. The oaths he had sworn, the sacrifices he had made, all dust now, scattered by betrayal. Behind him, Aaron Duskvale approached, silent as ever, his twin daggers stained dark. "It's over," Aaron said quietly, his voice carrying the finality of a funeral bell. Callan didn't answer. His hand hovered over the broken crown, as if touching it might somehow mend the world. From the shattered gates, three more figures approached: Sarah Wynne, the sorceress whose spells had turned the tide more than once; Cassian Thorne, the grizzled veteran who had led countless charges; and Derek Holt, scholar and reluctant seer, clutching a scroll soaked with rain. "They came in the night," Sarah said, her voice trembling with fury. "Poisoned the wells. Burned the granaries. It wasn't an invasion, it was extermination." Callan rose slowly to his feet. His face, usually composed and cold, now burned with a quiet rage. "They had help from within." Derek nodded grimly. "The Black Hands. Their sigils were found carved into the bodies. Messages. Warnings." Cassian spat into the mud. "Traitors. Always the rot comes from within." Lightning split the sky, casting the battlefield in ghostly light. In that brief illumination, Callan saw not just the devastation but something more. A figure. Atop the far hill, cloaked in shadow, a rider watched them. His horse was coal-black, and even at this distance, Callan felt the heavy pressure of unseen eyes. "They're not done," Callan said, low. This is just the beginning." The others turned to follow his gaze, but the rider was already gone, swallowed by the storm. "What now?" Aaron asked. Callan stared at the broken crown at his feet. His voice, when it came, was steady as stone. "We find the truth," he said. "We tear back the veil. We end this or we die trying. He turned, his cloak whipping behind him like a banner of defiance, and began walking toward the smoking ruins of Veloria. One by one, the others followed. Beneath the ruins, ancient secrets stirred, secrets that had lain dormant for centuries. And in the darkness, the first whispers of the lost empire began to rise once more. Scroll Chapter 2, Echoes in the Ruins, Phian Ban Moi, He Han. The ruined city of Veloria stretched before them, a dead labyrinth of fallen towers and empty streets, cloaked in mist and sorrow. Once a jewel of the empire, it now lay broken, its beauty swallowed by time and treachery. Calmvoice paused at the cracked threshold of the ancient gates. Moss clung to stone, and black vines twisted through the shattered marble, as if nature itself sought to erase the memory of what had once been. Behind him, Aaron Duskvale crouched low, daggers drawn. No footprints. No signs of patrols, he muttered. Yet the air stinks of watching eyes, Sarah Wynne added, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. Her staff pulsed faintly with protective runes. Cassian Thorne snorted. Good. I was starting to miss the feeling of being hunted. Derek Holt said nothing. His fingers trembled slightly as he flipped through a leather-bound journal, pages inked with prophecies and half-remembered tales. Kalen drew his sword in silence and stepped forward. The others followed, swallowed one by the fog. The city whispered. At first, Kalen thought it was the wind, but then he caught words, barely audible, names he did not know, languages half forgotten. Sarah stopped at a crumbling fountain, where shattered statues of kings and heroes lay face down in murky water. This was the Hall of Echoes, she said, her voice low. They say the stones here remember every word spoken within these walls. Derek paled. Then they remember screams. Cassian shifted uncomfortably. Let's just find what we came for and get out. Ahead, through the swirling mist, a structure loomed, the Grand Library of Veloria, or what remained of it. Its domed roof had caved in, but massive stone doors still hung ajar, sagging on rusted hinges. Kalen nodded. There. Answers lie inside. They crossed the ruined plaza, boots splashing in puddles of rain and blood. As they approached the library, a low vibration trembled through the ground, faint at first, then growing stronger, like the heartbeat of something immense and ancient. Something's waking up, Aaron hissed. Too late. With a deafening screech, the ground before them cracked open, and a monstrous figure hauled itself from the depths. It was no living thing, a massive construct of blackened stone and tarnished bronze, its joints filled with writhing vines, its hollow eyes burning green. An ancient sentinel of Veloria, sworn to defend the city's secrets, even against the long dead. It turned its gaze upon them and charged. Scatter! Kalen roared. The group exploded into motion. Aaron darted left, hurling knives that bounced harmlessly off stone armor. Sarah unleashed blasts of force magic, staggering the creature but failing to bring it down. Cashin bellowed a war cry and slammed his hammer into its knee, cracking ancient masonry. Kalen circled behind, seeking weakness and found it. A scar along the sentinel's spine where age and weather had weakened the runes that bound it. "Derek!" he shouted. "Dispel the runes." The scholar fumbled with a pouch, pulling forth a handful of shimmering powder. Chanting words of old power, he flung it into the air. A wave of disruption slammed into the sentinel, making its runes flicker and dim. Seizing the moment, Kalen and Cashin struck as one, blades and hammer crashing down on the wounded spot. The sentinel howled a metallic screech, staggered, and collapsed in a rain of broken stones and dying light. Silence fell. The mist curled back around them like a living thing. Somewhere deeper in the city, a distant horn sounded low and mournful. "They know we're here," Sarah whispered. Kalen wiped blood and dust from his blade. His jaw tightened. "Then we move fast," he said. "The Black Hands won't be far behind." They pressed onward, into the waiting dark of the Grand Library. Above them, unseen in the mist-shrouded towers, cloaked figures watched and waited. Scroll Chapter 3, A Stranger Among Shadows. The Grand Library loomed in front of them, its stone facade marred by centuries of neglect and ruin. Its towering spires were only shadows now, reaching into the stormy sky like the broken fingers of a long-dead giant. Kalen led the group through the arched doorway, his steps echoing in the empty halls. The air inside was thick with dust and the scent of old parchment. Once, this place had been a beacon of knowledge, where the greatest minds of the Empire had gathered. Now, it was a mausoleum of forgotten secrets. "Keep your eyes open," Kalen warned. "We're not alone here." Sarah Wynne gripped her staff tightly, the runes etched into it glowing faintly. "The magic in here is ancient," she murmured. "Some of it is still alive." Aaron Duskbull's sharp eyes scanned the darkness. "It's not the magic that worries me," he said, his voice low. "It's the people who know how to use it. Do you hear that?" Cashin Thorne asked, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Footsteps." The sound was soft at first, just a faint echo in the vast expanse of the library. But it grew louder, closer. The floorboards creaked, and the shadows deepened, as if the darkness itself was alive. Kalen's hand instinctively went to his sword. He wasn't sure what they were facing, but he was ready for anything. Suddenly, from the darkened hallway ahead, a figure emerged. Tall, draped in a cloak as black as the night itself, the stranger's face was hidden beneath the hood. He moved with the grace of a predator, his steps silent but purposeful. A single silver dagger gleamed at his waist, and a staff of dark wood rested against his shoulder. The group froze, all eyes on the newcomer. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his voice sharp. The stranger stopped, raising one hand in a gesture of peace, though his posture was anything but. "A friend," he said, his voice cold but steady. "Or perhaps an ally," depending on your perspective. Aaron narrowed his eyes. An ally? Or a shadow? The stranger chuckled, the sound like the rustling of dead leaves. Perhaps both. Perhaps neither. I am simply someone who knows what you seek and who knows what haunts you. Kalen stepped forward, unsheathing his sword. We didn't come here for riddles. Speak plainly. The stranger's eyes, cold and piercing, met Kalen's with unsettling calm. Very well. You seek the truth of the Black Hands. You seek to avenge a fallen empire. But what you do not understand is that this war has already been decided. The hand is only one part of something far older, far darker. Kalen felt the weight of those words settle over him like a dark cloud. What do you mean? You will learn soon enough. The stranger turned, motioning for them to follow. If you have the courage to look. Reluctantly, the group followed the stranger deeper into the library. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to twist around them. The walls were lined with shelves, but most of the books were either decayed or reduced to ash. Only a few ancient scrolls remained, their secrets waiting to be uncovered. At the center of the library stood a massive stone table, covered in strange symbols and runes. In the center of the table, a large, dark crystal pulsed with a faint, ominous light. The heart of Veloria, the stranger said, his voice heavy with reverence. The key to everything. Kalen stared at the crystal, feeling its dark energy radiating outward. It was as if the heart was calling to him, drawing him in with a strange, magnetic pull. How does it work? Kalen asked, his voice a whisper. The stranger stepped forward, placing his hand upon the heart. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the runes around the table began to glow, and the heart began to hum with a low, vibrating sound. This artifact, the stranger continued, was the source of Veloria's power. It was what allowed the empire to rise and rule with such strength. But it was also what led to its downfall. Those who wield it, eventually lose themselves to its influence. Kalen stepped closer, his heart racing. And you? What do you want with it? The stranger turned his gaze back to Kalen. I want to see the empire rise again. But not through the same methods as before. The world has changed, and those who still cling to the old ways will fall, just as Veloria did. Cashin's voice broke the silence. You sound like a fool. The stranger's smile was thin. Perhaps. But I know one thing, you cannot defeat what you do not understand. And you cannot stand against the hand alone. I offer you the knowledge to fight back. The power to survive. Kalen felt a cold weight settle in his chest. What's the price? The stranger's smile widened, and for the first time, Kalen saw a glimmer of something darker in his eyes. The price, my friend, is your soul. Scroll Chapter 4, The Pact of Silent Blades. The air inside the grand library grew even colder, as if the walls themselves were closing in. Kalen Bay stood at the stone table, the dark crystal's pulsating glow casting strange shadows across his face. The stranger's words still echoed in his mind, the price is your soul. A shiver ran down Kalen's spine, but he didn't flinch. His resolve was steel, tempered by the countless battles he'd fought and lost. But this was different. The heart of Veloria, the artifact of unimaginable power, was a tempting weapon. But Kalen knew better than to be swayed by temptation. What's your game? Kalen asked, his voice low, steady. The stranger smiled again, though it was more a smirk than anything friendly. My game. I'm no game player, my friend. But the Empire is gone, and the world is changing. You're going to need more than a sword to defeat the Black Hands. Cassian Thorne stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. We don't need your power or your riddles, stranger. We'll make our own way. The Black Hands can be dealt with. The stranger turned to face Cassian, his gaze piercing. You believe that, don't you? That you can just fight your way through this. The Black Hands are not an enemy you can fight with your sword alone. They are a shadow, a whisper in the dark, and you won't see them coming until it's too late. Kalen shook his head. Enough with your games. What's the cost of this power you offer? The stranger's eyes glinted with dark amusement. The price of power is always high, Kalen Bay. But I can offer you a pact, a way forward. The Silent Blades. At those words, the entire room seemed to hold its breath. The Silent Blades. The legendary assassins who had served the greatest of empires in the shadows. They were an order of warriors who wielded death with precision and secrecy. Their loyalty was not to a crown or a king, but to the ancient code. They followed the code of the Silent Blade. What is this pact? Kalen asked, his voice steady, but a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The stranger stepped closer, his cloak trailing behind him like smoke. The Silent Blades are the only ones who can truly defeat the Black Hands. They are the ghosts who haunt the Empire, the ones who live in the shadows and strike only when the time is right. I can give you access to them. But to do so, you must take the oath of the Silent Blade. Aaron Duskvale, ever the skeptic, stepped forward. What does this oath entail? The stranger's smile faded, and his voice turned cold. It's simple. You pledge your loyalty to the Silent Blades, forsaking all allegiance to your former life, your honor, your past. You become an instrument of vengeance, nothing more, nothing less. Your actions will be carried out in silence, and the world will never know your name. You are not to seek glory or fame. Only death, and only when the time is right. Kalen's mind raced. The Silent Blades were notorious for their brutal code, and to join them would mean giving up his humanity. It was a price too high for many, but Kalen knew that sometimes the path to victory was one that had to be taken in darkness. He glanced at his companions. Aaron Duskvale, who had lived for years on the edge of danger, his face as hard as stone. Sarah Wynne, whose power could reshape reality, yet whose heart remained ever torn by the cost of using it. Cassian Thorne, the grizzled veteran who had shed blood for the Empire, yet now seemed to question everything. "I don't know if I can make that choice," Kalen murmured, his gaze lingering on the glowing crystal in the center of the table. The stranger placed a hand on the stone, his touch reverent. "It's not about choice, Kalen. It's about survival. The Black Hands are the beginning. But something much darker is coming. If you want to protect what remains of this world, you'll need the power of the Silent Blades." Kalen hesitated. The weight of the decision pressed down on him, but he knew that the path ahead was not one of simple choices. The world was changing, and if they were to stand any chance against the coming darkness, they would need allies. Even if those allies came with a price. He turned to face his companions. "The Silent Blades may be our only chance." Aaron Duskville's eyes narrowed. "You can't be serious." Cassian Thorne grunted. "What's the point in fighting for something if we lose ourselves in the process?" Sarah Wynne stepped forward, her voice calm but filled with resolve. "We've already lost everything, Cassian. What's one more sacrifice in a world where everything is crumbling?" Kalen nodded, his eyes meeting each of theirs. Then it settled. "We take the pact." The stranger's smile returned, this time with a sense of satisfaction. "Wise decision, Kalen Bey. The pact is yours. And with it, the Silent Blades." The moment Kalen spoke the oath, the runes etched into the stone table flared with a brilliant light, and the room seemed to pulse with an ancient power. The bond had been forged. "Now," the stranger said, "your training begins." Scroll Chapter 5, The Map to Nowhere. The cold wind howled through the ruins of Veloria as Kalen and his companions moved deeper into the heart of the city. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the dark stone buildings loomed above them like the tombstones of a forgotten world. Their footsteps echoed in the empty streets, a stark reminder that the empire that once ruled here was no more. Kalen's mind was heavy with the weight of the decision he had made. Joining the Silent Blades was not a choice made lightly, but it was a necessary one. If they were to stand any chance against the Black Hands and the dark forces that lurked beyond them, then they would need every weapon at their disposal. As they approached the old barracks, Derek Holt, the scholar, spoke up, his voice hesitant. "We've made a pact with the Silent Blades, but what does that mean for us? What are we supposed to do next?" Kalen didn't answer immediately. He was still haunted by the oath he had taken. His soul had been bound to the Silent Blades, and with it came a strange sense of emptiness, like a part of him had been lost. but he knew they couldn't afford to waste time questioning their choices. The black hands were moving, and every second counted. "We find the map," Kalen said finally, his voice low and firm. "It's the only way." Sarah Wynne, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "The map? What map are you talking about?" Kalen turned to face her, his expression grim. "The map to nowhere. It's an ancient artifact that was used by the emperors to navigate the hidden places of the world. If we can find it, we'll have a way to track the Black Hands and uncover their true intentions." Cash and Thorn grunted. "And where exactly is this map?" Derek flipped through his journal, his brow furrowing. "The map was said to be kept in the lost vaults of Veloria, hidden deep beneath the city. The vaults are said to be protected by a labyrinth of traps and ancient guardians." Kalen's jaw tightened. "That's where we're going." The journey to the lost vaults was perilous. The group had to navigate through the ruined streets, dodging collapsing buildings and the occasional patrol of Black Hand soldiers, their dark cloaks blending into the shadows. The map had led them to a series of tunnels hidden beneath the city, long forgotten by the world above. As they descended into the depths, the air grew colder, the walls slick with moisture. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint sound of their footsteps and the distant drip of water echoing through the stone corridors. Derek led the way, holding the ancient map in his hands. His face was pale, and his fingers trembled as he traced the lines on the map, trying to make sense of its cryptic markings. This isn't a map in the traditional sense," he muttered. "It's a guide, a riddle, showing the path to the vaults, but in a way that's meant to confuse anyone who tries to follow it." Sarah's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Derek glanced up, his face grim. "The map doesn't show a straight path. It shifts and changes, leading you in circles. But if you understand the symbols, you can find the right way." Aaron Duskvale, who had been scouting ahead, returned with a grim expression. "We're being followed." Kalen's hand instinctively went to his sword. "By who?" Aaron motioned to the shadows. "Not sure, but they're getting closer." The tension in the air thickened as the group quickened their pace. They had to reach the vaults before whoever was tracking them caught up. The map was their only hope, but time was running out. As they neared the entrance to the vaults, they were ambushed. Out of nowhere, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man dressed in black, his face hidden beneath a hood. His movements were swift and fluid, almost inhuman. He lunged at Kalen, but the warrior was quicker, drawing his sword just in time to deflect the blow. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his sword held steady. The man smiled, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. "I am the one who has been watching you, Kalen Bay. The one who has seen what you've become. The one who will stop you from reaching the vaults." Kalen's grip tightened on his sword. And why should I let you live? The stranger chuckled darkly. Because, Kalen, you don't have a choice. The map you seek is a weapon. One that is meant to be used only by those who are worthy. And you, my friend, are not worthy. With that, the stranger disappeared into the shadows, leaving nothing behind but the sound of his footsteps fading into the dark. Kalen stood still for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest. The stranger's words lingered in his mind. The map is a weapon. He turned to his companions. We need to move, now. We don't know who we're up against, but they won't stop until they've destroyed us. The group pressed on, deeper into the tunnels, unaware that their pursuit was not just a threat to their lives but to everything they had ever known. Finally, they reached the entrance to the Lost Vaults. A massive stone door stood before them, covered in ancient symbols and runes that pulsed with a faint blue light. The door was sealed, but the map seemed to guide them towards a specific symbol, one that Derek had marked earlier. Here, Derek said, his voice trembling. This is the symbol. We need to activate it. Kalen stepped forward and pressed his hand against the symbol, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his body. The door groaned as it slowly began to open, revealing the darkness within. A sense of dread filled the air, but Kalen had no choice. They had come too far, and they had to push forward. As the door creaked open, the air inside felt colder, heavier. Kalen could feel the weight of history pressing down on him as they entered the vaults. And deep within, in the heart of the Lost Vaults, something ancient stirred. Scroll Chapter 6, Crossroads of Fate. The air in the Lost Vaults was thick with ancient power, a silent, suffocating presence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Kalen could feel the weight of the place pressing down on him, as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting. The stone corridors stretched out before them, each one darker than the last, filled with the echoes of the past. Their footsteps reverberated through the vast underground hallways, as the faint blue light from the runes cast strange shadows on the walls. This place. It's alive, Sarah Wynne whispered, her voice barely a breath. I can feel the magic here, ancient, powerful. But it feels wrong. Kalen didn't respond. His eyes scanned the darkened passageways, every instinct telling him that they were not alone. They had barely entered the vaults, and already the oppressive weight of danger was hanging in the air. Derek held the map tightly in his hands, his fingers trembling as he studied the intricate lines and symbols. We're close, he murmured, more to himself than to the group. The map leads us deeper. It's almost as if it's guiding us to something. Something important. Aaron Duskvale, ever alert, stood in the back, watching the shadows. His hands rested on the hilts of his daggers. Something tells me we're not the only ones who want what's in these vaults. Cassian Thorne cracked his knuckles. We'll make sure they don't get it first. They pressed on, following the map's cryptic instructions deeper into the vaults. The further they went, the more intense the feeling of being watched became. Kalen's hand never strayed far from the hilt of his sword, his senses sharpened to a razor's edge. Then, just as they turned a corner, they saw it, a massive door, covered in ancient runes and symbols that glowed with a cold, blue light. It was unlike anything Kalen had ever seen. The door seemed to hum with energy, a pulse that matched his own heartbeat. Derek stepped forward, his face pale. "This is it," he said, voice filled with awe. "The entrance to the heart of the lost vaults." Kalen's eyes narrowed. "What's inside?" Derek shook his head. "I don't know. But according to the map, the key to defeating the Black Hands and the key to everything we've been searching for is behind this door." Aaron stepped forward, his daggers ready. "Let's open it, then." But before they could make a move, a voice echoed from the shadows. "Not so fast." The group spun around, weapons drawn. Standing at the far end of the corridor was a figure, cloaked in darkness. Their features were hidden beneath a hood, but the cold, calculating gaze that met Kalen's was unmistakable. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his sword pointed at the stranger. The figure smiled, the expression barely visible beneath the hood. "I am someone who has been waiting for you. And I must say, I'm not pleased with the choices you've made." Sarah's hand tightened around her staff, and Derek's grip on the map faltered. "What do you want?" Derek asked, his voice trembling. The stranger stepped closer, revealing a gleaming dagger in their hand. "What I want is simple. I want what you're after, the power hidden in these vaults. But more importantly, I want you to turn back. You're not ready for what lies beyond this door." Cashin snorted. "We don't have time for your threats. We're going through." The stranger's smile widened. "You don't understand. The path you've chosen, the pact you've made with the silent blades, it has consequences. You've sealed your fate. And now, it's time to face it." Kalen took a step forward, his grip on his sword tightening. "You'll have to kill us first." The figure laughed, a low, menacing sound that echoed through the vaults. "I don't need to kill you, Kalen Bey. Your fate has already been sealed. You just don't know it yet." Before Kalen could respond, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving only the echo of their voice. "We will meet again. But next time, there will be no escape." The group stood in stunned silence for a moment, processing the stranger's cryptic words. Kalen's mind raced, but there was no time for doubt. They had come this far, and they couldn't turn back now. The power of the lost vaults was within their reach, and they would claim it or die trying. "Let's open the door," Kalen said, his voice steady. Aaron and Cashin stepped forward, pushing the massive stone door open with a creak that reverberated through the vaults. Beyond it was a vast chamber, filled with towering shelves of ancient scrolls and tomes. In the center of the room, a large pedestal stood, holding a glowing crystal that pulsed with dark energy. Kalen felt the weight of it all, the responsibility, the power, and he knew that whatever happened next, there was no turning back. But as they stepped inside, a new feeling washed over him, one that made his heart race with both fear and excitement. The power within the vaults was real, but it came with a price. The stranger's warning echoed in Kalen's mind. "You're not ready for what lies beyond this door." Kalen looked at his companions, their faces a mixture of determination and doubt. But one thing was certain, they had reached the crossroads of their fate. And the decisions they made here would shape the future of the Empire or doom it forever. Scroll Chapter 7, The Betrayal Beneath Stars. The air in the vaults grew colder as Kalen and his companions ventured deeper into the heart of the chamber. The vast room was lit only by the eerie, pulsating light of the dark crystal resting on the pedestal. The walls around them were lined with shelves filled with ancient tomes, some of which seemed to whisper in forgotten tongues. Kalen's steps were measured, deliberate, as he moved toward the pedestal. His eyes never left the glowing crystal that seemed to call to him, a strange pull in his chest that made him feel both drawn to and repelled by its power. He knew this was the moment, the point of no return. As he reached the pedestal, the air shifted. A low hum reverberated through the stone floor, and the crystal's light grew brighter, almost blinding. Kalen could feel the magic around him thickening, as if the very air was alive with power. "Do you feel it?" Sarah whispered from behind him, her voice laced with awe and fear. It's like nothing I've ever sensed before." Kalen nodded, though he didn't take his eyes off the crystal. "It's real. This is the power the Black Hands seek. The power that will change everything." Derek Holt stepped forward, his fingers trembling as he traced the symbols etched into the pedestal. "It's not just power. This is an ancient force, a force that can bend the very fabric of reality." Aaron Duskvale frowned, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger. "And you think it's wise to take it? We don't even know what it truly is." Cassian Thorne crossed his arms. "What choice do we have? We've come this far. If this crystal holds the key to stopping the Black Hands, then we take it. We don't have time to hesitate." Kalen turned to face his companions, his expression hard. "Cassian's right. We can't afford to wait. We've been running from shadows long enough. It's time we took control." With that, Kalen reached out and placed his hand on the crystal. The moment his skin made contact, a surge of energy shot through his body, sending a shockwave through the room. He staggered back, gasping for air, his heart pounding in his chest. The crystal pulsed once, twice, and then cracked open, revealing a dark, swirling void within. The others rushed to Kalen's side, concern etched on their faces. "Kalen, are you all right?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with worry. Kalen nodded, though his breath was heavy, his body shaking. I'm fine. But there's something inside. I can feel it. As the void within the crystal grew, a voice echoed through Kalen's mind, a voice both familiar and alien, cold and ancient. You are not ready. Kalen staggered, his vision blurring as the voice reverberated in his skull. It was as if the very essence of the vault was speaking to him, warning him of the consequences. Get back! Kalen shouted, pushing his companions away as the energy around the crystal intensified. But it was too late. The ground beneath them trembled, and the walls began to crack, as if the entire vault was coming apart. The crystal's light grew blinding, and for a moment, Kalen thought he saw something or someone standing in the center of the void. A figure cloaked in shadows, their face hidden beneath a hood. Kalen. The voice whispered again, this time louder, more insistent. You are the one who will lead the Black Hands to their ultimate victory. You cannot escape your fate. No. Kalen cried out, shaking his head, his sword drawn, ready to strike at the unknown enemy that was pulling him into the darkness. But before he could act, the figure stepped forward, a hand outstretched toward him. And then, everything went black. When Kalen awoke, he was lying on the cold stone floor of the vault. His body ached, and his head throbbed with an unbearable intensity. He could hear the distant sounds of his companions calling his name, but it felt as if they were miles away. Kalen. Kalen, are you alive? Aaron's voice pierced through the fog in Kalen's mind. Slowly, Kalen sat up, his vision swimming as he tried to focus on his surroundings. The vault had shifted. The walls were cracked and broken, and the once pulsing crystal was now dark and lifeless. He looked around to find his companions standing nearby, their faces filled with concern and confusion. What happened? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. You touched the crystal, and then you collapsed. Kalen's mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. The voice, the figure in the void, it all felt like a dream. A nightmare. I saw something, Kalen said, his voice hoarse. A figure. A hooded figure. They spoke to me. They said I was destined to lead the Black Hands to victory. Aaron's eyes narrowed. That's absurd. You know better than anyone that you're not one of them. I know, Kalen said, his voice filled with frustration. But it felt real. The voice, it was like it was calling to me. I don't know how to explain it. Derek stepped forward, his face pale. The crystal, it's not just a source of power. It's a beacon. A lure. Whoever controls it can manipulate the minds of others, twist their thoughts and wills. Kalen clenched his fists, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. We need to leave. We can't stay here. But as he turned to leave, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He looked up to see a figure standing at the entrance of the vault, cloaked in darkness, their face hidden. "You're not going anywhere," the figure said, their voice cold and commanding. Kalen's hand went to his sword, but before he could draw it, the figure stepped forward, revealing a familiar face. It was Sarah. Or at least, it looked like her. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, her expression hollow. "Sarah," Kalen whispered, his heart skipping a beat. The figure smiled, but it was not Sarah's smile. "It's too late, Kalen. You've made your choice. The Black Hands are already here." Scroll Chapter 8, Flight Through Ash and Fire. The cold winds of the lost vaults howled around Kalen, whipping through the shattered remnants of the chamber. The figure before him, a twisted reflection of Sarah, stood motionless, her dark eyes now pools of inky blackness. A hollow smile twisted her lips, something that wasn't hers. "Sarah," Kalen whispered, his voice barely above a breath. The figure's mouth curled into something that resembled a grin. "She is no longer here, Kalen. Not in the way you remember." He felt the words like a physical blow, but it wasn't just the words that hit him, it was the void in Sarah's eyes. The empty abyss that stared back at him as if everything she was had been hollowed out. Aaron Duskvale stepped forward, his face twisted with fury. "What have you done to her?" The twisted figure laughed, a cruel, distorted sound that echoed through the vaults. "I didn't do anything. She chose this fate. Just like you will." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. "I won't let you take her." Cashin Thorn, his war-hardened instincts kicking in, unsheathed his blade. "We're not letting you take anyone. Not today." For a moment, the figure of Sarah's twisted form didn't move. Then, as if sensing the challenge, she raised her hand, and dark energy began to swirl around her fingers, coalescing into sharp, jagged tendrils of shadow. "Stay back," Kalen warned. "This isn't Sarah. It's something else." The air in the vault crackled with energy, and the figure's voice rang out, colder and more powerful than before. "You think you can save her? You are all puppets in this game, and your strings are already pulled. There is no escaping the Black Hands." Kalen's heart hammered in his chest as he looked at his friends, his companions, who had come so far with him. He wasn't about to let them fall now. "We're not puppets," Kalen said through gritted teeth, stepping forward. "And you'll have to kill us before we let you take her." The figure raised her hand and, with a flick of her wrist, the dark tendrils shot forward at lightning speed. Kalen reacted on instinct, raising his sword to parry, the sound of metal clashing with shadow ringing in the air. He staggered back, the force of the attack throwing him off balance. "Kalen." Sarah's voice, faint, buried beneath the dark influence, whispered through the chaos, Kalen, don't let it end like this. Kalen's heart clenched. For a fleeting moment, he saw the Sarah he knew, the one who had fought beside him since the beginning. But the shadow consumed her again, and the voice turned cold. It's too late, Kalen. You should have stayed away. His vision blurred, the weight of the choice settling in like a stone on his chest. He had already taken a dangerous step when he joined the Silent Blades. Now, it felt like everything was spiraling out of control, threatening to swallow them whole. But Kalen wasn't done. He couldn't be. Get ready, Kalen shouted to his companions, we're going to end this. Now. Aaron and Cashin moved in sync, charging forward with deadly intent. Aaron's daggers flashed through the air, each strike a blur of silver, while Cashin's heavy sword swung with raw power. But no matter how they attacked, the tendrils of shadow formed a nearly impenetrable barrier, deflecting each blow with ease. Sarah, or the twisted version of her, stood unmoving as her shadowy energy twisted and coiled around her like a serpent ready to strike. Kalen, Derek said urgently, we need to weaken her first. There's something wrong with the flow of magic. It's corrupted. Kalen didn't need to ask twice. His mind raced, and he quickly recalled the ancient texts he had studied in the library. The Black Hands had an affinity for dark magic, and Kalen had learned a few things about their tactics. To stop the influence, they needed to sever the connection between the shadow and Sarah. He motioned to Sarah's form, and Derek followed his lead. We need to break the bond between her and the dark magic. I'll create a distraction, Kalen said, cover me. He lunged forward with his sword, slashing at the tendrils that shielded Sarah. Aaron and Cashin kept up their relentless assault, distracting the twisted figure long enough for Kalen to reach her. In the heat of battle, Kalen made his move. He ducked under a barrage of shadows and thrust his sword into the heart of the dark energy that surrounded her. For a split second, the vaults were silent. Then, a pulse of light erupted from the blade, sending a wave of energy rippling through the room. The dark tendrils shattered into fragments, and the twisted form of Sarah let out a scream, one that wasn't her own. But as the darkness began to recede, Kalen felt a coldness invade his chest. His sword, now glowing with the magic he had used to sever the bond, vibrated in his hand. The air seemed to thicken with an oppressive weight, and he felt as though something was watching him from the shadows. And then, the figure of Sarah collapsed to her knees, her body racked with pain as the dark magic left her. She gasped for air, her eyes flickering open as if awakening from a long, haunted dream. Kalen. Her voice was weak, broken, but it was her voice. I'm sorry. Kalen rushed to her side, dropping to his knees beside her. Sarah, it's okay. We're here. We've got you. But before he could say anything more, the ground trembled beneath them. The vaults, already weakened by the battle, began to collapse around them. Cracks spread across the stone floor, and a loud rumble echoed through the chamber. "We need to leave. Now!" Kalen shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her to her feet. Aaron and Cashin led the way, already moving toward the exit, while Derek, still clutching the map, followed closely behind. The vaults were falling apart faster than they could run, debris and falling rocks blocking their path. The walls around them cracked, and the very ceiling seemed ready to collapse. "Kalen!" Sarah cried out as they sprinted through the collapsing corridor. "It's not over. It's not over. We've awakened something we can't control." Kalen looked back at her, his heart heavy with uncertainty. "What do you mean?" Before she could respond, a massive explosion shook the ground, sending them all flying forward. The last thing Kalen saw before everything went black was the collapsing vault, the shadows twisting in the distance, and the distant sound of something ancient awakening from its slumber. Scroll Chapter 9, Whispers from the Abyss. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they fled the collapsing vaults, the walls groaning with the weight of their descent. Kalen could feel the heat of the crumbling structure closing in, and with each passing second, the once sturdy stone corridors seemed to swallow them further into the abyss. The flickering light of Sarah's staff barely illuminated the path ahead, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the walls. "Keep moving!" Kalen shouted, pulling Sarah along as she stumbled beside him. Her face was pale, her eyes still clouded with the remnants of the dark magic that had possessed her, but there was something else there now, something Kalen couldn't quite place. Fear. Regret. Perhaps both. Behind them, the vaults continued to collapse. Every step they took, the sounds of falling stone and twisted metal grew louder. They were being chased, not just by the destruction of the vaults but by the very forces they had sought to uncover. "I can feel it," Sarah whispered, her voice strained. Something is waking. Something worse than the Black Hands." Kalen's pulse quickened. "What do you mean? What's happening?" But before Sarah could answer, a deep rumbling shook the entire chamber, knocking them off balance. The walls around them cracked, and the floor beneath them buckled. Derek Holt, who had been trailing behind, stumbled and almost fell. His eyes were wide with fear as he clutched the map tightly. "We need to get out of here," Derek cried, his voice echoing through the chamber. Kalen nodded, determination hardening in his chest. They had to escape, but the deeper they went into the vaults, the more oppressive the air became. It wasn't just the collapse of the ruins, it was something more. Something ancient. Something alive. Ahead, the faintest glimmer of light pierced the darkness. A way out. Kalen could feel the pull of it, like a distant beacon calling them forward. But the closer they got, the more the air thickened, and the shadows seemed to grow longer, darker. Faster. Kalen barked, urging his group to push forward. The last thing he needed was to be trapped inside this tomb forever. They reached the edge of the vaults, only to be confronted by another obstacle. A massive stone door, sealed shut, blocked their path. It was unlike any door they had seen before. Its surface was covered in intricate runes that pulsed with dark energy, and the air around it crackled with a malevolent force. "This is it," Kalen said, stepping forward. "We have to get through." Cassian Thorn stepped up beside him, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I've never seen anything like this. How do we open it?" Derek examined the door closely, his fingers tracing the runes. This is ancient magic. It's part of the seal that holds whatever is behind this door. If we break it, we're opening a gateway to something that has been sealed for centuries." Sarah stepped forward, her voice shaking as she spoke. "We can't break the seal. Whatever's behind that door, it's not something we should unleash." Kalen's gaze hardened. "We don't have a choice. We're out of time. We have to stop it now, before it's too late." With a determined grunt, he raised his sword and slashed it against the stone door. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the room, but the door remained unscathed. The runes flared brightly for a moment, then dimmed. "We need more power," Derek said. "We need to channel the magic from the crystal." Kalen hesitated. "Are you sure that's a good idea? After what happened with Sarah?" "We don't have a choice," Derek shouted, panic rising in his voice. "The crystal is connected to this place. If we can tap into its power, we might be able to break the seal." Kalen's eyes flicked to Sarah, who was standing in the shadows, her face pale and haunted. "Sarah, can you help us?" Sarah took a shaky breath, her eyes dark with regret. I don't know if I can control it anymore. The magic in that crystal, it's consuming me. But if it's the only way..." Kalen nodded, his resolve hardening. "Then let's do it." Sarah raised her hand, and the air around her seemed to warp as she channeled the residual magic from the crystal. The dark tendrils of power wound around her fingers, but instead of consuming her completely, they obeyed her call. For a moment, there was a flicker of the Sarah he knew, strong, fierce, and determined. With a final push, she unleashed a torrent of energy into the stone door. The runes flared bright, and the ground shook violently as the door trembled in response. Then, with a deafening crack, the seal broke, and the door slid open with a grinding noise that echoed through the vaults. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber, its walls lined with ancient statues and carvings that told the story of a long-forgotten empire. At the center of the room, a dark figure stood, cloaked in shadow, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Kalen's heart skipped a beat. Who are you?" The figure stepped forward, its voice a low, rumbling whisper that sent chills down Kalen's spine. "I am the Guardian. I am the one who has waited for centuries to awaken." With a flick of its hand, the air around them seemed to warp, and Kalen's vision blurred. The shadows stretched, pulling at him, twisting his thoughts. "You cannot defeat me," the guardian intoned. "You are nothing but pawns in a game you do not understand. The black hands are but one part of the wheel that turns. And you, Kalen Bay, are its final turn." Kalen's knees buckled beneath him as the weight of the guardian's words pressed down on him. He could feel the pull of the shadows, threatening to consume him whole. His sword felt heavy in his hand, his body sluggish and weak. But then, a voice broke through the darkness. "Kalen, wake up." It was Sarah's voice, and it pierced through the fog of his mind like a lifeline. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Kalen pushed back against the darkness, his grip tightening around his sword. "I'm not giving up. Not now." The guardian's laugh echoed around them, low and mocking. "You will, eventually. We all do." But Kalen wasn't ready to give in. Not yet. With a defiant cry, he charged forward, sword raised high. The battle for the fate of the Empire was just beginning. Scroll Chapter 10, The Nameless City. The world was different when Kalen awoke. The faint blue glow of the crystal had vanished, and the shadows that had once crept at the edges of his vision seemed to have receded. But there was something else, something far more disturbing. He wasn't in the vaults anymore. The floor beneath him was smooth and cold, a dull gray stone, and the air was still, silent. The only sound was the faint echo of his breathing. Kalen pushed himself to his feet, his muscles sore and stiff. The last thing he remembered was charging toward the guardian, his sword raised. And then, nothing. He looked around. He was in a vast, open space, but it wasn't like anything he had seen before. The walls were high, towering above him, their surfaces carved with strange symbols and patterns that seemed to move, shifting like they were alive. The sky above was dark, swirling with clouds that didn't look natural, as if something ancient was stirring. He was in a city. But not a city he recognized. "Where are we?" Kalen whispered to himself. "Where, indeed?" A voice replied, deep and rumbling, like the ground itself was speaking. Kalen spun around, his hand reaching for his sword, but the figure that emerged from the shadows was no threat. The figure was tall, cloaked in black, with a hood that obscured its face. But there was something about the way the figure moved, the way it carried itself. It wasn't human, but it wasn't entirely inhuman either. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his sword still drawn, though his stance was cautious. The figure tilted its head slightly, as if considering him. "I am what you would call a guardian. A watcher of the Nameless City." "The Nameless City?" Kalen echoed, glancing around in confusion. "I don't understand." "You wouldn't," the guardian said, a soft laugh in its voice. None of you do. Not yet, at least. Kalen narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening on his sword. What do you mean? The Guardian took a step forward, and Kalen instinctively took a step back, his heart racing. But the figure stopped before he could react. The nameless city is not a place, the Guardian said. It is a memory. A reflection of the past and the future. It exists between worlds, between times. It is both real and not. And now, you have found it? Kalen swallowed hard, trying to process the words. Found it? I didn't come here. I was in the vaults. We were escaping. You were, the Guardian agreed. But escape is an illusion. You cannot escape fate. You cannot escape what has been set in motion. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest. What are you saying? What is this place? What's going on? The Guardian's eyes gleamed with a strange light. This is the crossroads, Kalen Bay. The point where all paths converge. The place where your choices will lead you to your ultimate end, or your ultimate victory. End. Kalen repeated, his voice low. What do you mean? The Guardian raised a hand, and the air around them shimmered. Kalen blinked, and when his eyes refocused, he saw the city in a different light. It was no longer a city of ruin, it was a thriving metropolis, its streets bustling with life. But there was something off about it. The people moved like shadows, their faces blank, as if they were just echoes of something long gone. This city is the mirror of what was and what will be, the Guardian explained. It is a place where time and memory collide, where the past and future meet. And within it lies the key to your destiny. Kalen stared at the vision before him. The key to my destiny. What do you want from me? I want nothing, the Guardian said calmly. I am but a guide. A watcher. It is you who must choose what happens next. Before Kalen could respond, the ground beneath them trembled again, and a strange hum filled the air. The city's streets seemed to shift, and the shadows lengthened, twisting into forms that were too familiar to ignore. Kalen. A voice whispered, faint and distant, but unmistakable. Kalen, you must listen. Sarah's voice. But how? He turned toward the sound, his heart racing as the shadows seemed to part, revealing a figure in the distance, someone familiar, yet different. Someone he hadn't seen in what felt like an eternity. Sarah. Kalen shouted, his heart soaring with hope. But the figure in the distance didn't respond. Instead, it stood motionless, staring at him with cold, lifeless eyes. Sarah, is it really you? Kalen asked, his voice breaking. Please, say something. The figure took a step forward, and the shadows around it began to writhe, forming into shapes that made Kalen's blood run cold. It was not Sarah. It was a shadow of her, a twisted reflection of everything she had been. The face, though familiar, was wrong pale, lifeless, with eyes that were nothing but dark, empty pits. The figure spoke, but the voice was not Sarah's. It was something else, something older, something darker. "You have made your choice, Kalen," it said, its voice like 1,000 whispers. "You are not the one to save her. You are the one to destroy her." "No." Kalen shouted, his sword raised high. "I won't let this happen." The shadow of Sarah stepped forward, and the air around them grew colder, the very walls of the nameless city seeming to close in around them. "You cannot escape, Kalen," the figure hissed. "You cannot escape your fate. She is lost, and so are you." Kalen's breath came in ragged gasps as the world around him began to distort. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him, the knowledge that the city, the shadow of Sarah, and everything in this cursed place were all part of the same twisted design. A design that had been set in motion long before he had ever set foot in this place. He looked at the Guardian, whose eyes now glowed with an ancient fire. "What must I do?" Kalen asked, his voice breaking. "How do I save her?" The Guardian's expression was unreadable. "There is no saving her, Kalen Bey. Not from what she has become. But you must choose whether to follow the path she has taken or carve your own. The choice is yours." The weight of the words sank into Kalen's soul like a stone. What was he to do? How could he fight against something that had already taken root in his heart? How could he stop the inevitable? As the shadows closed in around him, Kalen knew one thing for certain: the battle was far from over. It had only just begun. Scroll Chapter 11, The Broken Oath. The shadows of the nameless city seemed to stretch endlessly, curling around Kalen like the dark fingers of fate itself. He stood frozen, his sword gripped tightly in his hand, staring at the twisted figure of Sarah before him, or what had once been her. The air crackled with tension as the city seemed to come alive around him. The crumbling stone streets whispered with the weight of centuries of forgotten secrets, and Kalen could feel the cold embrace of the shadows pulling at his resolve. The figure of Sarah, or rather, the corrupted echo of her, moved closer, her hollow eyes staring deep into his soul. "You were never meant to save her," the shadowy version of Sarah hissed, her voice cold and unfeeling. "You were meant to be a pawn, just like everyone else." Kalen shook his head, fighting to suppress the fear that gripped his heart. "No. I won't let this happen. I've come too far. I've made my choices. I will save her." The figure's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You believe you have control. The Black Hands have already marked you, Kalen Bey. You are nothing more than a tool in their hands. You're too far gone to escape." The words felt like daggers, sharp and piercing, but Kalen refused to let them take hold. He stepped forward, his voice steady, though his heart raced with uncertainty. "I chose my path," he said. "And I won't let anyone, not even you, dictate my fate." The figure tilted its head, its eyes narrowing. "Fate? There is no such thing as fate, Kalen. There are only choices. And you've already made yours." Before Kalen could respond, the ground trembled beneath them, and the city around them seemed to shift. The shadows deepened, and a low, guttural growl reverberated through the air. The walls of the nameless city began to crack and crumble, as if the very foundation of the place was being torn apart from the inside. Kalen's heart skipped a beat. What's happening? The shadow of Sarah's figure grinned, a cruel, twisted expression. You've awakened it? The ancient evil that lies beneath the city. And now, there's no escaping it? Suddenly, the ground beneath them split open, and from the depths of the earth, a massive, shadowy creature rose. Its form was a swirling mass of tendrils and eyes, its body an amalgamation of dark energy and ancient magic. Its voice boomed, shaking the very air around them. You dare defy me? The creature bellowed. You think you can stand against the forces of the abyss? Kalen's eyes widened in horror, but his resolve hardened. The creature's presence was overwhelming, its dark energy pressing against him, threatening to crush his will. But he had made a promise. He had vowed to protect Sarah, and he would not break that oath. Stay back, Kalen warned his companions, his sword raised. We have to face this together. Cash and Thorn stepped forward, his sword gleaming with a fierce determination. We've come this far, Kalen. We're not backing down now. Aaron Duskveil, his eyes sharp and focused, nodded. We fight together. We end this now. Sarah, or the shadow of Sarah, stood motionless, her gaze empty and distant. But Kalen knew she was still in there, somewhere. He could feel her presence, faint but unmistakable. He couldn't lose her now. The creature lunged forward, its tendrils reaching out to ensnare them. Kalen and his companions moved as one, each of them striking at the creature with everything they had. Aaron's daggers danced through the air, cutting through the darkness, while Cashin's massive sword cleaved through the tendrils with brutal force. Sarah, her magic still crackling with power, sent bolts of energy toward the creature, but it barely flinched. Kalen's sword struck the creature's form, but it felt like hitting stone. The darkness surrounding it was impenetrable, as if the creature was more than just flesh and blood. It was an embodiment of everything that had been corrupted, everything that had been broken in the world. Fight harder. Kalen shouted, his voice fierce with determination. We can't let it win. But the creature's dark laughter echoed around them, mocking their efforts. You are nothing, it taunted. You cannot defeat the abyss. It will consume you all. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, but he refused to give in. He had faced countless battles, but this was different. This was a battle not just for survival, but for the soul of the world itself. And then, as if the city itself had heard Kalen's resolve, the ground shook again, more violently than before. A massive crack appeared beneath their feet, and from it, an ancient force surged upward. The power of the nameless city itself seemed to be awakening, responding to the presence of the creature that threatened to consume them all. Kalen could feel it. This was not just a battle between them and the creature, this was the battle between the remnants of a dying empire and the forces that sought to destroy it. It was the final stand, the last chance to reclaim what had been lost. Now! Kalen shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos of the battle. Now is our chance. With a surge of power, Kalen channeled everything he had into his sword. The blade gleamed with a bright, blinding light as he plunged it into the creature's heart. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, and the creature let out a deafening scream as it recoiled in agony. For a moment, everything went still. Then, with a final, terrible roar, the creature exploded into a burst of darkness, dissipating into the air like smoke. The shadows around them faded, and the oppressive weight that had been pressing on Kalen's mind lifted. Kalen collapsed to his knees, exhausted but victorious. His companions stood around him, breathing heavily, their faces covered in sweat and grime. "We did it," Aaron said, his voice breathless. Kalen nodded, his hand resting on his sword. But even as they celebrated their victory, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that something else was coming. Something worse. "We may have won this battle," Kalen said, his voice low, "but the war is far from over." Scroll Chapter 12, Return of the Forgotten. The nameless city was no longer just a ruin. The air had shifted. The oppressive darkness that had once surrounded them had lifted, but it had left something else behind, a sense of foreboding. Kalen stood in the center of the ancient city, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the battle they had just won was only the beginning. The ground beneath him still hummed with the aftermath of the powerful clash, and the air around him seemed to crackle with untapped energy. Kalen's sword, still glowing faintly from the battle, was a constant reminder of the cost of their victory. He glanced around at his companions. Sarah, though still weak, was standing tall again, her magic flickering like an unstable flame. Aaron, ever vigilant, was scanning the horizon, his daggers still at the ready. Cashin stood with his arms crossed, his eyes narrowing at the strange emptiness that had replaced the suffocating darkness. "We've won," Aaron said, his voice still carrying the weight of uncertainty. "But we've barely scratched the surface, haven't we?" Kalen nodded, his gaze distant. "We've only just begun to understand what's really at stake. The Black Hands are just one piece of the puzzle. Something bigger is at play here. Something much older." Derek Holt stepped forward, his face pale and drawn. "You're right. The nameless city, the crystal, the creatures we've faced. they're all connected. This city was the heart of an ancient power, and the force that guards it is waking. Kalen's mind raced as he recalled the words of the Guardian, the cryptic warnings, and the strange presence that had lingered around them like a shadow. The crossroads, where all paths converge. What do we do now? Sarah asked, her voice steady but tinged with concern. We can't just leave it like this. The Guardian was right. There's more we don't understand. Kalen took a deep breath, steadying himself. We go back to where it all started. The Black Hands. They've been pulling the strings for far too long. If we want to stop them, we need to understand what they're really after. And to do that, we need to find the last piece of the puzzle. He turned to Derek. What's next, Derek? What do we need to do to uncover the rest of the secrets hidden in this place? Derek hesitated, flipping through his journal, his face grim. The map we found, it's not just a guide to the city. It's a map of the forgotten realms, places that have been hidden for centuries. The Black Hands have been searching for these places, and they've been systematically erasing any record of them. But there's one last location marked on the map, one that even the Black Hands don't know about. It's called the Silent Keep. The Silent Keep. Kalen repeated, his voice heavy. What is it? It's said to be the resting place of the first emperor of Veloria, Derek said. The one who sealed away the ancient power that the Black Hands are trying to unleash. But the keep is more than just a tomb. It's a prison, a place where the true power of the Empire was bound. If we can reach it, we may find the answers we need. But how do we get there? Sarah asked. This map is just a series of cryptic symbols and ancient texts. Derek nodded. The symbols. They point to a location far beyond the city, across the deserts and into the northern wastes. But getting there won't be easy. The Silent Keep is hidden behind layers of enchantments and traps, guarded by ancient forces that no one has ever managed to overcome. Kalen's eyes narrowed. Then we have no choice but to face it. We go to the Silent Keep. But this time, we go prepared. As the group gathered their gear, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The calm after the storm felt unnatural, like a brief lull before a much greater storm would hit. His instincts, honed from years of battle, were telling him that the worst was yet to come. The journey to the Silent Keep. The journey to the Silent Keep took them across harsh terrain, through deserts that stretched on for days, and through the craggy hills that marked the borders of the northern wastes. The air grew colder as they moved farther north, and the land around them became more barren, as though the very earth itself had been drained of life. But the true danger lay ahead. The Silent Keep was not just a physical location, it was a place bound by magic, an ancient fortress that had been sealed for centuries. It was said to be hidden from all who sought it, a place so well guarded that not even the Black Hands had been able to locate it. As they neared the edge of the northern wastes, a strange silence fell over the land. No birds, no animals, not even the wind stirred. It was as though they had crossed into another world entirely, one where time itself seemed to stand still. "We're close," Derek said, his voice barely a whisper. "The map says the entrance is just beyond this ridge." The group moved cautiously, aware that the further they went, the more dangerous the journey would become. The ground beneath them was cracked and dry, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. And then, just as they crested the ridge, they saw it. The Silent Keep. It was a massive fortress, built into the side of a mountain, its walls covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The structure seemed to rise from the earth itself, a towering edifice that had been carved from stone and infused with dark magic. It was a place of power, and a place of death. Kalen's heart raced as he stared at the keep. This was it. The final step. The place where everything would be decided. But as they approached, something stirred within the depths of the fortress. A low hum, a vibration that seemed to come from the very ground beneath their feet. "This place," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "It's not just a fortress. It's alive." The walls of the Silent Keep seemed to shift and change before their eyes, the runes pulsing with energy. And then, from the darkness within, a voice echoed out, chilling and ancient. "Welcome, Kalen Vey. You have come far. But you cannot win. The time of the Empire is over. The Age of Darkness has begun." Kalen's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. He had heard it before. It was the same voice that had spoken to him from the depths of the crystal. And now, it was here, in the Silent Keep, waiting for him. Scroll Chapter 13, The Last Empire. The entrance to the Silent Keep was unlike anything Kalen had seen before. As they stepped closer, the runes etched into the stone seemed to shift, twisting, and undulating like living creatures. The air around them was thick with the weight of ancient magic, a force so powerful it felt as if the very ground beneath their feet was alive. Kalen couldn't help but feel a chill crawl up his spine. Every instinct he had screamed that they were walking into a trap, but there was no turning back now. This was the moment that would define everything, the moment they either saved what was left of the world, or sealed its fate forever. "Stay close," Kalen said, his voice low but filled with urgency. "This place. It's not what it seems." Cassian Thorne gave him a grim nod. "No kidding. You can feel the power radiating off this place. It's like the air itself is choking us." Aaron Duskfall's eyes darted around, ever watchful, his daggers at the ready. "We're not alone here," he muttered. "I can feel eyes on us." Sarah, her expression weary but determined, stepped forward. "It's not just the Black Hands. Whatever is in this keep, it's far worse. Derek Holt stood behind them, clutching his journal tightly. "The map doesn't lie," he said. "But it doesn't show everything. There are things here. Things that shouldn't be disturbed." Kalen didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the massive stone door in front of them, the symbols carved into it glowing faintly. The moment they touched it, the door shuddered, and a low rumble echoed through the keep. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the dark interior beyond. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air shifted. The temperature dropped, and the oppressive silence became deafening. The walls seemed to close in around them, as though the keep itself was a living entity, aware of their presence. Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that something far older, far more powerful, was lurking in the depths of this place, waiting for them. They moved cautiously through the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the darkness. The walls were lined with ancient tapestries depicting scenes from the Empire's past battles, victories, and the rise and fall of kings. But the further they went, the more the imagery became distorted, twisted, as though the keep itself was trying to erase the history it contained. Sarah's voice broke the silence. "Do you feel that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Kalen nodded. "Something's wrong. This place, it's not just a fortress. It's a prison. A tomb." Derek's voice trembled as he read from his journal. The Silent Keep was built to contain the most dangerous secrets of the Empire. The first emperor, he locked away something here, something that should never see the light of day again. And it's alive. Cashin grimaced. "Alive? Are you telling me there's something in here that's been waiting for centuries?" Derek didn't respond. His eyes were wide with fear, his voice barely a whisper. "We shouldn't be here. The Black Hands are only the beginning." Before Kalen could speak, the ground shook beneath them, sending a tremor through the stone floor. A deep, rumbling voice echoed from the shadows, its tone cold and filled with ancient power. "You dare enter my domain?" The voice boomed, its words vibrating through the walls. "You are nothing but intruders, meddling in forces you do not understand." The group tensed, weapons ready, as the voice continued. "Do you think you can defeat me? Do you think you can control what has been sealed away for centuries? You are but pawns, and your destiny has already been decided." The darkness deepened as a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, imposing figure clad in dark armor. Its face was obscured by a helmet, but its presence was unmistakable. This was no mere man, this was something far greater, something far older. Kalen stepped forward, his sword drawn. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at his insides. The figure tilted its head, its voice carrying a deep, chilling laugh. "I am the last emperor of Veloria. And you are the ones who will awaken what has been sealed away for so long." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. You are the first emperor?" he asked, incredulous. "But, you died centuries ago." The figure's laugh deepened, echoing through the walls of the keep. "I did. But death is not the end. I have been here, waiting. Waiting for the one who would come to unlock the doors. Waiting for the one who would bring forth the power of the Empire once more." Kalen's mind raced. This was not what he had expected. The first emperor, the one who had built the empire, had been sealed away. But now, it seemed that he had never truly left. "Why are you here?" Kalen demanded. "What do you want?" The emperor's voice was filled with contempt. "What do I want? Power, of course. The empire that was stolen from me. The world that was taken from me. And now, you will help me reclaim it." Kalen's hand tightened around his sword. "I won't help you. I won't let you bring this nightmare back." The Emperor's voice turned cold. "You have no choice. The Black Hands have already set things in motion. You've already made the decision to unlock this place, and now, you must face the consequences of your actions." With a sudden movement, the Emperor raised his hand, and the ground beneath them trembled. From the shadows, dark figures emerged, soldiers, creatures, and warriors that seemed to be made of nothing but shadow and smoke. They surrounded Kalen and his companions, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Kalen's heart pounded as he realized they were trapped. "We need to fight," Kalen said, his voice steady. "We fight to the end." But the Emperor's voice was like ice. "You cannot win. You are already lost." With that, the battle began. The clash was immediate. Aaron Duskveil darted forward, his daggers flashing in the dim light, but the shadowy soldiers were faster, more elusive than anything he had ever faced. They swarmed around him, their hands like tendrils reaching for his throat. Cassian Thorn swung his sword with brutal force, cutting down one of the shadow soldiers, but for every one they took down, two more took its place. Kalen fought with everything he had, his sword cleaving through shadow after shadow. But it was like fighting against the darkness itself. Every blow he struck seemed to dissipate into nothing. And then, from the depths of the keep, the Emperor's voice rose once more. "You cannot win. The Empire has fallen, and the world will fall with it. You are the last hope of a dying world, but you will fail. Just as I failed." Kalen gritted his teeth. "We will not fail." He turned toward the Emperor, his sword raised high. This battle was far from over, but Kalen knew one thing for certain. They could not and would not let the darkness win. Scroll Chapter 14, The Final Stand. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. The moment the first shadow soldiers had appeared, the air had thickened with the weight of the conflict. Kalen's sword cut through shadow after shadow, but for each strike that sent one of the dark warriors crumbling to dust, another would take its place, relentless, countless, and growing stronger by the minute. The Emperor's laughter echoed through the walls of the silent keep, a dark melody that sent shivers down Kalen's spine. "You cannot defeat me," the Emperor's voice boomed, his form still hidden behind the veil of shadow. "I have been here for centuries, waiting for this moment. The power of Veloria is mine to command once more." Kalen's heart raced, but his resolve never wavered. This was it. The final moment. The empire that had risen, then crumbled, it was all leading here. They couldn't let this darkness spread again. No matter what the cost. "Don't listen to him," Kalen shouted to his companions. "Fight with everything you have. We can end this here." Cassian Thorn, with his sword raised high, charged forward, cutting through the shadowy figures with brutal efficiency. His every swing was filled with the rage of a man who had already lost everything. "The Empire may be gone, but this world still has a chance," he growled, his voice thick with fury. "And I'm not letting it fall to you." Aaron Duskvale, ever silent, darted through the battlefield with the grace of a shadow, his daggers flashing like silver streaks in the dim light. He was everywhere at once, striking down the dark soldiers with precision. His eyes were fierce, and his every movement was a dance of death. "We fight because we have no other choice," he said coldly, slashing through another shadow soldier. "And because we have something to fight for." Sarah Wynne stood beside Kalen, her staff crackling with energy. Despite the darkness that had once consumed her, she had fought her way back both for herself and for the world she had sworn to protect. "We are not your puppets," she shouted, her magic flashing brightly as it struck down another shadow. "We control our fate." The battle raged on, each side seemingly equally matched, but Kalen knew that time was running out. The Emperor, though powerful, was not invincible. They had come too far to fail now. "Kalen!" Derek Holt cried, his voice shaking. "The map. It's showing me something. There's a way to stop this, to end this madness." Kalen turned to Derek, his eyes full of urgency. "What do you mean?" Derek's face was pale, his hands trembling as he held up the journal. "The map, it's not just a guide. It's a key. It shows the hidden passages of the keep, and there's a source of power deep within. If we can reach it, we can sever the Emperor's control over the keep. It's the only way to stop this." "Where is it?" Kalen asked, his voice urgent. Derek pointed to a dark corridor at the far end of the room. "There. The power is hidden beneath the throne room, guarded by ancient wards. If we can reach it, we can end this." Kalen nodded, his heart pounding. This was their chance. If they could reach the heart of the keep, they could destroy the Emperor's hold over the city and over the world. "Stay close," he ordered. We move quickly. We don't have much time. With that, they broke through the ranks of shadow warriors, making their way toward the corridor that Derek had pointed out. The air around them seemed to grow heavier with every step, as if the very walls of the keep were pushing back against them. "Kalen, look out!" Sarah shouted, her voice filled with panic. Kalen spun just in time to see a massive shadow warrior lunging toward him, its claws outstretched. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, cutting through the shadow with a single stroke. But the moment the creature fell, more emerged, filling the hall with their dark forms. "We're running out of time," Aaron shouted, his daggers flashing as he took down another soldier. "The Emperor is playing with us. He's trying to tire us out." Kalen gritted his teeth. "We won't let him. We push forward, no matter what." They continued their push forward, battling their way through the endless waves of dark warriors. Every step took them closer to the throne room, closer to the heart of the keep, and closer to the final confrontation with the Emperor. When they reached the entrance to the throne room, Kalen paused, his breath heavy from the battle. The doors were massive, covered in ancient runes that pulsed with dark magic. This was it. The final obstacle. "We're almost there," Kalen said, turning to his companions. "Once we get through those doors, we face him." Derek nodded, his face grim. "We're ready. We have no other choice." Kalen pushed the doors open with a force that sent a shockwave through the room. The throne room was vast, its walls adorned with faded tapestries depicting the grandeur of the Empire's past. At the far end of the room, on a raised platform, sat the Emperor, his figure cloaked in shadow. "You've come," the Emperor said, his voice like the whisper of the wind. "I knew you would. But you are too late." Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised. "It ends here. Your reign of darkness ends now." The Emperor's figure shifted, and for the first time, Kalen saw his face, a face twisted by years of dark magic, eyes burning with an unnatural fire. "You cannot stop me, Kalen Vey. I am the last Emperor of Veloria. This world will fall to me, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." "You're wrong," Kalen said, his voice unwavering. "We fight because we still believe. We believe in the world that came before. And we will fight for the future." With a roar, the Emperor rose from his throne, the ground beneath them shaking with the power he commanded. Dark tendrils of energy lashed out, slamming into the group and knocking them back. But Kalen was undeterred. This was it. This was the moment he had been fighting for. "Now!" Kalen shouted. Sarah's magic flared to life, a bright light that pierced through the darkness. Aaron and Cashin charged forward, their swords raised high. The battle had come to its final stage, and there would be no turning back. Kalen stepped forward, his sword ready. The Emperor's laughter filled the air, but Kalen could feel the power of his resolve burning through him. This time, they wouldn't be defeated. He struck, the sword cutting through the Emperor's shadow, but instead of flesh, it was met with an immense force that shook the entire room. The Emperor staggered, his form flickering. "This is the end," Kalen said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "And it's the beginning of a new world." Scroll Chapter 15, The Broken Crown. The air in the throne room was thick with tension. Kalen Vey stood at the center, his sword raised, eyes locked on the Emperor who had once ruled over the greatest empire in the world. The battle was far from over. The Emperor, despite the weakening blows, still stood, his body radiating dark power, a force that twisted the very air around him. "You think you can defeat me?" The Emperor sneered, his voice carrying an unholy confidence. "I am the last of my kind. The one who sealed the fate of this world, and now, you think your pitiful resistance will change anything?" Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. "Your reign is over," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos swirling around him. "You failed, and now your empire is nothing but dust." The Emperor's laughter echoed through the chamber, cold and mocking. "I did not fail, Kalen Vey. The world failed. You, too, will fail." The Emperor raised his hand, and dark tendrils of magic shot out from his fingers, crashing into Kalen with a force that knocked him back. The energy that surged through Kalen was suffocating, as if the very essence of life was being drained from him. "Kalen!" Sarah screamed, her voice filled with fear. But Kalen wasn't finished. He staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with determination. He would not let this be the end. He had come too far, fought too hard, and the empire, the world, it wasn't over yet. He would fight until his last breath. With a roar, Kalen pushed through the suffocating darkness, charging at the Emperor with everything he had. His sword glowed with the light of the crystal that had guided them this far. The blade cut through the air with a flash of brilliance, and for the first time, the Emperor's expression faltered. You are a fool," the Emperor spat, raising a shield of dark energy to block Kalen's strike. But the blow was too powerful. Kalen's sword shattered the shield like glass, and with one swift motion, the blade cut through the Emperor's chest. The Emperor staggered back, a gasp escaping his lips. The shadows around him flickered and writhed, but Kalen's sword remained lodged in his chest, its glow growing brighter as if feeding off the darkness itself. "This ends now," Kalen said, his voice full of resolve. The Emperor fell to his knees, blood pouring from the wound, his once great form crumbling into the very shadows he had once controlled. You think you've won. But you've only opened the door to a far greater darkness. This is only the beginning, Kalen Vey. You cannot defeat what is already inside you." Kalen looked down at the Emperor, his expression hardening. "I don't need to defeat what's inside me," he said, his voice cold. "I am my own master." With that, Kalen pulled the sword free, and the Emperor let out a final, ragged breath. The darkness that had once surrounded him dissipated like smoke, leaving nothing behind but the remnants of a broken empire. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, the ground beneath them began to shake. Kalen stumbled, his legs weak from the battle, but he stood tall, unwavering. The Emperor may have fallen, but Kalen knew this wasn't over. There was still the question of the power that had been awakened in the keep, the force that had driven the Emperor to madness, and now, it was up to Kalen and his companions to ensure it didn't consume the world. "We need to move," Kalen said, turning to his companions. "This place is coming down. The Emperor may be gone, but the power he unleashed will destroy everything if we don't stop it." Sarah nodded, her staff glowing with energy as she prepared to cast a protective spell. "We need to destroy the source. If we can shut it down, the power will dissipate." Derek Holt looked down at the journal in his hands, his brow furrowed in thought. "There's a way." The map showed the location of a core beneath the throne room. "We need to destroy it." "Then let's go," Kalen said, his voice firm. "Before it's too late." The final descent. The group moved quickly through the ruins of the throne room, their steps echoing in the empty halls. The walls groaned as if the very foundation of the keep was buckling under the weight of its own power. Kalen's heart raced with every step, the urgency of the situation pressing down on him. The further they descended, the darker it became, and the more oppressive the air grew. The deeper they went, the more Kalen could feel the pull of the magic. It was like a heartbeat, pulsing in time with his own, resonating deep within his bones. It was the power of the Empire, the ancient force that had built this place, and now, it was a threat unlike anything Kalen had ever faced. They reached the lowest chamber of the keep, a vast cavern filled with swirling energy. At the center of the room was a massive crystal, pulsing with a dark, malevolent light. The source. The heart of the power that had been awakened. "That's it," Derek said, his voice trembling with fear. "The core. The source of the Emperor's power." Kalen stepped forward, his sword drawn. "We destroy it, now." Sarah raised her staff, her magic crackling as she prepared to unleash everything she had. "We have to be careful. This energy is unstable. If we destroy it too quickly, it could consume everything." Cassian Thorn gripped his sword tightly, his eyes hard. "We don't have a choice. We have to stop it before it destroys the world." Kalen nodded. "Let's end this." With a surge of energy, Sarah unleashed a powerful blast of magic, sending it toward the crystal. The explosion of light filled the room, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then, with a deafening roar, the crystal shattered, sending a shockwave of energy through the cavern. The ground trembled, and the walls cracked, but Kalen and his companions held their ground, fighting against the surge of power. The magic pulsed and writhed, but it was dying. The source had been destroyed. Kalen collapsed to his knees, exhausted but victorious. The fight was over. The Emperor had fallen, and the source of his power had been destroyed. But even as Kalen caught his breath, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The world had been saved, but the cost of that victory had been great. Too great. "We did it," Sarah said, her voice weak but filled with relief. Kalen nodded, his eyes weary. "For now. But the cost of this, it's not over. We've won this battle, but the world has changed. And the future will always be uncertain." Scroll chapter 16, Echoes of a New Dawn. The dust had barely settled in the silent keep when Kalen stood up from the ground, the weight of the world on his shoulders. The battle was over. The Emperor, the last of his kind, had been defeated, and the dark power that had plagued the land for centuries had finally been torn apart. But Kalen didn't feel victorious. The air in the vaults was still thick with the remnants of dark magic, a residue that clung to the walls and twisted the very fabric of the world. It wasn't over. It couldn't be. This place, this keep, had been built upon centuries of blood, power, and betrayal. And despite their victory, the world had changed forever. Sarah stood beside him, her staff still glowing faintly. Her expression was one of exhaustion, but also of resolve. She had fought the darkness within her, the power that had nearly consumed her. Now, she was free, but the burden of what they had just done weighed heavily on her. "I thought we were done," Sarah said, her voice tinged with fatigue. "But I can still feel it. The pull of the magic." Kalen nodded grimly. "The darkness we fought isn't gone. We've only sealed one part of it, but something remains. The keep is a prison, not just for the Emperor, but for something far older." Derek Holt, his face drawn and pale, stepped forward. "The Black Hands are not the end, Kalen. They're just a symptom. A symptom of something far more dangerous, something older than the Empire itself." Kalen's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Derek gestured to the map they had recovered. "The Black Hands were searching for something. But there's more to this. The first Emperor knew it. The Silent Keep. This place wasn't just a stronghold. It was a seal. A barrier. And now that the barrier is broken, the power it contained is spreading. Spreading." Aaron Duskfall's voice was laced with suspicion. "What kind of power?" The ground beneath them trembled, and a low rumble echoed through the stone walls, sending vibrations through the floor. Kalen's instincts flared. This was no ordinary quake. The land was reacting to something or someone awakening. "This is just the beginning," Kalen muttered under his breath. He gripped his sword, his knuckles white from the tension. "We need to get out of here." As they turned to leave the throne room, a familiar voice echoed from the shadows. "Leaving so soon?" The group spun around, weapons drawn. From the shadows emerged a figure, draped in dark robes, his face obscured by a hood. The voice was chillingly familiar. Kalen's heart skipped a beat. "Virek," Kalen said, his voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. The figure stepped into the dim light, revealing a face Kalen hadn't seen in years. Virek, a former ally of the rebellion, the man who had helped Kalen fight against the Empire before it had fallen, now stood before him. But there was something different about him. The glint in his eyes was no longer one of loyalty but of something darker, more sinister. "What are you doing here?" Kalen demanded, his voice low and filled with tension. "You were dead." Virek's lips curled into a twisted smile. "I was never dead, Kalen. I was merely waiting. Waiting for the right moment. You freed me. And now the true battle begins." Kalen's grip tightened around his sword. "You've been working with them, haven't you? The Black Hands." Virek's laugh echoed through the chamber, a sound that chilled Kalen to the bone. "The Black Hands are nothing. They were always just pawns, just tools to accomplish a greater purpose. And now that the keep has been opened, I am free to claim what is rightfully mine." Sarah's eyes widened. "You're the one who's been manipulating everything. You're the reason the Black Hands were after the keep." Virek inclined his head. "Indeed. I knew the secrets of the Silent Keep long before you did. I knew what lay buried beneath it. And now, it is mine to control." Kalen's chest tightened. He had thought that they had put an end to the madness, but the truth was far more terrifying. The enemy they had fought was not the true enemy. They had only been pawns in a much larger game. "We're not done yet," Kalen said, his voice cold with determination. "Whatever you've unleashed, we'll stop you." Virek's eyes glowed with dark energy. "You think you can stop me? The true power has been awakened. You're too late, Kalen." With a flick of his wrist, Virek summoned a surge of dark energy that blasted through the room. Kalen raised his sword in defense, but the force of the magic sent him stumbling back. The walls of the throne room cracked, and the air became thick with the energy of the abyss. "We need to fight," Sarah said, her voice steady as she raised her staff. "This isn't over." Cashin Thorn growled as he tightened his grip on his sword. "Let's end this." But before they could charge forward, the ground shook once more, even harder this time. The walls cracked further, and the very earth beneath them split open, revealing a yawning chasm. "We're running out of time," Kalen said. "We need to get out of here, now." Derek's voice rang out, filled with urgency. The keep is falling apart. We have to destroy the source that's allowing Virek to control everything. Kalen looked to Derek. What do you mean? Where is it? Derek pointed to the far corner of the throne room, where a massive statue of the first emperor loomed. At the base of the statue was a dark, swirling energy, a vortex of power that seemed to pulse with life. That's it, Derek said. That's the source of the Emperor's power. The key to everything. Kalen nodded, his resolve hardening. Let's end this. With a battle cry, Kalen charged toward the statue, his companions following close behind. Virek's laughter echoed in the chamber, but Kalen paid it no mind. They had come too far to fail now. As they reached the base of the statue, Kalen's sword crackled with energy. He swung it into the dark vortex, and the force of his strike shattered the magical barrier that had been holding it together. The room exploded with light and energy as the vortex collapsed in on itself, releasing a shockwave that knocked everyone off their feet. For a moment, everything went silent. Then, the entire keep shook violently, the stone walls crumbling around them. Kalen staggered to his feet, looking around in disbelief. They had done it. The source of the Emperor's power was gone. But as the dust settled, a new voice echoed through the chamber, one that was cold and powerful. You cannot stop me. Kalen turned, his heart sinking. In the shadows stood a new figure, one that was familiar yet unrecognizable. The darkness had not been vanquished. It had only taken a new form. Scroll chapter 17, The Heart of Darkness. The keep was collapsing around them. The ancient stone walls, once proud and unyielding, were now crumbling under the weight of centuries of dark magic, and the entire structure shook with a deafening roar. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling as Kalen and his companions raced through the corridor, the only sound their footsteps pounding against the stone floor. Behind them, the rumble of destruction echoed like a living thing, chasing them, threatening to swallow them whole. Kalen glanced over his shoulder, heart pounding. The enemy had been vanquished, the Emperor's power severed, but the darkness, the malevolent force that had lurked beneath the surface, had not been fully extinguished. There was something worse than Virek, something older and deeper. The abyss had not been fully contained. We have to get out of here. Kalen shouted, pushing Sarah and Derek forward. The group moved with urgency, their faces grim, knowing that their only hope of survival lay beyond the crumbling walls. As they neared the exit, the air around them began to warp. A faint pulse of energy, dark and unrelenting, reverberated through the walls. Kalen's instincts screamed that something was coming, something far worse than what they had already faced. Just as they reached the final chamber before the exit, the ground beneath them shook violently, sending them all to the floor. The stone walls cracked open like the skin of a living creature, and through the newly opened fissures, a darkness unlike any Kalen had ever seen poured forth. The darkness was not just shadow, it was a tangible force, a thick, suffocating miasma that seemed to pull at the very fabric of reality. Kalen scrambled to his feet, eyes scanning for a way out, but there was nowhere to run. The walls of the keep had closed in on them, trapping them inside with the force that had been unleashed. "No," Kalen whispered, his breath catching in his throat. "This isn't possible." "Kalen!" Sarah shouted, her voice laced with panic. "We need to move. Now." The dark force seemed to shift, taking shape, coalescing into a massive, hulking figure that loomed above them. It was like the embodiment of the abyss itself, a creature of shadow, its form ever shifting, swirling in a mass of dark energy. Its eyes, two burning orbs of fiery red, fixed on them with an unholy hunger. "It's alive," Derek whispered, his voice trembling. "This is the true power. The force that the Emperor tried to control." Kalen's sword was already in his hand, and he stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. "It's not going to control us." The creature's voice was like the roar of 1,000 storms, its words echoing in the very air. "You think you can defeat me? I am the heart of darkness, the source of all that has plagued this world. You are nothing." Kalen's grip tightened around his sword. "We're everything. And we're not backing down." Without warning, the heart of darkness lashed out, tendrils of shadow whipping through the air like serpents, striking with the force of a hurricane. Kalen barely managed to deflect the first strike with his sword, but the impact sent him crashing to the ground. Cassian Thorn gritted his teeth, his sword raised high. "We fight," he shouted. "We fight until our last breath." Aaron Duskveil darted forward, his daggers flashing in the dim light as he struck at the creature's dark tendrils. But every strike he made seemed to disappear into the darkness, absorbed by the creature's ever-shifting form. "This isn't working," Aaron shouted. "We can't beat it with strength alone." Derek held up his journal, eyes wide with realization. "It's not about strength. It's about the seal. The heart of darkness can't be destroyed unless we sever the link to it." Sarah's eyes widened. "The seal? What seal?" "The crystal," Derek explained, his voice shaking. "The one that's been keeping the abyss contained. The Emperor's magic. The heart of darkness is the source of the Emperor's power, but it was locked away by the ancient seal. If we can break the seal, we can weaken the creature. Then we need to find it," Kalen said, determination flooding his veins. "Before this thing consumes everything." Kalen's mind raced as he thought back to the heart of the Silent Keep, where the Emperor had drawn his dark power. There had to be something they had missed, something hidden away, a way to destroy the heart of darkness once and for all. "Follow me," Kalen said, pushing forward, his sword still raised. "We're not giving up." Into the depths. Kalen led the way deeper into the crumbling keep, the air growing colder with each step they took. The darkness seemed to close in around them, pressing down on their shoulders as if it were alive. They moved quickly, their eyes scanning the walls for any sign of the seal that Derek had spoken of. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls, once adorned with vibrant tapestries and carvings depicting the glory of the empire, were now warped and decayed, their colors faded into nothingness. The stone beneath their feet groaned as if in pain, and Kalen could feel the very foundation of the keep trembling under the weight of the power that had been unleashed. At last, they reached a vast chamber, its walls lined with ancient stone tablets. In the center of the room stood a massive pedestal, a dark crystal embedded in its center. The crystal pulsed with a sickly red light, its energy surging with each beat. "This is it," Derek whispered, his voice filled with awe and fear. "The heart of the seal." Kalen stepped forward, his sword still drawn. The crystal in front of him seemed to beckon, its power radiating from the pedestal. But even as he moved closer, a voice echoed through the chamber. "You cannot destroy me," the voice said, deep and guttural, as though it came from the very stone itself. "I am the beginning and the end. I have been here longer than you can imagine. You are nothing." Kalen's heart hammered in his chest as he reached out toward the crystal, his fingers brushing against the cold surface. The moment his skin made contact, a shock of energy coursed through him, and the room seemed to warp around him. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he saw flashes of the past, the rise of the empire, the fall of kings, and the corruption that had festered beneath it all. The world around him shifted, and he found himself standing in the heart of the abyss. The darkness loomed around him, suffocating and cold. He could feel it pulling at him, trying to consume him whole. "You cannot stop me," the voice repeated, growing louder. "You cannot fight me. I am part of you. I am your fate." Kalen's vision cleared, and he saw the heart of darkness, its tendrils reaching out, trying to ensnare him. He could feel the power of the crystal, and with it, the power of the Emperor, the power of everything they had been fighting against. But Kalen was not afraid. He had faced darkness before. He had fought for his people, for his comrades, for Sarah. And he would not stop now. He raised his sword high, the light from the crystal flickering as he channeled every ounce of his strength into the strike. Scroll Chapter 18, The Echoes of the Lost Empire. The air in the chamber was suffocating, thick with an unnatural chill. The massive crystal that had been at the center of the room pulsed with a sickly red light, its energy rippling through the stone floor like waves crashing against a shore. The air itself seemed to hum with dark power, vibrating with the echoes of ancient magic. Kalen Vay stood at the heart of the chamber, the weight of the world pressing down on him. His sword was still raised, glowing with the light of the crystal, but he could feel the pull of the darkness, the weight of the power that had been sealed here for centuries. The heart of darkness loomed before him, its tendrils of shadow reaching out toward him like the grasping hands of the abyss itself. Sarah, Derek, Aaron, and Cashin stood just behind him, their faces filled with a mixture of fear and determination. They had come this far, fought through unimaginable odds, and now they stood on the brink of the final battle. The question that loomed over them was no longer one of survival, it was a question of the future. Would they be able to destroy the darkness and save the world? Or would they, too, fall victim to its all-consuming power? The voice of the heart of darkness echoed through the chamber, deep and reverberating, as if the very walls of the keep were speaking. "You are fools," it said, its tone filled with contempt. "You think you can defeat me? You cannot even understand what I am. I am the beginning, the end, and everything in between. You cannot erase me, Kalen Bey. You are part of me." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. "I am not part of you," he said, his voice steady, though his heart raced with the weight of the creature's words. "I am my own person. And I will not let you consume this world." The heart of darkness's laughter reverberated through the chamber, an eerie, unsettling sound that made Kalen's skin crawl. "You think you can stand against me? You have no idea what you're dealing with. The empire that you fight for, the world you wish to protect, are nothing more than fleeting illusions. I am the power that has always been the force that was born before time itself. And now, you will kneel before me." Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised high, and for a moment, everything seemed to go silent. The pulsating light from the crystal grew brighter, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. It was as though the very heart of the world was reacting to the power that the heart of darkness wielded. "I will never kneel to you," Kalen said, his voice cold with resolve. "And neither will my friends. We've already come too far to back down now." Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing with the magic that had once been used to control the crystal. "We've faced impossible odds before. We'll face them again. You are not invincible." Derek Hold stepped to her side, his voice filled with determination. "The map led us here for a reason. This is the heart of the power, the source. If we destroy it, we destroy you." Aaron Duskvale, ever the silent warrior, nodded. "We fight until the end. We do this together." The heart of darkness's voice hissed through the air like 1,000 serpents. "You will never defeat me. The darkness has always been part of you. You cannot escape it." Kalen took a deep breath, his mind racing as he tried to focus through the haze of dark energy that surrounded them. He had learned long ago that the greatest battles were not fought with weapons alone, but with the will to survive, to protect those you loved. This was not just about him. This was about the world, about everything that had been lost, and everything that could still be saved. "Enough!" Kalen shouted, his voice carrying the weight of his resolve. "This ends now." With a final, powerful swing, Kalen brought his sword down upon the heart of darkness. The light from the crystal exploded outward in a blinding flash, and the entire room seemed to shake with the force of the strike. The ground cracked open beneath their feet, and the darkness screamed in fury as the heart began to crack, its dark energy spilling out like liquid smoke. The air was thick with the sound of rushing wind, and Kalen could feel the magic of the keep beginning to unravel. The walls trembled, the floor cracked, and the very structure of the keep seemed to be disintegrating. "Move!" Kalen shouted, grabbing Sarah's arm and pulling her forward. "We have to get out of here before it all collapses." The others followed, their feet pounding against the cracked stone as they raced through the collapsing corridors. Behind them, the sound of the keep's destruction roared in their ears, the walls crumbling like ancient bones under the weight of the power that had been unleashed. The darkness didn't die quietly. It lashed out, tendrils of shadow shooting through the collapsing halls, reaching for them with vicious speed. Kalen's heart pounded as he ran, the walls around him crumbling, but there was no stopping now. They had come too far, and they would not let the darkness claim victory. They reached the exit, and Kalen didn't hesitate. With one last burst of strength, he pushed through the crumbling door and out into the fresh air. The wind hit him like a wave, a sharp contrast to the suffocating air of the keep. But there was no time to rest. They had to keep moving. Behind them, the keep continued to collapse, the ground shaking violently as the ancient structure finally gave way to the weight of the darkness it had held for so long. Kalen looked back, his breath heavy, and watched as the final remnants of the keep were consumed by the darkness. The battle was over. The world was safe. For now. But the echoes of the darkness remained in his mind. The heart of darkness may have been destroyed, but Kalen knew that the world was far from free. There were always more shadows waiting in the wings, always more forces to contend with. "We did it," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. Kalen nodded, but his eyes were filled with doubt. "For now," he said. "But there will always be more battles to fight." Derek stepped up beside him, his expression somber. "The world is changing, Kalen. And so are we." Kalen looked at his companions, his friends, the ones who had stood beside him through every trial and every victory. The journey they had started together had come to an end for now. But the future, filled with unknown challenges, lay ahead. And whatever came next, Kalen knew one thing for sure, they would face it together. Scroll Chapter 19, Shadows of the Fallen. The battle was over. Or so Kalen thought. The world had fallen silent after the destruction of the Silent Keep. The very earth beneath them seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as though the weight of the centuries-old curse had been lifted. The air outside was crisp and fresh, the first breath of freedom in a long, suffocating age. But Kalen knew better than to believe the peace would last. The darkness, even though they had shattered its heart, still lingered in the air like a bitter taste in the mouth. It was not something that could be erased with a single blow, no matter how powerful it had seemed. As he stood with Sarah, Cashin, Aaron, and Derek, watching the remnants of the keep crumble into the earth, Kalen felt the weight of what they had done. They had destroyed the power that had held the world in its grip for centuries, but at what cost? What now? Sarah asked quietly, her voice filled with a quiet resolve. Kalen didn't answer immediately. His mind was still racing, trying to process everything that had happened. The keep had fallen, but they were far from free. In the back of his mind, he could still hear the voice of the Emperor echoing in his ears, the warning that no matter how much they fought, the darkness would always return. "I don't know," Kalen said finally. "But we can't stop here. There are still forces out there, forces we don't fully understand." Derek stepped forward, his eyes scanning the horizon. "The map," he said. "We need to find the rest of it. The pieces that are still missing. We've destroyed one source of power, but there are others. The Black Hands were only one part of a much larger puzzle." Kalen nodded, his jaw tightening. "I know. And we can't afford to wait around and hope for the best. We've got to keep moving." Cassian crossed his arms, his face grim. "So, what's our next move?" Kalen looked at his companions, his eyes filled with determination. "We find the rest of the map. We find the other sources of power before they do. The Black Hands may be gone, but someone else will rise to take their place. And we can't let that happen." Into the unknown. With the fate of the world still hanging in the balance, the group began their journey once more, moving forward into the unknown. The road ahead was treacherous, and though the land seemed at peace, Kalen knew better than to trust it. The very ground they walked on felt different now, as if something was shifting beneath the surface. They traveled for days, their steps taking them farther from the remains of the silent keep and deeper into the wilderness. The weather was unpredictable. One moment, the sun would shine brightly, only to be followed by dark clouds and fierce winds. It felt as though nature itself was responding to the upheaval they had caused. One evening, as the group made camp, Kalen sat by the fire, staring into the flames. The crackling of the wood was the only sound breaking the silence of the night. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but there was no time for rest. Every time he closed his eyes, he could still see the Emperor's face, twisted in rage and madness. And the words he had spoken, "You are the one who will awaken what has been sealed away for so long. And you will pay the price for it." Kalen knew the price of their victory had been high. But he also knew they couldn't turn back. There were too many lives at stake. "Kalen." Sarah's voice broke through his thoughts. She was standing by the fire, her gaze soft yet filled with concern. He looked up, meeting her eyes. "What is it?" She hesitated before speaking, as though carefully choosing her words. "Are you all right?" Kalen smiled faintly, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm fine. Just thinking." Sarah sat down beside him, the warmth of the fire casting a soft glow on her face. "You've been thinking a lot lately. About what we've done. About what comes next." Kalen nodded. "I can't help it. There's still so much we don't know. So much that's still out there." Sarah leaned forward, her voice quiet but steady. "We've done more than anyone could have hoped. The Black Hands are gone. The Emperor's power is destroyed. We freed the world from the shadows. Kalen's eyes darkened. For now. You still think it's not over? Sarah asked, her voice filled with understanding. I know it's not, Kalen said, his tone grim. The Black Hands were just one part of a much larger force. We haven't even scratched the surface of what's out there. Sarah looked at him, her expression serious. You're right. But we can't keep fighting forever. We have to believe that we've made a difference. That what we've done matters. Kalen was silent for a long moment. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that the world they had fought for, the world they had sacrificed so much for, could be saved. But deep down, he knew that they hadn't won yet. The darkness had only been pushed back, not destroyed. There's more to do, Kalen finally said, standing up. And we will face it, together. The call of the past. As the days passed, the group continued their journey, following the map that Derek had pieced together. The road was long and fraught with danger, but Kalen's resolve only grew stronger with each step. He had promised to protect this world, and he would see it through to the end. But even as they moved forward, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The shadows seemed to follow them, lingering just out of sight, and every so often, he would catch a glimpse of something, a fleeting figure, a pair of glowing eyes before it disappeared back into the darkness. One evening, as they made camp near a cliff that overlooked a sprawling valley, Kalen was struck by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. The wind carried a familiar scent, the scent of something old, something forgotten. And then he heard it. A voice, faint but unmistakable, whispering from the edge of his memory. Kalen. Kalen. His heart skipped a beat, and he spun around, his hand reaching for his sword. But there was nothing there. Did you hear that? Kalen asked, his voice low. Sarah turned to him, concern etched on her face. What is it? Kalen shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling. Nothing. I thought I heard something, that's all. But the feeling lingered. Something or someone was out there, watching them. And Kalen knew that whatever it was not done with them yet. Scroll chapter 20, the final seal. Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The tension in the air had become unbearable, thick with the weight of uncertainty. The road ahead stretched into the unknown, but it was not the landscape that unsettled him, it was the feeling that they were being guided, or rather, led into something far darker than anything they had faced before. Every step they took, the weight of history pressed down on them, the burden of forgotten empires and buried secrets that no one had dared disturb until now. The map in Derek's hands, which had once been a guide, now felt like a curse. It led them further into the northern wastes, through desolate valleys and dead forests, each step carrying them closer to the truth. But with every piece of the map that was uncovered, Kalen knew they were walking toward an inevitable confrontation, a confrontation with forces far beyond their control. "We're getting closer," Derek said quietly, his voice filled with both awe and dread as he studied the map. "The final piece. The place we need to be. It's not far now." Sarah, walking at Kalen's side, was quiet, her face etched with the same unease that Kalen felt. The magic she had once controlled so freely had been tempered, but it had not disappeared. The very air around them felt alive, crackling with an energy that neither she nor Kalen fully understood. It was a force that drew them in and repelled them in equal measure. "We need to hurry," Kalen said, his voice steady but urgent. "The longer we wait, the stronger whatever is still out there becomes." They pressed on, moving as quickly as they could through the treacherous terrain. The wind howled in their faces, biting through their cloaks as they trudged forward. The landscape had grown increasingly barren, a desert of snow and ice, the remnants of a land long abandoned. Derek paused, his eyes widening. "This is it," he said, his voice trembling. They stopped at the edge of a massive cliff, gazing down into a deep chasm. The air felt thick here, as if the earth itself were holding its breath. Far below, Kalen could see the ruins of a city, long forgotten by the world. The architecture was unlike anything he had ever seen, strange, alien structures that seemed to pulse with an unnatural glow. "This is the place," Derek said, his voice barely a whisper. "The final seal." Kalen looked at the others, his expression hardening. "We're not backing down now. This ends here." The descent into the chasm was perilous, and every step they took felt like they were getting closer to some ancient and terrible truth. The ruins below them seemed to beckon, their broken towers rising like skeletal fingers from the earth. As they reached the bottom, Kalen felt the energy in the air change. It was thicker here, heavier, as if the very ground beneath them was alive with ancient power. He could feel it pressing against his skin, tugging at his mind, threatening to drown him in the weight of its history. The ruins stretched out before them, the remnants of a city that had been long abandoned. But even in its decay, the grandeur of the place was evident. Great stone pillars lined the streets, their surfaces covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift as they approached. The very air seemed to hum with the echoes of an age gone by. Derek led the way, his eyes scanning the walls of the ruins. "The heart of this city. It's here," he said. "The final seal. The source of the power that has been controlling everything." Kalen's grip tightened on his sword as they moved deeper into the city. "And we destroy it? For good." The further they ventured, the darker the atmosphere became. The shadows seemed to stretch longer, and the air grew colder with each step. It wasn't just the cold of the environment, it was the cold of something ancient, something waiting to be awakened. Finally, they reached the center of the city, where a massive structure stood. It was a temple of sorts, its entrance guarded by colossal statues of unknown creatures, their eyes hollow and dark. The stone doors were carved with the same shifting symbols they had seen throughout the ruins. Derek stepped forward, his hand trembling as he placed the map against the door. "This is it," he said. "The final seal is behind these doors. The power that the Emperor sought, the power that has been controlling everything, is sealed within." Kalen nodded. "Then we break it? Whatever it takes." Sarah raised her staff, its glow brighter than ever. "But we need to be careful. We don't know what will happen once the seal is broken." Cassian Thorn stepped forward, his sword ready. "We break it, we fight. Simple as that." With a heavy push, the massive doors creaked open, revealing the inner sanctum of the temple. Inside, a vast chamber stretched before them, its floor covered in strange runes and symbols. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, atop which rested a glowing crystal. The crystal pulsed with dark energy, its light flickering like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised, but before he could reach the pedestal, a voice echoed through the chamber. "You are too late," the voice said, deep and resonant. "The seal is broken. And now, you will face the consequences." Kalen spun around, his heart racing. "Who's there?" From the shadows, a figure stepped forward, a tall, imposing figure cloaked in darkness. Its face was obscured by a hood, but Kalen could feel the power radiating from it. This was no mere man. "You have released me," the figure said, its voice cold and filled with malice. "And now, you will pay the price." Kalen's sword crackled with energy as he took a step forward. "You won't get away with this." The figure raised its hands, and the ground trembled once more. Dark tendrils of energy shot out from the crystal, wrapping around Kalen and his companions. The power of the abyss surged through the chamber, pulling at them with a force that threatened to tear them apart. "We're not done yet," Kalen shouted, his voice fierce with defiance. "We fight until the end." The battle was on. Scroll Chapter 21, The Awakening of the Eternal. The walls of the temple quaked with the pulse of dark energy. The very air vibrated with the power that now flowed freely from the broken seal. Kalen could feel it in every fiber of his being. The force that had once been locked away, buried deep beneath the earth, was now awake and alive. And it was hungry. The figure standing before them, the one who had been awakened by their actions, was no ordinary being. The shadows clung to its form like a cloak, swirling and shifting around it, as though the darkness itself was its essence. "I warned you," the figure's voice echoed through the chamber, deep and resonant. "Now, you will understand the consequences of your actions." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest. His grip on his sword tightened as he faced the being that had emerged from the abyss. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice steady despite the overwhelming power in the room. The figure tilted its head, its eyes glowing with an unnatural, otherworldly light. "I am the Eternal One, the keeper of the darkness that was sealed away by the first emperor. I have watched over this world for eons, waiting for the day when the seal would be broken. And now, that day has come. Sarah, standing beside Kaelin, gripped her staff tightly, the glow of her magic faint but steady. You are the source of all this power, aren't you? You're the one who has been manipulating everything from the shadows. The Eternal One's laugh was like a low, rumbling thunder, filling the chamber with its dark resonance. I have not manipulated anything, Sarah. I have only waited. And now, I am free. Derek, his face pale with fear and awe, stepped forward. You were the one who created the Black Hands, the one who caused all of this chaos. You were behind the Emperor's power. But why? Why did you let it all happen? The Eternal One's eyes glowed brighter, and the shadows around it seemed to surge with power. I did not let it happen. I made it happen. The Emperor was a tool, a means to an end. But now, I have no need for him. I am beyond that. I am eternal. Kaelin's eyes narrowed. You want to destroy everything. You want to bring about an endless darkness, a world ruled by shadows. The Eternal One nodded, its form shifting as though it were made of liquid night. The world has long been blinded by its own light. It has forgotten its true nature. And now, I will remind it. I will bring forth an eternal night, where shadows reign and the world will finally know its true master. A surge of dark energy erupted from the figure, crashing through the room like a tidal wave. Kaelin barely had time to react before he was thrown back by the sheer force of the power. The others were scattered, their bodies crashing against the walls of the chamber as the dark energy swirled around them. Kaelin. Sarah cried out, her voice strained. We need to stop it. We can't let it win. Kaelin pushed himself to his feet, his body aching from the impact, but his resolve only strengthened. We won't. Not while we still have breath in our lungs. He looked at the Eternal One, the embodiment of the abyss, and felt a surge of anger and determination flood his chest. This was it. The final battle. The one that would determine the fate of everything. With a roar, Kaelin charged forward, his sword raised high. The Eternal One's eyes flashed with dark amusement. You think you can stop me? It mocked, its voice like the crash of waves against a cliff. You are nothing. Kaelin's sword slashed through the air, cutting through the swirling darkness that surrounded the Eternal One, but the blade passed through it as though it were nothing more than smoke. The darkness recoiled and then reformed, the shadows swirling around Kaelin like a storm. Your weapons are useless, the Eternal One sneered. You cannot defeat me. I am the darkness. I am the end. But Kaelin didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. He kept moving, his sword flashing through the air, each strike filled with everything he had fought for. his friends, his world. They were depending on him. As he closed the distance between them, Kalen could feel the very essence of the darkness pressing in on him, trying to crush him, to tear him apart. But with each swing of his sword, the darkness seemed to waver, just a little. Just enough for him to press forward. "You are not my master," Kalen growled, his voice filled with defiance. "I won't let you win." The Eternal One's laugh rang out, echoing through the chamber, a sound that shook the very walls. "You cannot win, Kalen. You have already lost." But Kalen didn't listen. He had faced down impossible odds before, and he wouldn't stop now. With one final, decisive strike, Kalen drove his sword deep into the heart of the Eternal One. The dark energy around it crackled and screamed, the very air itself warping as the force of the blow collided with the being's form. The Eternal One screamed, a sound that shook the very foundations of the keep, and the darkness began to collapse in on itself. The figure writhed and twisted, its form flickering in and out of existence, like a candle flame caught in the wind. And then, with a final, deafening roar, the Eternal One was gone. The darkness faded, and the air grew still. For a moment, the world was silent. Kalen fell to his knees, his body exhausted, his sword still glowing faintly. The others slowly made their way to him, their faces filled with a mixture of relief and disbelief. "It's over," Sarah said softly, her voice trembling with emotion. "It's finally over." Kalen nodded, his chest rising and falling with each heavy breath. "For now," he said, his voice hoarse. "But the world will never be the same." As the group stood in the aftermath of the battle, looking out over the ruins of the silent keep, Kalen couldn't help but feel a sense of finality. They had defeated the darkness, but they knew that the world was still fragile, still vulnerable. And they would have to protect it, rebuild it, and make sure that the shadows never returned. For now, though, they had won. And that was enough. Scroll chapter 22, The Last Witness. The wind howled through the empty streets of the ruined city as Kalen Vey stood alone, his eyes scanning the horizon. The battle had been won. The Eternal One, the creature that had been the source of so much darkness and pain, was finally gone. Yet even now, in the stillness of victory, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that the world was not yet safe. The cost had been too great, and the echoes of the past still lingered in the air. The ruins of the silent keep lay behind him, a testament to the immense power that had once held sway over the world. But Kalen knew that the true test was yet to come. The darkness had been driven back, but not eradicated. And the scars left on the world would take far longer to heal. "We did it," Sarah said softly, standing beside him. She had always been the one to keep the group grounded, her quiet strength a steady presence in the chaos that had surrounded them. But even now, Kalen could see the shadows of doubt in her eyes. The magic she had once controlled so easily had been tempered, but it still lingered within her, a constant reminder of what she had almost become. Kalen nodded, though his heart was heavy. "For now." But the cost of this victory? We don't know what it will mean for the world. Sarah placed a hand on his shoulder, offering him a comforting smile. We'll rebuild, Kalen. We've been through worse. Kalen gave a small smile in return, but his thoughts remained clouded. He had fought to protect this world, to save his people, and yet something deep within him felt incomplete. There was a hole, a void, that the destruction of the Eternal One had not filled. We've come a long way, Aaron Duskvale said, stepping up beside them. His expression was unreadable, but Kalen could see the weight of the journey in his eyes. But I think we both know that this fight was only one piece of a much bigger puzzle. Derek Holt, ever the scholar, stood silently behind them, his face pale but resolute. The map we found, he said, it was just the beginning. There are still places, dark places that the Black Hands sought. They were looking for something, Kalen. And I'm afraid they weren't the only ones. Kalen turned to Derek, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. What do you mean? Derek held up the map, now slightly tattered from their journey, the markings still faint but visible. The Black Hands were merely pawns in a larger game. But there's another player in this, one that no one saw coming. Before Kalen could respond, a distant cry echoed through the air, the sound of a woman's voice, filled with pain and desperation. Sarah's eyes widened as the cry echoed again, more faint but unmistakable. Kalen, she whispered, her face pale. It's her. Kalen turned sharply, his heart skipping a beat. The voice was familiar. It was the voice of someone he had never thought he'd hear again. The last person he ever expected to be caught in this web of darkness. Sarah. Kalen shouted, his voice filled with urgency. We have to go, now. The group wasted no time, their steps quick and determined as they rushed toward the source of the cry. They moved through the ruins, navigating the twisted remnants of what had once been a thriving city, but now lay in rubble. The streets were silent, save for the whispers of the wind, but Kalen's mind raced as he thought of the implications of what they had heard. Who could be calling out in such agony? They reached the edge of the ruins, where a large stone structure stood, its walls cracked and crumbling under the weight of time. The cry had come from within. Without hesitation, Kalen pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the walls were lined with strange marking symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light. The room was large, filled with relics of the past, but it was the figure at the far end that drew their attention. A woman stood at the center of the room, her back to them. She was dressed in tattered robes, her hair wild and unkempt. She turned slowly, and Kalen's breath caught in his throat. It was Lyanna. Her eyes were wide with fear and pain, but there was something else in her gaze. A darkness that had not been there before. The magic that had once been dormant inside her was now a living, breathing entity, swirling around her like a storm. Lyanna, Kalen said, his voice hoarse. What happened? How are you? Kalen, she whispered, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. But it's too late. It's already begun. Kalen stepped forward, his heart heavy with the weight of her words. What's begun? The shadows around Lyanna shifted, growing darker, twisting like serpents. The darkness, it's awake. The empire may have fallen, but its power still lives. And I've become its vessel. No, Kalen whispered, shaking his head. You can't be. Lyanna's eyes met his, and for a moment, he saw the woman he had once known, the woman who had fought beside him, who had shared his dreams of a better world. But the woman who stood before him now was not the same. The Emperor may be gone, she continued, her voice hollow, but the power of Veloria is eternal. And I have become the last witness to its return. The ground trembled as the shadows around Lyanna grew stronger, the power within her swirling like a storm. Kalen could feel it, the pull of the darkness that had consumed her. But there was something else, something deeper, an ancient power that had been sealed away long ago, one that had waited for the right moment to awaken. No, Kalen said, his voice desperate. You're not the vessel. You're still you. You can fight this. Lyanna shook her head, tears streaming down her face. It's too late, Kalen. The darkness is inside me. And now it's inside you, too. Before Kalen could respond, the room erupted in a burst of energy, the very walls of the chamber shaking as if the earth itself was breaking apart. Lyanna's form shimmered, her body twisting and contorting as the darkness consumed her. Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing with magic, her voice steady. We can help her, Kalen. We can save her. Kalen nodded, but doubt clouded his thoughts. Could they really save her? Or was Lyanna already lost to the shadows? The darkness surged once more, pulling Lyanna toward it, as if she were being drawn into the heart of the storm. Kalen could feel the very magic of the world trembling beneath him. Kalen, we have to act now. Sarah cried. Before it's too late. Kalen's heart raced as he looked at Lyanna, the woman who had once stood by his side, now swallowed by the darkness. This was not just a fight for the world, this was a fight for the soul of someone he loved. With a final, desperate cry, Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised high. We will save you, Lyanna. I promise. Scroll Chapter 23, The Price of Salvation. Kalen Vay stood at the edge of the precipice, staring down into the abyss. The darkness below swirled and churned, like a living, breathing entity. Above, the sky was a dull, oppressive gray, reflecting the hopelessness he felt deep in his chest. The air was thick with magic, with the scent of ancient power that was both familiar and terrifying. His sword was still in his hand, though its glow had faded with the rising darkness. The fight was far from over. Lioness transformation had taken them all by surprise. She had been a symbol of hope, a warrior in the rebellion, a woman who fought beside him when the empire was still in power. Now, she was a vessel for something far darker, the last echo of the empire that had once ruled over everything. And that darkness was spreading, reaching out to consume the very fabric of the world. Kalen, Sarah's voice broke through the silence. She was standing beside him, her face etched with concern. We have to act. We can't let her fall to this. Kalen turned to her, his expression filled with a mixture of pain and resolve. I know. But how do we stop something like this? The darkness inside her, it's too strong. Sarah's eyes darkened, and for the first time, Kalen saw the weight of their situation reflected in her gaze. We find the heart of the power. We sever the connection. The seal was broken, but the magic isn't gone. We can still stop this. Cassian Thorne stepped forward, his voice steady and firm. We fight until the last breath. Lyanna fought beside us. She wouldn't want to be turned into this thing. We save her, or we die trying. Kalen nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of their mission. We can't afford to fail. We've already lost too much. Derek Holt, still holding the map that had guided them to this cursed place, looked up from his journal. The power is coming from deep within the city's heart. The center of the empire, the source of everything. We have to destroy it. We have to sever the magic once and for all. Where is it? Kalen demanded, his voice low but resolute. Below us, Derek said, his finger tracing the map. There's a hidden chamber beneath the city. It was sealed away centuries ago, before the fall of the empire. It holds the last remnants of the magic that created the Black Hands and the eternal darkness that has plagued this world. Kalen's eyes darkened. Then let's go. Descent into darkness. They made their way through the ruined streets, moving with purpose and urgency. The world around them seemed to crumble with every step they took, the ancient city groaning as if it were protesting their intrusion. The very ground beneath them seemed to shift, as though the city was alive, aware of their presence, and angry at their interference. The dark magic that had once been locked away was now seeping into everything: the walls, the air, the very ground they walked on. Kalen could feel it pressing against him, pulling at his mind, trying to break through his defenses. It was the same feeling he had felt when he first entered the keep, the sensation that something far greater than he could comprehend was waiting for him. And now, he had to face it head on. As they reached the entrance to the hidden chamber, Kalen hesitated. The door was massive, a towering structure of stone and dark iron, covered in ancient runes that seemed to pulse with life. The magic that radiated from it was almost overwhelming, and Kalen could feel the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. This is it, Derek said, his voice barely above a whisper. The heart of it all. Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing with power. We break the seal, and we destroy what's inside. But we must be careful. The magic here is unstable. Kalen nodded, his hand tightening around his sword. We don't have much time. With a mighty heave, Kalen pushed against the door, and with a groan of ancient hinges, it creaked open. The chamber beyond was vast, its walls lined with strange symbols and statues that seemed to watch them as they entered. At the center of the room was a massive stone pedestal, atop which rested a glowing crystal, the source of the power that had corrupted everything. The heart of darkness. Kalen felt a wave of nausea hit him as he stepped forward. The crystal pulsed with dark energy, and the air around it seemed to shimmer with a malevolent force. He could feel it, the power of the ancient empire, the power that had been sealed away to protect the world. And now it was free. And it was hungry. We need to destroy it, Kalen said, his voice grim. Sarah stepped forward, her staff raised, the light from it shining brightly in the dark room. We need to sever the connection. If we destroy the crystal without doing that, we risk unleashing its full power. Derek pulled out a series of ancient scrolls, his eyes scanning the text quickly. The ritual to sever the connection is complex. It requires us to focus the magic in the right way, or else we'll make things worse. Kalen glanced at Sarah. Do you think you can do it? Sarah nodded, though her expression was filled with doubt. I'll need your help. All of you. This magic is beyond anything we've faced before. Kalen nodded. We'll do whatever it takes. The group moved into position, standing in a circle around the pedestal. Sarah raised her staff, her magic shimmering in the air, and began to chant in a language Kalen didn't understand. The crystal began to pulse faster, its energy growing stronger, the very air around them vibrating with its power. Stay focused, Kalen said, his voice steady. We can do this. But just as Sarah's chant reached a fever pitch, the ground beneath them trembled once more. The air grew thick with darkness, and Kalen felt the shadows closing in. A voice, low and menacing, whispered in his ear. You cannot stop me, it hissed. I am eternal. I have always been here. And you will never erase me. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. We will stop you. We have to. Suddenly, the crystal exploded with light, sending a shock wave through the room. The magic surged, tearing through the chamber with such force that Kalen was thrown off his feet. The walls cracked, the ceiling buckled, and the ground beneath them began to crumble. We have to finish this. Kalen shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Now. Sarah's voice was strained, but she kept chanting, her magic glowing brighter with each passing second. I can't. It's too powerful. We need more time. Kalen stood, his body aching from the force of the explosion, but his resolve unshaken. We don't have time. With a final, desperate push, Kalen lunged forward, his sword raised high, and drove it into the heart of the crystal. Scroll Chapter 23, The Last Breath of the Empire. The light from the shattered crystal filled the room, a blinding flash that threatened to consume everything in its path. Kalen's sword was still embedded in the heart of the crystal, its glow fading slowly as the energy within it began to dissipate. The ground beneath them trembled, and the air was thick with magic, raw, untamed, and terrifying. Kalen staggered back, the force of the crystal's magic still rippling through him. He felt as though the world was shifting around him, the very fabric of reality warping in response to the destruction of the source of all the power that had plagued this world. Is it over? Sarah's voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of the question that hung in the air. Her staff was glowing faintly, but even her magic seemed to be struggling to maintain its form in the wake of the chaos they had unleashed. Kalen took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest as he turned to face his companions. "I think so," he said, though there was a note of uncertainty in his voice. "But I can't be sure. We've only just begun to understand what we've been dealing with." Derek Holt, still clutching his journal, stepped forward, his face pale with fear and exhaustion. "The power from the crystal. It's not gone. It's just been displaced. The darkness is still here, lurking beneath the surface. It hasn't disappeared, not yet." Kalen's eyes narrowed. "Then we stop it? Once and for all." Cassian Thorne stepped forward, his sword still drawn. "We've come too far to back down now. Whatever this darkness is, we'll face it." As they stood together in the aftermath of the battle, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the edge of something much larger than any of them had anticipated. The power they had just destroyed, the heart of darkness, was only one part of the puzzle, and Kalen knew there was still so much more they didn't understand. They had taken down the Emperor, but his influence still lingered in the shadows, and whatever evil he had unleashed was far from finished. The ground beneath them shook again, this time with greater intensity. The walls of the temple seemed to groan in protest, and the floor cracked beneath their feet. Kalen's heart raced as he looked around. Something was coming, something powerful, and it was too late to stop it now. The darkness swirled around them like a storm, tendrils of shadow reaching out to claw at their minds, their souls. Kalen felt the pressure of it, the weight of the ancient power that had been unleashed, but he stood firm. He would not let this world fall. Not again. "This is it," Kalen said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "This is the final test." Before anyone could respond, the air grew thick with energy, and a voice deep and resonant filled the chamber. "You think you can stop me?" The voice echoed through the room, sending chills down Kalen's spine. "You are nothing but insects, scurrying around in the ruins of a dead empire. I am the last of my kind, the true heir to the power of Veloria. And now, I shall reclaim what is mine." Kalen's breath caught in his throat as the figure materialized from the shadows. It was a man, tall and imposing, his features obscured by a dark hood, but his presence was unmistakable. The Emperor, or at least, what was left of him. How? Kalen whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. You died. You were sealed away. The figure laughed, a cold, cruel sound that reverberated through the chamber. You think I was ever truly dead? You think you destroyed me? I am the heart of Veloria. The darkness that once ruled this world cannot be destroyed. It is eternal. Kalen's sword crackled with energy, and he took a step forward. You're wrong. This ends now. The figure tilted his head, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. You think you can defeat me again? The power of the Empire flows through my veins. And now, I will make the world bow before me once more. Kalen stood tall, his sword raised. We've stopped you once. We'll stop you again. The final confrontation. The figure raised his hand, and the shadows around him surged forward, twisting and writhing like a living thing. Kalen barely had time to react as the tendrils of darkness shot toward him, crashing against his shield of light with a force that threatened to tear him apart. The power of the Emperor, or whatever he had become, was unlike anything Kalen had ever felt before. The shadows burned with an intensity that left him gasping for breath. Kalen! Sarah cried, her staff glowing brightly as she summoned a protective barrier around them. We need to weaken him. Together. Cashin Thorn leaped forward, his sword raised high, but the figure simply raised his hand, and Cashin was thrown back, crashing against the stone wall. Aaron Duskveil darted in, his daggers flashing, but even his speed couldn't keep up with the sheer power of the Emperor's magic. The darkness consumed him, knocking him to the ground. Kalen's mind raced. This wasn't just a fight of strength. It was a battle of wills, a contest between the light and the darkness that had shaped this world for centuries. He could feel the darkness creeping into his thoughts, trying to turn him, to break his resolve. You are weak, the figure taunted, his voice dripping with venom. You think you can save this world? You can't even save yourselves. Kalen's chest tightened as the shadows reached for him, pulling at his very soul. But he couldn't give in. He had fought too hard, lost too much, to let this darkness consume him. He had come this far. He would not back down. With a final, desperate shout, Kalen plunged his sword into the heart of the darkness, channeling everything he had into the strike. The ground shook, the air crackled with energy, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The figure screamed, a sound filled with rage and despair, as the darkness around him began to unravel. The shadows writhed and twisted, trying to fight back, but it was no use. Kalen's sword pierced the heart of the darkness, shattering the Emperor's form, and with one final burst of light, the darkness was gone. Kalen fell to his knees, gasping for breath as the power that had consumed him faded. The world around him was silent, still. The darkness had been driven back, but at what cost? Scroll chapter 24, The Veil of the Forgotten. The aftermath of the battle was eerily quiet. Calmvoice stood at the heart of the ruins, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand, its blade faintly glowing from the last remnants of energy that had coursed through it. The weight of the battle, of everything they had just fought for, hung heavy in the air. The sky above was grey, as if the world itself was mourning what had been lost. Behind him, the shattered remnants of the silent keep lay in ruins, the once imposing fortress now reduced to rubble. The last traces of the darkness that had consumed the world for centuries were dissipating, but Callan knew that their victory came with a price, one that would be paid for far beyond what they could imagine. His companions were scattered around him, all of them shaken, exhausted, but alive. They had won, but Callan could feel the pull of something deeper, something still unfinished. Sarah stood beside him, her staff glowing faintly, the light from it almost a lifeline in the dim world around them. Her face was tired, but there was still a spark of determination in her eyes. "Is it truly over?" she asked quietly, her voice betraying the uncertainty she felt. "We've destroyed the heart of darkness, but I can still feel its presence. It's like it's lingering in the air, waiting to come back." Callan turned to her, his expression hardening. "It's not over yet, Sarah. The power we destroyed was only one part of the whole. The darkness is still out there, and it will always be a threat to the world. But what do we do now?" Aaron Duskville's voice broke through the silence, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon as if expecting something to appear from the shadows. "We've faced the Emperor and the Heart of Darkness. We've destroyed them, but the world is still broken." Callan's heart weighed heavy in his chest as he looked at the broken city around them. The world is broken, yes. But we can rebuild. We have to. Derek Holt, who had been quietly studying the map once more, looked up. "There's more," he said, his voice quiet but filled with urgency. "This map we've been following, it's not the only one. The Black Hands weren't the only ones seeking power. There are others, ones that have been hidden away for centuries." Callan's brow furrowed. "What are you talking about?" "The map led us here," Derek said, his eyes scanning the ancient scrolls, "but there are other places, places that hold secrets far darker than what we've encountered. The Black Hands, the Emperor, they were only pieces of a much larger puzzle. And this, the Heart of Darkness, was only the beginning." The words hung heavy in the air, settling over them like a cold shroud. The victory they had fought for, the peace they had hoped for, was fleeting. There was still something far worse lurking in the shadows. Callan stepped forward, his resolve firming. "We'll find it. Whatever it is, we'll stop it. We're not done yet." Sarah's eyes narrowed. "Where do we start?" Derek unrolled the map, the ancient symbols lighting up as if reacting to the energy in the room. There's a place, hidden in the northern wastes. It's called the Vale of the Forgotten. It's a place of immense power, a place where the first emperors sealed away the last remnants of the ancient magic that gave them control over the world. Kalen's gaze hardened. The Vale of the Forgotten. Derek nodded. It's a fortress, but not like any we've encountered. It's hidden in plain sight, a place that no one can find unless they know what they're looking for. The Black Hands were searching for it, but they never found it. But the power that remains there is enough to destroy everything. Cassian Thorne's eyes narrowed. And what's stopping us from finding it? Derek's expression darkened. The Vale of the Forgotten isn't just a place. It's a trap. A prison, built to contain the greatest of all evils. If we open it, we risk unleashing the very thing that could end the world. We have no choice, Kalen said, his voice filled with grim determination. If the power that remains there is as dangerous as you say, then we have to find it before anyone else does. Sarah stepped forward, her voice steady. Then let's go. We've come this far. We'll face whatever it is together. Kalen turned to her, his heart heavy with the weight of their journey. We'll face it, but this won't be easy. We'll need to be ready for whatever we find. The group gathered their gear, preparing for the journey ahead. The road to the Vale of the Forgotten would take them deep into the northern wastes, a land of ice and storm, where few had ever ventured and even fewer had returned. The darkness that awaited them there was unlike anything they had faced before. As they set out, Kalen's mind raced. The power they had destroyed in the keep was nothing compared to what lay ahead. The Vale of the Forgotten was a place of unimaginable magic, a place where the last remnants of the ancient empire had been sealed away for a reason. And now, they were heading straight into its heart. The path to the Forgotten. The journey was long and grueling. The northern wastes were unforgiving, a frozen expanse of jagged mountains and endless blizzards. The air was thin, biting at their skin, and the wind howled like a living thing. The world around them felt desolate, as if they had crossed into a realm untouched by time. Every step felt like a battle, not just against the environment but against the weight of the past. Kalen's mind kept returning to the words of the Eternal One that they were destined to face something worse, something far more ancient than the forces they had already fought. It haunted him, gnawing at him as they pressed forward into the wasteland. Kalen, Sarah said one night as they made camp, her voice quiet in the stillness of the frozen world. Do you ever wonder if it's all worth it? Kalen sat by the fire, staring into the flames. What do you mean? The fight. The constant battle. We've lost so much. And we still don't know what we're truly up against. Every time we defeat one enemy, another one rises to take its place. Kalen's heart tightened. I know. But we can't stop. If we stop, we lose. Everything we've fought for will be for nothing. Sarah nodded, though there was a sadness in her eyes. I wish I could believe that it will all be worth it in the end. Kalen looked at her, his expression softening. It will be. We've already made a difference. We've stopped the Empire from coming back. And we'll stop whatever is left. We will save this world. The final gate. After what seemed like endless days of traveling through the snow and ice, they finally reached the heart of the northern wastes. The Vale of the Forgotten stood before them, a massive, towering structure of ancient stone, half buried beneath layers of ice and snow. It was like a mountain, its peaks shrouded in mist, its walls covered in runes that pulsed with dark energy. The magic that had once been contained here was still alive, and as Kalen approached, he felt the weight of it pressing against him, pulling at his very soul. This is it, Derek said, his voice trembling. The final seal. Whatever is inside, it's more than we can handle. Kalen looked up at the massive gate, his grip tightening on his sword. We've come this far. We're not turning back now. He stepped forward, pushing the gate open with all his strength, and the world seemed to hold its breath as they crossed the threshold into the heart of the Vale of the Forgotten. Inside, the air was thick with magic, and the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. Kalen's sword crackled with energy as he raised it, but the darkness around them was unlike anything they had faced. It was older, deeper, a force that seemed to resist their very presence. And in the center of the chamber, Kalen saw it, a glowing crystal, its surface covered in runes that shimmered with an eerie light. It was the heart of the power that had shaped the world. The key to the ancient empire. The final seal. And they were here to destroy it. Scroll chapter 25, The Last Seal. The chamber inside the Vale of the Forgotten was vast, more cavern than temple, and filled with an ominous presence. As Kalen stepped deeper into the heart of the ancient place, the air grew colder, thicker, as if the weight of the centuries pressed in on them all. The runes carved into the walls glowed faintly, casting twisted shadows that danced eerily around the group. Kalen's sword hummed with a quiet, steady pulse, still holding the power of the heart of darkness, but the energy around him felt alien, hostile, as if the very ground beneath their feet was watching them, waiting for them to make their move. The final seal, the source of all the ancient power, the force that had shaped the rise and fall of empires, stood before them. At the center of the chamber was the massive pedestal. Upon it rested the object of their quest, a crystal, its surface reflecting dark and eerie light, etched with symbols that shifted as if they had a life of their own. The crystal pulsed with magic, raw, ancient, and terrifying, and Kalen could feel the power it contained, seeping into his bones, twisting his thoughts. It was a power beyond anything he had ever encountered. This is it, Sarah said softly, her voice trembling. The heart of everything. The power that's been controlling us all. Kalen's eyes never left the crystal. He had fought through unimaginable odds to reach this point, and yet, standing in front of this, he felt small, insignificant in the face of the forces that had been controlling the fate of the world for so long. Derek stepped forward, his eyes scanning the symbols on the crystal. The final seal. If we break this, it could destroy everything. The magic it holds is beyond anything we can imagine. But it's the only way, Kalen said, his voice cold with determination. This power has been controlling everything, and we can't let it consume the world again. Cassian Thorn moved to stand beside him, his sword in hand. We've come this far. We can't back down now. Aaron Duskvale, ever silent, nodded, his gaze locked on the crystal. But how do we destroy it? How do we break the final seal? Before Kalen could respond, the room around them began to shift. The air seemed to thicken, and a low hum filled the chamber, growing louder with each passing second. The crystal began to glow brighter, its power surging in waves. And then, from the shadows, a figure emerged tall, imposing, and draped in black robes. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but its presence was unmistakable. Kalen's heart stopped. "You," he said, his voice barely a whisper. The figure stepped forward, and Kalen could see a faint outline of the face beneath the hood. It was a face he knew all too well. A face from his past, a face he had once called a friend. But that friendship had been shattered long ago. "Lyanna," Kalen whispered. The figure smiled, a smile that sent a chill down his spine. "Kalen Vey. You should have stayed away. The forces you have unleashed are beyond your control. You were never meant to defeat me." "Lyanna, what happened?" Kalen asked, stepping forward. "You were one of us. You fought beside us. You were never meant to be part of this darkness." Lyanna's laugh was low, mocking. "I was always part of this, Kalen. I've always known my purpose. You think you can save the world from this? You think you can stop me?" Kalen took a step back, his heart heavy with the weight of her words. "You're not yourself, Lyanna. This darkness, it's not you. You can fight it. We can help you." Lyanna's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, her voice dark and filled with power. "Help me. There's nothing left of me to save. I am the darkness now. The same darkness you unleashed when you broke the seal. You can never undo what's been done." The air in the chamber thickened again, the shadows twisting and swirling around them. Lyanna raised her hand, and a wave of dark energy shot toward them, sending them sprawling to the ground. Kalen barely managed to keep his grip on his sword as the force of the attack knocked him back. "This is it," Lyanna said, her voice cold and filled with finality. "You can't stop me now. You've awakened what was meant to remain sealed. And now, I will take my place as the ruler of this world. You've all played your part. And now, you will be erased. Kalen gritted his teeth, struggling to his feet. We've come too far to fail now. We're not giving up. The group rose as one, weapons drawn, ready for whatever was to come. Lioness' form shifted in the shadows, becoming a more formidable, dark version of herself, empowered by the magic she had absorbed. But Kalen refused to back down. He couldn't. Not now. We're not fighting you, Lioness, Sarah called, her voice steady despite the overwhelming odds. We're fighting the darkness that controls you. Lioness sneered. There is no darkness controlling me. I am the darkness. Suddenly, the chamber trembled once more. The crystal at the center of the room began to pulse faster, the magic intensifying as the final seal began to break apart. The ground shook beneath their feet, and Kalen could feel the very air around him growing heavy with the weight of the magic that was being unleashed. We have to act, Kalen said, his voice urgent. Now or never. He charged forward, his sword raised, but Lioness was faster. She raised her hand again, and tendrils of shadow shot toward him, wrapping around his body, pulling him to the ground. The darkness seemed to seep into his skin, trying to drain the life from him, to control his very soul. But Kalen refused to give in. With a roar, he broke free from the tendrils, his sword glowing with the power he had gained from the heart of darkness. He swung it with all his might, striking at the heart of the crystal, trying to sever the connection. As the crystal cracked and shattered, a burst of energy erupted from the pedestal, sending shock waves through the room. The shadows around Lioness recoiled, but the darkness was not gone. You cannot defeat me, Lioness hissed, her form flickering in the shadows. We're not trying to defeat you, Kalen said, his voice filled with pain and determination. We're trying to save you. With one final strike, Kalen's sword cut through the crystal, and the world seemed to explode with light. The darkness that had consumed everything began to unravel, the tendrils of shadow retreating back into the abyss from which they came. And as the power of the crystal faded, so did the grip the darkness had on Lioness. For a moment, the world was still. Kalen approached her cautiously, his sword still in hand. Lioness' eyes were no longer glowing with the malevolent energy that had consumed her. She looked lost, confused, as though waking from a nightmare. Lioness. Kalen whispered, his voice filled with relief and sadness. She looked up at him, her expression broken. Kalen. I don't know what happened. I don't remember. Kalen's heart ached as he reached out to her. You're free now. The darkness is gone. Lioness looked down at the shattered crystal, her face filled with sorrow. I almost destroyed everything. I almost became the thing I swore to fight. Kalen placed a hand on her shoulder. You didn't. You're still you. And we're going to rebuild this world together. You're not alone. Scroll Chapter 26, The Light Beyond the Darkness. The ruins of the silent keep still lay behind them, its crumbling walls standing as a stark reminder of the power that had once held the world in its grasp. Calmvoice stood on the precipice, looking back at the place that had been both their greatest victory and their most bitter loss. The darkness that had consumed it was gone, but the world was far from healed. The echoes of battle, the weight of the lives lost, and the constant threat of the darkness returning hung heavily on his mind. He had destroyed the heart of darkness, but the forces that had fueled it still lingered like shadows in the corners of his thoughts. There was still so much to be done. Beside him, Sarah Wynne stood silently, her gaze distant. The power she had once wielded, the same power that had nearly consumed her, was now a faint echo, but she still felt its pull. Her magic had been tempered, yet she knew it could always return, always be rekindled. "We've done it," Sarah said softly, her voice carrying the weight of both relief and sorrow. "The darkness is gone. For now." Callan turned to her, his expression weary but resolute. "For now. But there's still more to be done. The world we fought to protect. It's not the same anymore. The veil of peace we sought is fragile. I can feel it, Sarah. The shadow of what we destroyed is still out there." Sarah nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "The Black Hands may be gone, but their influence lingers. And the powers we've unleashed, they aren't gone either. We can't rest just yet." Callan's mind raced. The journey had cost them more than they could ever have imagined. But it wasn't just about stopping one dark force. It was about protecting the future, ensuring that the mistakes of the past didn't repeat themselves. Derek Holt, ever the scholar, stepped forward, his eyes scanning the horizon. The final seal was broken. "But Callan, there's something I've been piecing together. The Black Hands were just a shadow. The true force behind everything, the one that guided them, still exists. And it's more ancient, more dangerous than we realized." Callan's gaze sharpened. "What are you saying, Derek?" Derek's voice was low, filled with a quiet fear. "I've been looking through the maps, the ancient texts we recovered. And there's one thing I've found that ties everything together. The last of the old empire, the first emperor, he didn't just create the Black Hands. He created something much worse. A force that binds the world together, a magic that has been hidden away for centuries." The air around them seemed to grow heavier as Derek continued. "The magic was never fully destroyed. It's still out there, waiting. And it's the key to everything. To the power that we thought we had sealed away." Callan's heart sank. "You mean to tell me that everything we've done, everything we've fought for, was just a small part of something far bigger? Something we didn't even know existed?" Derek nodded gravely. "Exactly. The Emperor's power, the Black Hands, even the heart of darkness. They were all part of this greater force. The magic that binds the world, the very source of its creation, has been hidden away in places we can't even imagine. But it's awakening, and it's reaching out. Kalen clenched his fists. And if we don't stop it, we're all doomed. Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly with residual magic. Where do we even begin? How do we fight something that is so much older than the Black Hands? Derek hesitated, his eyes darkened with the weight of the truth he was about to reveal. There is one place. A place hidden from the world, protected by the very force that the Emperor sought to control. A place where the magic is strongest. It's called the heart of the world. It's where everything began and it's where the power will end. Kalen's breath caught in his throat. The heart of the world. I've heard of it, but it's nothing but legend. Derek shook his head. It's not a legend. It's real. And it's the key to everything. If we can find it, we can stop this force from consuming the world. But it's not easy to reach. The path to the heart of the world is hidden, protected by the very magic we seek to destroy. Kalen's mind raced as he processed the information. The heart of the world. It sounded like the final piece of the puzzle they had been trying to solve. But there was one thing that troubled him: the force they were chasing wasn't just a dark magic. It was a force that had been there since the beginning of time itself, a power that had shaped the world from its very creation. We have to go there, Kalen said, his voice filled with determination. If this is the only way to stop what we started, then we don't have a choice. The road to the heart. The journey to the heart of the world would take them through the wildest, most dangerous terrain they had ever faced. The northern wastes had been only the beginning. Kalen had faced battles before, but this was something different. They would travel through forgotten lands, places that no one had set foot in for centuries. And at the end of the road lay the final confrontation, the last chance to save the world. The journey was grueling, filled with peril at every turn. They crossed deserts of ash, braved ancient forests filled with creatures that had not been seen in generations, and scaled mountains that seemed to pierce the very sky. Every step took them closer to the heart of the world, but also closer to the forces that sought to tear it apart. Each day, Kalen felt the weight of their mission more deeply. The power they sought to destroy was not just a force of magic. It was a force of nature, a force that had shaped the very world they inhabited. And if they didn't stop it, if they didn't reach the heart of the world in time, the world would fall not into darkness, but into something far worse. They fought through everything: storms, beasts, and shadows that seemed to stalk them from the corners of the earth. But Kalen's resolve never wavered. He would see this through, for the world, for his companions, and for Sarah. I'll do whatever it takes, Kalen muttered to himself one night, as he stared into the fire. We have to stop this. There's no other choice. Sarah looked at him, her face softening with understanding. I know. We'll do it together. Whatever happens, we're in this together. Cassian Thorn grinned, his usual cocky demeanor intact. That's right. No one's backing down now. Kalen nodded, turning his gaze back toward the distant horizon. The heart of the world was waiting. And he would face whatever it took to stop the darkness once and for all. The final trial. After weeks of travel, they reached the outskirts of the heart's domain. The land before them was barren, a desolate wasteland that stretched endlessly in all directions. But in the distance, they could see it, a massive structure, towering and ancient, its stone walls covered in runes that glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. Derek stepped forward, his eyes wide with awe. This is it? The heart of the world. It's even more powerful than I imagined. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as they moved closer. He could feel the weight of what was ahead of them. This was it. The final trial. The final test. Whatever happens, Kalen said, his voice steady but filled with resolve. We do this together. With one last look at his companions, Kalen stepped forward, and the world seemed to shift beneath him. Scroll chapter 26, The Heart of the World. The journey to the heart of the world had taken Kalen and his companions through the harshest of landscapes. The northern wastes had been nothing compared to the ancient lands that lay before them now. The air had grown colder, the ground beneath their feet barren and cracked, as though the very life of the world had been drained away. Kalen could feel the weight of the final trial bearing down on him, and with each step, the oppressive silence around them grew louder. The heart of the world, the source of all the ancient magic that had shaped the rise and fall of the empire, awaited them. The ruins of the heart were massive, its structure towering like an ancient, forgotten god. The stones seemed to hum with power, a faint vibration that Kalen could feel in his bones. The runes that covered the walls pulsed faintly, as if reacting to their presence. It was as though they had crossed into another world entirely, a world that had been sealed off for eons, waiting for them. This is it, Sarah said quietly, her voice filled with awe. The heart of the world. The source of everything. Kalen nodded, though his mind was focused on the task ahead. We can't let this power consume the world. We destroy it here and now. But even as he spoke, Kalen could feel the power of the heart pulling at him. The very air seemed to thrum with dark energy, a force that threatened to overwhelm his senses. The darkness that had been unleashed from the keep still lingered in the depths of his mind, a constant presence that whispered to him, urging him to give in. Kalen, we can't be sure what we're dealing with here, Derek Holt said, his voice tense. This place is unlike anything we've encountered before. It's ancient, and the magic here, it's powerful beyond comprehension. I know, Kalen replied, his voice steady. But we have no choice. If we don't stop it now, it will consume everything. The group moved forward, their footsteps echoing through the vast chamber. The air grew thicker with each step, as though the very walls were closing in on them. They reached the center of the chamber, where the heart of the world sat atop a pedestal of stone. The crystal at the heart of the pedestal was glowing brightly, pulsing with an energy that made the room vibrate with power. "That's it," Aaron Duskvale said, his voice filled with dread. "That's what we've been searching for." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as he stepped forward, drawn to the crystal. The energy radiating from it was palpable, the magic so thick that it almost felt like a physical force, pushing against his mind. The crystal itself seemed to be alive, its surface shifting and pulsing as if it had a will of its own. "We need to destroy it," Sarah said, her voice tense. "We need to sever the connection once and for all." Kalen nodded, but his mind was racing. He could feel the pull of the heart, a magnetic force that threatened to overwhelm his thoughts, to bend him to its will. The magic was ancient, older than anything they had faced before. It was the root of the darkness that had consumed the world, and it had to be destroyed. But as Kalen approached the pedestal, he felt a presence, a cold, overwhelming force that seemed to wrap around him. The ground trembled, and a voice echoed through his mind. "You think you can destroy me?" The voice boomed, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You cannot destroy what is eternal." Kalen froze, his sword raised, but his body trembling with the weight of the voice. It was the voice of the heart itself, the voice of the power that had shaped the empire. "You cannot escape me," the voice continued, its tone mocking. "I am the source of everything, the power that built the world, the power that destroyed it. You cannot fight me. You cannot defeat me." Kalen's thoughts were a blur as the voice filled his mind, urging him to give in. He could feel the darkness creeping into his soul, threatening to swallow him whole. But he had come this far, and he would not let it consume him. "I won't let you win," Kalen whispered, his voice shaky but firm. The heart's power surged in response, and the crystal on the pedestal began to glow brighter. The walls of the chamber trembled, and the very air seemed to warp and bend with the force of the magic. Sarah stepped forward, raising her staff. "Kalen, focus. We have to sever the connection. This is the only way to stop it." Kalen nodded, his grip tightening around his sword. He couldn't let the heart win. He couldn't let the darkness consume the world again. With one final surge of will, he pushed forward, his sword raised, and drove it into the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. The world seemed to hold its breath. And then, with a deafening crack, the crystal shattered, sending a shockwave of energy through the room. The force of the explosion knocked Kalen off his feet, and the chamber seemed to implode around them. The aftermath. Kalen awoke with a start, his head throbbing, his body bruised and battered from the explosion. The air was thick with the scent of burning stone and dust, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. "Kalen." Sarah's voice cut through the haze, soft but urgent. "Kalen, are you all right?" He opened his eyes and saw her standing over him, her face filled with concern. She helped him sit up, and he could see the others nearby, their expressions a mixture of relief and disbelief. "We did it," Sarah said softly. "We destroyed it?" Callan nodded, but his heart was heavy. The room around them was still. The heart of the world was gone, but so much had been lost. The darkness that had plagued the world was gone, but the scars it had left would never fade. "We did it," Callan repeated, though the words felt hollow. "But at what cost?" Sarah placed a hand on his shoulder, offering him the silent comfort they all needed. "We stopped it. And that's enough for now." Callan looked around at his companions. Their faces were filled with weariness, but there was a sense of finality in their eyes. They had faced the greatest threat the world had ever known, and together, they had overcome it. But Callan knew the journey wasn't over. The world was still broken, still fractured by the forces of the past. And though they had destroyed the source of the darkness, the future was still uncertain. There would always be more battles to fight, more struggles to overcome. "We've won," Callan said, standing with the help of his friends. "But there's still work to be done. The world won't fix itself overnight." Sarah smiled faintly. "We'll rebuild. Together." Callan nodded. For the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to believe it. They had won, and for now, that was enough. Scroll chapter 27, The Dawn of a New Era. The ruins of the silent keep loomed behind them, its jagged remnants scattered across the land like the bones of a long-dead titan. The landscape before them stretched endlessly, a vast horizon that held the promise of both renewal and uncertainty. Callan stood at the forefront of his companions, the weight of what they had accomplished heavy on his shoulders, but he knew that the world they had just saved was still on the edge of chaos. The darkness had been driven back, but the scars of the old world were still present, festering beneath the surface, waiting for a chance to rise again. The road ahead would not be easy, and Callan could feel the pull of the unknown as they set foot into the future. "We did it," Sarah said softly beside him, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "But it's not over, is it?" Callan shook his head, his eyes scanning the horizon. "No. It's just the beginning. The world we fought to save is broken. And it will take more than just us to rebuild it." Cassian Thorne, ever the pragmatist, gave a low grunt. "I knew it. No victory comes without a price. We've stopped the Empire's return, but what about everything else? What about the people who've been left behind?" Callan turned to him, his expression grim. "We rebuild. We help those who have been forgotten. We don't let the same mistakes happen again." Derek Holt stepped forward, holding the map that had guided them on their journey. His face was pale, but there was determination in his eyes. "There's something else." Something we still need to find. Kalen raised an eyebrow. What is it, Derek? Derek glanced down at the map, his finger tracing a set of symbols that Kalen hadn't seen before. The map we followed led us to the Vale of the Forgotten, but there's another piece. A place marked only by these symbols, a place that holds the last of the ancient knowledge that the Black Hands were seeking. Where is it? Sarah asked, her voice steady but filled with urgency. What's it going to cost us this time? Derek hesitated. It's in the east, beyond the mountains. It's called the Temple of Lost Light. It's where the first emperor's true power was forged. And if we're to stop the cycle of darkness from repeating, we need to find it. Kalen nodded, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. Then we'll find it? We have to. The journey east. The journey toward the Temple of Lost Light took them through lands that had been untouched by civilization for centuries. The land was wild, untamed, and filled with dangers that had been forgotten by all but the oldest of creatures. They traveled through dense forests, across frozen rivers, and over mountains that seemed to pierce the sky itself. Each step was a reminder of the cost of their journey, but Kalen's resolve never wavered. As they traveled, the group grew closer, bound not just by their shared struggle but by the understanding that their fight was far from over. They had all lost something along the way, but together, they had found something far greater. Their strength lay not just in their swords or their magic, but in their unity. One night, as they camped beneath the stars, Kalen sat by the fire, his thoughts heavy with the future. The light of the flames flickered across his face, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts. He knew what was at stake. If they failed, the darkness would rise again, and the world would fall under its oppressive weight. Sarah sat beside him, her gaze distant as she watched the flames. Do you ever wonder if we're doing the right thing? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Kalen glanced at her, his expression softening. All the time, he admitted. But we don't have a choice. We've made it this far, and we can't stop now. We've lost so much, Sarah said, her eyes filled with the weight of the past. I wonder if it's all worth it. Kalen reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's worth it. Every step, every sacrifice. We're fighting for something bigger than ourselves. And we're not alone. Sarah nodded, her eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. I hope you're right. The Temple of Lost Light. Days turned into weeks as they pressed on, their path growing more treacherous with each passing day. The mountains grew steeper, and the air grew thinner as they ascended into the highlands. But they couldn't afford to slow down. The Temple of Lost Light, the source of the Emperor's power, the place where it all began, was ahead, and they had to reach it before the power within it could be used against them. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached the entrance to the temple. It was hidden deep within a craggy canyon, its massive doors guarded by ancient stone statues of long-forgotten gods. The air around them felt heavy, thick with magic. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with awe. "The power inside. It's unimaginable." Kalen felt the weight of those words. The power within the temple was ancient, far older than anything they had encountered before. It was the key to everything, the last piece of the puzzle. And it was up to them to destroy it. The doors to the temple groaned as they pushed them open, revealing a vast chamber. The walls were lined with murals depicting the rise and fall of the empire, the glory of the emperors, and the devastation they had wrought. At the center of the room stood a massive altar, bathed in a pale, sickly light. "This is where it all began," Derek whispered. "This is where the first emperor's magic was born. The power that controlled the Black Hands." Kalen's sword hummed with energy as he stepped forward, his grip tightening. "Let's end it." But as they approached the altar, a voice echoed through the chamber, a voice so deep and resonant that it shook the very ground beneath them. "You have come," the voice said, its tone both familiar and alien. "But you are too late. The final seal is already in place." Kalen spun, his sword raised, but there was no enemy in sight. Only shadows, shifting and moving as if alive. "Who's there?" he demanded, his voice steady but filled with urgency. A figure materialized from the shadows, tall and imposing, its face obscured by a hood. It was not the Emperor, nor was it the Eternal One. It was something else, something older. "I am the last of the Watchers," the figure said, its voice ancient and filled with power. "The one who has been waiting for you to come." Kalen stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "Waiting for us?" The figure nodded. "You are the last witnesses to the fall of the Empire. The last chance to end this. But you cannot win. The power of the temple is beyond your control." Kalen's heart sank. "You're wrong," he said, his voice filled with determination. "We've come too far to fail." The Watcher raised a hand, and the temple began to shake. "Then face your fate, Kalen Vey. And remember, everything you have done has led to this moment." Scroll Chapter 27, The Heart of the Fallen Empire. The Watcher's presence was overwhelming, like the weight of centuries pressing down on them. His figure loomed before Kalen and his companions, an ancient and imposing silhouette. The chamber around them seemed to grow colder, and the very walls seemed to lean in, listening, waiting for something to happen. Kalen gripped his sword tighter, feeling the crackling tension in the air. The power of the temple, the ancient energy that had shaped the empire, was still alive, and the Watcher was its custodian. Kalen could feel its influence, swirling around him, trying to tug at his mind, to cloud his judgment. But he stood firm, refusing to be swayed. "You've come this far," the Watcher's voice rumbled, his tone calm but filled with an ancient knowing. but you cannot undo what has already been set into motion. The forces you have awakened are beyond your control. Kalen stepped forward, his voice steady but filled with defiance. We'll see about that. The Watcher's cold gaze fixed on Kalen. You think you can stop what has been set into motion? The power of Veloria cannot be undone. It is eternal, and it will consume everything in its path. The room seemed to darken as the Watcher raised his hand, and tendrils of dark energy began to swirl around them, coiling like serpents, ready to strike. Kalen felt a shiver run down his spine. This was the heart of the Empire, the seat of its power, and it was not going to give up without a fight. We have no intention of allowing it to consume us, Kalen said, his voice unwavering. We fight for the world. For everyone who still believes in hope. Cassian Thorn stepped forward, his sword ready. We've been fighting for too long to stop now. We're not going to let this place, or whatever you are, decide our fate. The Watcher's smile was thin, almost sad. Foolish. You cannot fight what you do not understand. The power you seek to destroy is already inside you. The world is on the edge of its final fall. And when it does, it will fall into darkness as it always has. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. The darkness was closing in, but he refused to back down. He had seen it before, this ancient, corrupt power that had shaped the Empire. He had seen what it could do. And he would not let it claim the world again. You're wrong, Kalen said, his voice filled with quiet determination. We are not your puppets. We choose our fate. With a sudden movement, the Watcher raised both arms, and the room shook with the force of his magic. A powerful wave of energy surged toward them, but Kalen was ready. He raised his sword and unleashed the power that had been coursing through him, the magic of the Heart of Darkness. The two forces collided with a blinding flash of light, the ground beneath them shuddering as if the very earth were being torn apart. Kalen felt the power of the Watcher's magic crash against his own, but he pushed back with everything he had. The darkness was strong, but they had come this far. They couldn't lose now. We will fight. Kalen shouted, his voice rising over the sound of the battle. We will fight for the future. Sarah Wynne, standing at Kalen's side, raised her staff, her magic flaring to life. The light from her staff joined with Kalen's, forming a powerful barrier against the Watcher's dark tendrils. The energy surged, clashing in the center of the room, and for a moment, Kalen felt hope surge through him. They could do this. They could end this nightmare. Derek Holt, holding the map they had followed for so long, shouted from the back. The heart of the temple. We have to destroy the source. We can't just fight him, we have to sever the magic. Kalen's heart skipped a beat. The source. The crystal that had pulsed with dark energy, the power that had shaped the world. It had to be destroyed. It was the only way to stop the Watcher, and the power of the fallen empire. "Let's go," Kalen said, his voice filled with renewed urgency. The group pushed forward, fighting against the dark energy that surged toward them. With every step, the pressure around them grew stronger. The room seemed to bend and shift, the very walls warping in response to the Watcher's power. But Kalen and his companions didn't falter. They moved as one, determined to reach the heart of the temple, to end this once and for all. The closer they got to the center, the more intense the energy became. Kalen could feel the power radiating from the crystal, and the force of it was almost suffocating. It felt as though it was calling to him, pulling him in, trying to overwhelm his mind and soul. "Kalen!" Sarah shouted, her voice strained. "It's too strong. We can't fight it forever." Kalen turned to face her, his expression filled with determination. "We don't have forever. We end this now." With a final push, they reached the pedestal where the crystal sat, glowing with an unnatural light. The Watcher's presence was all around them, pressing down on them like a storm. Kalen raised his sword high. "This ends now," he said, his voice filled with finality. He struck the crystal, and the world seemed to explode with light. The force of the magic shattered the room, sending shock waves through the air. Kalen felt the ground beneath him crumble, and for a moment, everything seemed to spin out of control. Then, silence. Kalen opened his eyes, his breath ragged, and looked around. The crystal was gone. The magic had dissipated, leaving only a hollow, empty space. The Watcher was gone, his form disintegrated into the ether, the power he had once wielded vanishing into nothing. The room was silent now, the weight of their victory sinking in. Kalen stood there, his sword still in his hand, but he felt no triumph, only the lingering aftermath of the battle. "Is it over?" Sarah whispered, her voice filled with exhaustion. Kalen nodded slowly, though doubt still lingered in his heart. "For now. But this place. It's still here. The magic of the world is still changing." The final choice. They left the ruined temple behind them, the wind howling through the shattered doors. The sky was clear, the air fresh, but Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, something deep within the world. The battle had been won, but the future was still uncertain. As they made their way back to the camp, Kalen turned to his companions. "We've stopped the darkness. But there will always be more to fight. More to protect." Sarah walked beside him, her eyes filled with understanding. "We've won. But the fight isn't over. It never really ends, does it?" Kalen smiled faintly. "No, I suppose it doesn't." Cassian Thorne, always the realist, clapped him on the back. "But we're still here. That's something worth fighting for." Kalen nodded. "Yes, it is." And as they looked out over the horizon, Kalen knew one thing for certain: the world would never be the same. But together, they would face whatever came next, no matter the cost. Scroll chapter 28, The Echoes of Eternity. The world had changed. Even as Kalen and his companions made their way back from the shattered ruins of the Silent Keep, they couldn't shake the feeling that the battle they had fought was only one chapter in a story that had yet to be fully written. The darkness had been driven back, the power of the ancient empire broken, but Kalen could still feel the pull of something greater, something older than the forces they had just defeated. He walked alongside Sarah, the wind cutting through the landscape as they crossed the desolate plains. The silence between them felt heavier than ever before, but it was not the kind of silence born of peace. It was a silence filled with unanswered questions, with the knowledge that the victory they had achieved was not final. "The darkness is gone," Sarah said softly, breaking the silence. "For now. But it feels like we've only scratched the surface, doesn't it?" Kalen glanced at her, his face filled with a quiet resolve. "I've been thinking the same thing. We won, but the world feels different. As if there's more at play here than we ever realized." Sarah nodded, her eyes scanning the horizon. "Maybe it's not just the forces of darkness that are at play. Maybe it's something in the very fabric of the world itself. We've seen magic beyond our comprehension, forces that were locked away for centuries. I don't think we can ever truly destroy them. We can only contain them." Kalen's heart sank, but he knew she was right. It was a sobering thought, and one that weighed heavily on him. They had taken down the heart of darkness, but there was something deeply unsettling about how easily the power had slipped through their grasp. Derek Holt, still clutching the ancient map they had followed for so long, spoke up. The Black Hands were merely puppets, tools for something far darker, something ancient. They were seeking power, but they didn't understand the forces they were messing with. "I know," Kalen said, his voice filled with frustration. "But now we've freed that power. The heart of darkness is gone, but the magic it released is still out there, still influencing everything." Cassian Thorne, ever the pragmatist, cracked his knuckles, looking at the road ahead. "So what do we do now? We've stopped the worst of it, but we all know this isn't over. The battle's won, but the war's just getting started, right?" "Exactly," Kalen said. "And we'll face it together." As they continued their journey across the plains, Kalen could feel the weight of what lay ahead. The darkness they had fought was not the true enemy. They had merely scratched the surface of a deeper, more ancient force that had been lying dormant for eons, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And now, that moment had come. The road ahead would not be easy. They would face challenges they could never have imagined, and the price of their victory would be steep. But Kalen had fought too hard to turn back now. The world depended on them. The echoes of the past. The group pressed on, moving toward the next destination, the Temple of Lost Light. This was where the next chapter of their journey would unfold. The last piece of the puzzle. Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that everything they had done, every decision they had made, had led them to this point. This temple, buried deep in the mountains to the east, was the key to everything. "We're getting closer," Derek said, his voice filled with a quiet urgency. "The map shows that the temple is just beyond the mountain range. But we have to be prepared. The power that lies within it is beyond anything we've faced so far." Kalen nodded, his grip tightening around his sword. The closer they got to the temple, the stronger the pull of magic became. It was like a heartbeat, faint at first, but growing louder with each passing step. "The Temple of Lost Light," Sarah said softly. "It's a place of unimaginable power. The first emperor sought to harness it, but even he couldn't control it." "I'm not sure we'll be able to control it either," Kalen said, his voice grim. "But we have to try. This is our last chance to stop the ancient magic from destroying the world." As they moved closer to the temple, the world around them seemed to shift. The ground beneath their feet grew uneven, the air thick with the weight of ancient energy. Kalen could feel it pulling at him, trying to break him down, to overwhelm him with the sheer power of the place. But he refused to be broken. He had come too far, fought too hard, to let it end now. They finally reached the entrance of the temple, a massive stone archway that seemed to rise out of the earth itself. The air around it shimmered with an ethereal glow, and the very ground beneath them hummed with energy. The walls of the temple were covered in strange, shifting runes, their meaning unknown but their presence undeniable. The temple was alive with magic, a force that Kalen could feel deep in his bones. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with awe. "The source of the Emperor's power. The last piece." Kalen took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Let's finish this." Into the depths. The inside of the temple was even more magnificent than Kalen could have imagined. The walls were lined with ancient tapestries depicting the rise and fall of the empire, the power struggles, and the bloodshed that had been the foundation of its rule. The air was thick with magic, and the deeper they went, the more oppressive it became. The path led them to a massive chamber at the heart of the temple. At its center stood an altar, its surface covered in strange symbols and glowing with an ethereal light. The air hummed with power, and Kalen could feel the energy emanating from the altar, pulsing with each beat of his heart. But it wasn't the altar that drew Kalen's attention. It was the figure standing before it, draped in dark robes, its face obscured by a hood. The figure stepped forward, and Kalen's heart sank as he recognized the unmistakable presence. "Lyanna," Kalen whispered. The figure's head tilted, and for a moment, Kalen could see the flicker of recognition in its eyes. But then it was gone, replaced by a cold, empty gaze. "Kalen Vey," the figure said, its voice echoing with dark power. "You think you've won. But you are too late. The power of the Empire is mine. And now, I will rule this world." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. You're wrong. We won't let you do this. Lioness' form flickered, and in an instant, her appearance shifted. Her once beautiful face was now twisted, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light, and her body surrounded by tendrils of dark energy. The power that had consumed her was too strong to fight. But Kalen refused to give in. Lioness! He shouted. Fight it? This isn't you. You're still in there. The figure smiled, but it was a cruel, empty smile. There is no Lioness anymore. Only the power of the Empire remains. And now, I will bring forth the darkness. The world will fall to me, just as it was always meant to. Kalen's heart twisted with grief, but his resolve remained firm. He would not let the woman he once loved fall to the darkness. Not like this. He had to fight, for her, and for the world they had promised to protect. Scroll Chapter 29, The Fall of Shadows. The chamber of the Temple of Lost Light was a cathedral to ancient magic, towering stone walls lined with runes that pulsed with an eerie, malevolent energy. The altar at the center of the room, bathed in pale, shimmering light, glowed with an unnatural power. But it was not the altar or the stone walls that caught Kalen's attention. It was the figure standing before him. Lioness. But not Lioness as he remembered her. Her form was surrounded by tendrils of shadow, her once beautiful face twisted into an expression of cold indifference. Her eyes, glowing with dark energy, were void of warmth or recognition. She was no longer the woman who had fought alongside him, the woman who had shared his dreams of a better world. She was the vessel for something far darker, the final remnant of the Empire's power. Lioness. Kalen whispered, his voice breaking with a mix of sorrow and determination. Please, fight it. I know you're still in there. Her head tilted slightly, and for a brief moment, the faintest flicker of recognition crossed her face. But then the shadow inside her surged forward, and her expression hardened once more. I am no longer Lioness, she said, her voice hollow, cold. I am the will of the Empire, the eternal darkness. And you? You are the last obstacle standing in my way. Kalen's heart sank, but he steeled himself. He could not give up on her. She had been his comrade, his friend, and he would not let the darkness take her. He would not fail her, not after everything they had been through. No, Kalen said, his voice firm. You're still in there. I know you are. This isn't you. The shadow tendrils writhed around Lioness, pulsating with dark magic. She raised her hand, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. This is the power of the ancient empire, she said, her voice filling with power. And this is my birthright. You cannot defeat me. Kalen's sword hummed with energy as he raised it high. I will fight you, Lioness. I will fight until the end. The battle for her soul had begun. With a cry of defiance, Kalen charged forward, his sword cutting through the air. But the moment the blade struck the darkness surrounding Lyanna, it was repelled by an invisible force. The shadows around her flickered and swirled, as though trying to protect her from the very force she had once known. "Sarah!" Kalen shouted, his voice filled with urgency. "We need to weaken her. We need to break the connection between her and the darkness." Sarah, standing at his side, nodded. Her staff glowed with a brilliant light, and she raised it, summoning the magic that had once been part of her. The light clashed against the darkness, and for a moment, the shadows around Lyanna faltered. But the darkness quickly returned, more intense than before. "You cannot save her," Lyanna sneered. "The darkness has already consumed her. There is nothing left of the woman you knew. She is mine." Kalen felt his resolve harden. He would not let her go, not without a fight. He could feel the darkness inside her, trying to take root within him. It whispered in his mind, urging him to join the shadows, to give in to the power that Lyanna had embraced. "No," Kalen said, his voice filled with fierce determination. "I will not become like you. I will not let the darkness win." With a final shout, Kalen surged forward, his sword glowing with the power of his will. He struck again, this time with everything he had. The force of the blow shattered the darkness surrounding Lyanna, and for a brief moment, she staggered back, her form flickering like a mirage. "Kalen," Lyanna whispered, her voice filled with pain and confusion. I didn't mean for this. I didn't." Kalen's heart broke. "I know, Lyanna. I know. But you can't let the darkness control you." She reached out toward him, her eyes filled with regret. But before she could say anything more, the darkness surged forward again, swallowing her words. "No," Lyanna cried out, her voice filled with anguish. "It's too late. I can't stop it. I'm lost." But Kalen refused to give up. With a final, desperate cry, he raised his sword and plunged it into the heart of the darkness. The room exploded with a flash of light as the shadows shattered, and for a moment, everything went silent. The aftermath. Kalen fell to his knees, exhausted, as the last of the dark magic dissipated into the air. The temple seemed to exhale, the oppressive weight that had filled the chamber lifting, though the air still hummed with a faint, lingering magic. "Is it over?" Sarah asked, her voice filled with both hope and uncertainty. Kalen looked up, his chest heaving with exertion. The darkness had been destroyed, but the price of that victory was steep. Lyanna, his friend, his ally, was gone, consumed by the very power they had fought against. But there was still something in the air, something that Kalen couldn't shake. The world was silent, too silent, and for a moment, he wondered if they had truly won. Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly in the darkened room. "Kalen, we did it." The magic is gone. But Kalen's eyes narrowed. No. It's not gone. Not all of it. Derek stepped forward, his voice trembling with realization. You're right. There's something else. The power of the first emperor. It wasn't just contained in the crystal. It was woven into the fabric of the world itself. What do you mean? Cassian asked, his brow furrowing. We destroyed the source. The Emperor's power is gone. Derek shook his head. It's not that simple. The first Emperor was more than just a ruler. He was a conduit for something far older. The magic he controlled is part of the world's very foundation. And now, we've broken the seal that held it in check. Kalen's heart sank. You mean it's still out there? Still, alive. Derek nodded grimly. It's not gone. It's just waiting for the right moment to return. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened. Then we have no choice. We'll find it. We'll destroy it, once and for all. The final path. The journey had brought them to this point, the edge of destruction, the edge of the world they had fought so hard to save. But even now, as they stood in the ruins of the Temple of Lost Light, Kalen could feel the weight of the future pressing down on them. They had won, but at a cost. Lyanna had fallen, consumed by the very darkness they had fought to destroy. And though they had ended one cycle, Kalen knew that the shadows still lingered, waiting for their next opportunity to rise. For a moment, Kalen closed his eyes, the weight of the world resting heavily on his shoulders. But he knew what had to be done. There would always be more to fight for. And no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice, he would fight to protect the world. The journey wasn't over. It would never be over. Let's go, Kalen said, his voice filled with quiet resolve. The world still needs us. And we will not stop fighting. Scroll Chapter 30, The Rise of the New Dawn. The night was long, filled with silence and the weight of the world pressing down on Kalen's shoulders. The final battle had come to an end, but the world they had fought to protect felt emptier than before. The Temple of Lost Light was now nothing but a smoldering ruin, a monument to the ancient empire that had once ruled over everything. The dark power that had once consumed the land had been severed, but Kalen knew the fight was far from over. The world had been scarred, twisted by the forces of magic, betrayal, and time. Lyanna's fall was a wound that would never heal. The woman who had once fought beside him had been consumed by the very darkness they had sworn to destroy. Her sacrifice, though tragic, had been necessary, and it had allowed them to defeat the heart of darkness, but the price had been steep. Kalen stood at the edge of the crumbled temple, staring out over the horizon. The stars were dim, their light obscured by the lingering magic that still clung to the world. He could feel it, the weight of the past, still pulling at him. They had won, but at what cost? Sarah walked up beside him, her staff glowing faintly in the dark. She had been quiet for the past few days, her magic now more tempered, more controlled. But even she could feel the pull of the ancient power that still lingered, the remnants of an empire that refused to fade. "We've stopped it," Sarah said softly, her voice filled with uncertainty. "The heart of darkness is gone, but it doesn't feel like victory, does it?" Kalen shook his head, his eyes darkened with the weight of their mission. "It doesn't. The fight isn't over. The magic that was unleashed is still here, in the world, in us. We've destroyed one part of it, but the rest is still out there, lurking in the shadows." Derek stepped up behind them, his expression grim. "The world may not feel different, but it is. We've changed the course of history. The power that the Black Hands sought, the magic of the Emperor, the heart of darkness, it's gone. But the energy that was released still echoes in the world. It's like a wound that hasn't fully healed." Kalen nodded, his gaze never leaving the distant horizon. The road ahead was uncertain, and the darkness, though weakened, was still there waiting to rise again. "We've stopped the worst of it," Kalen said, his voice firm. "But we have to keep going. There's more to do. We have to find the source of the magic that remains. We can't let it fester." Sarah stepped closer, her eyes filled with a quiet resolve. "We've all lost so much. Lyanna. The Empire. But we've come together, Kalen. We can rebuild. We'll protect what's left." Kalen turned to face her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You're right. We've lost much, but we've gained something more. Each other. And that's what will make the difference. A new path." The group made their way back toward the remnants of the city, the road ahead long and filled with uncertainty. The air was still thick with the energy of the battle, and the ground seemed to hum with the magic that had been released. Kalen could feel it, that same pull that had drawn them into this war. The power that had once belonged to the Emperor, the Black Hands, the ancient forces of the world, it was still there, in the very fabric of the earth. As they walked, Kalen thought about the future. They had stopped the darkness, but they had also set something in motion. The magic that had been buried for centuries was waking, and with it, new threats would rise. The world they had saved was fragile, and it would take more than just swords and magic to protect it. "We'll need to find answers," Kalen said, breaking the silence. "We need to learn about the magic that remains, the forces that have shaped the world. There's more to this than we know. The Black Hands weren't the only ones looking for power. Others are still out there." Derek nodded. "The map we followed led us to the temple, but there's still more hidden from us. The true source of the magic, the ancient power, is still out there. We've only uncovered a fraction of it. We'll need to find the other pieces, the places that were sealed away." Cash and Thorn grunted. Sounds like we're never going to catch a break. Every time we think we've finished, something else rises to take its place. We'll face it, Kalen said firmly. Together. As the days passed, they continued their journey across the broken world. The magic that had been released still hung in the air like a distant storm. The lands they crossed were empty, the once thriving cities now nothing but ruins. The people were scattered, living in the shadows of the old world, rebuilding what had been destroyed. And though Kalen could feel the weight of their task, the burden of the future, he knew they had come together for a reason and that reason would guide them forward. The days turned into weeks, and soon, the group found themselves approaching the city of Veloria, the heart of the ancient empire that had once ruled the world. It was a place of legend, a city whose ruins had been buried beneath the sands for centuries. But now, it stood before them, a shadow of its former self, its walls crumbling but still standing as a testament to the power it once held. "This is it," Derek said quietly, his voice filled with reverence. "The city that started it all. Veloria. The seat of the first emperor's power." Kalen gazed at the city, his mind swirling with thoughts of the past and the future. This was where it had all begun, where the magic had first taken root, where the empire had risen and fallen. And now, it was time to see what lay beneath the ruins. "We have to go inside," Kalen said, his voice filled with determination. "There's something here. Something that can help us." Sarah stepped up beside him, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "What if it's too late? What if the magic inside is more than we can handle?" Kalen placed a hand on her shoulder. "We've faced worse. And we'll face it together. We have to find out what's left. If there's even a chance we can stop this, we have to take it." They stepped forward, the gates of Veloria creaking open as they crossed into the heart of the fallen empire. The heart of the past. The streets of Veloria were silent, the once great city now little more than a shell of its former glory. The grand structures were broken and half buried beneath the sands, their stone walls cracked and weathered by time. But even in its ruin, the city still held an eerie beauty, the remnants of a civilization that had once ruled the world. Kalen's heart ached as he walked through the desolate streets. The empire that had once brought power and order to the world was gone, but its legacy lingered in the ruins around him. The magic that had fueled it, the power that had been both a gift and a curse, was still present. And Kalen knew that if they were to truly save the world, they had to understand it. "This place," Kalen said softly, his voice filled with awe, "it feels like the heart of everything. The power that started it all." Sarah nodded. "We've only scratched the surface, Kalen. The true magic of Veloria is buried beneath the ruins. We have to find it." As they moved deeper into the city, they came to a massive structure, a temple of sorts, its walls lined with strange symbols and carvings. It was a place that radiated power, a place that Kalen knew held the answers they sought. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with reverence. The core of Veloria's power. The heart of the empire. Kalen stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. This was the final piece. The place where everything began, and where everything would end. Scroll Chapter 31, The Awakening of the Ancient Power. The ruins of Veloria stretched out before them, its once grand structures now little more than shattered stones and broken pillars. The city had been the heart of an empire, its power unmatched in its time. But now, it was nothing but a memory, a decaying monument to a long-dead civilization. And yet, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that beneath the ruins, something still stirred. The magic of Veloria was not gone. It lingered in the very air around them, a constant, pulsing force that threatened to overwhelm their senses. The remnants of the Empire's power, sealed away for centuries, were waking. And Kalen knew that the fight they had won, the destruction of the Heart of Darkness, was only a small part of the larger battle that still awaited them. "This place," Sarah said, her voice filled with awe and trepidation. "It feels like the heart of everything. The magic here is unlike anything we've faced before." Kalen nodded, his eyes scanning the ruined city. "It's not just the city. It's the power that built it. The magic that created the empire still lingers here. We have to find it, Sarah. We have to find the source." Derek stepped forward, his journal open in his hands. "The map, it's leading us here. To the heart of the city. There's a chamber beneath the temple. If we're right, that's where the last remnants of the ancient magic are hidden." "Let's go then," Kalen said, his voice filled with determination. "We've come this far. We can't stop now." As they moved deeper into the ruins, the air grew heavier, thick with the weight of the power that still resonated from the city's ancient heart. The walls around them were adorned with faded carvings, depicting the rise of the first emperor, his conquests, and the magic that had shaped the world. Kalen couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as they moved through the crumbling city. The magic that had built this place was not something to be trifled with. They finally reached the entrance to the temple, a massive stone door, its surface covered in runes that pulsed faintly with dark energy. Kalen could feel the magic thrumming in the air as they approached. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with reverence and fear. "The final chamber. The source of Veloria's power." Kalen nodded, his hand tightening around his sword. "We destroy it? Once and for all." The door groaned as they pushed it open, revealing the chamber beyond. The room was massive, its walls lined with more runes, glowing faintly with the ancient magic that had once powered the empire. At the center of the room stood a massive pedestal, atop which rested a crystal, the source of the magic. The air around it shimmered with dark energy, and Kalen could feel the pull of it, tugging at his mind, urging him to come closer. "This is it," Sarah said softly, her voice filled with awe. "This is what we've been searching for." Kalen stepped forward, but as he did, a voice echoed through the chamber, low, resonant, and filled with ancient power. Fools! The voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the room with its force. Callan froze, his hand tightening around his sword as the shadows around them began to shift, coiling, and twisting like serpents. From the darkness, a figure emerged, tall and cloaked in shadow. Callan's heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice sharp. The figure stepped forward, revealing a face Callan had not seen in years, the face of the first emperor. But it was not the face of the man he had once known. It was twisted, corrupted by the magic that had consumed him, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "I am the ruler of this world," the figure said, his voice filled with an air of authority and malice. "I am the one who created this empire. The one who harnessed the power that has shaped the very world you walk upon." Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing brightly. "You're not the emperor. You're a shadow of what he was." The emperor's twisted smile faded into something darker. "The emperor died long ago, but his power, my power, has never died. It sleeps beneath the earth, and now, I am the one who will rise. I will be the ruler of this world once more." Callan stepped forward, his sword raised high. "We'll stop you." The emperor's laugh echoed through the chamber, a cruel and mocking sound. "You think you can stop me? You've only unleashed more power than you can comprehend. The heart of darkness was just a small piece of what I have created. And now, you will fall." With a flick of his wrist, the emperor raised his hand, and dark tendrils shot from the crystal, wrapping around Callan and his companions. The force of the attack was like nothing they had felt before, the shadows pressing in on them, suffocating and crushing. But Callan refused to give up. He fought against the shadows, using every ounce of strength he had left. "We won't give in," he shouted. The magic of the heart of darkness surged through him, the energy that had once threatened to consume him now fueling his every move. He broke free from the tendrils, his sword crackling with light as he charged forward, striking at the emperor. The emperor staggered back, but his smile never wavered. "You think this will be enough? You are nothing. You cannot defeat me." But Callan didn't hesitate. With one final, desperate swing, he plunged his sword into the crystal, and the world seemed to explode with light. The chamber shook violently as the crystal shattered, sending a shockwave of energy through the room. The walls cracked and the ceiling began to collapse, but Callan and his companions fought to keep their footing. The emperor screamed in fury as the power of the magic was severed, the shadows recoiling in agony. Callan felt the power of the crystal fading, but even as the magic was destroyed, he could feel something new, something ancient, something that had been hidden away for centuries. The force that had once ruled the world was gone, but it had left a mark on the world that could never be erased. As the final burst of energy rippled through the chamber, Callan fell to his knees, exhausted. The room was silent, the oppressive magic that had filled the air dissipating into nothingness. "We did it," Sarah said, her voice trembling. Callan nodded, though his heart was heavy. The power had been destroyed, but the world was not yet safe. The scars of the past would take time to heal, and the forces that had shaped the empire were not easily forgotten. The magic is gone, Derek said softly. But the world still needs to be rebuilt. Callan stood, his sword still glowing faintly in his hand. Yes, he said, his voice filled with quiet determination. And we will rebuild it? Together. Scroll Chapter 31, The Shattered Legacy. The silence in the wake of the battle was deafening. The ground beneath them trembled as the last of the crystal's magic dissipated into the air, leaving behind only the faintest hum, like the final breath of a dying world. Callan stood alone in the heart of the shattered temple, the remnants of the ancient empire falling apart around him. His sword, still glowing faintly with the magic he had channeled to defeat the Emperor's power, was heavy in his hand. But even as he looked at the ruins, Callan couldn't shake the feeling that this war was far from over. The others stood behind him, their faces filled with exhaustion and relief. Sarah, Derek, Aaron, and Cashin, all equally worn from the trials they had faced, had fought beside him to bring the Empire's legacy to an end. And yet, the price of their victory was far greater than any of them could have imagined. The world was not free. Not yet. We did it, Sarah whispered, her voice filled with both hope and uncertainty. The power has been destroyed. Callan's grip tightened around his sword, though his face was filled with doubt. For now. But the darkness. The legacy of the Empire, it's not just gone. It's still in the air. It's still in the world. We've broken the seal, Derek said, his voice a mixture of awe and fear. But there's more to it. The Emperor's magic, the ancient power. It was just a part of something much older, much deeper. And it's still out there, Callan. Callan nodded, his eyes scanning the ruins of the once great city. I know. I feel it too. The magic of Veloria is still in the world, still pulsing through the very earth. It may be dormant now, but it will awaken again. Sarah looked up at him, her face filled with quiet understanding. Then we need to keep going. We can't stop now. We've destroyed one part, but there's more. We have to find it before it finds us. We will, Callan said, his voice filled with determination. But this isn't just about stopping the magic. It's about stopping what's been left behind. The Empire may be gone, but its legacy still haunts the world. And we're the only ones who can stop it? Cashin stepped forward, his hands resting on the hilt of his sword. We've already come this far. We're not stopping now. Aaron, ever the silent observer, nodded gravely. The world won't rebuild itself. It never does. But we're the ones who have to make sure it doesn't fall again. Kalen took a deep breath, his mind racing with the weight of the task ahead. The legacy of the Empire, the magic that had once controlled the world, was still there, lurking beneath the surface. And they had to destroy it. Not just for their world, but for the future of everything that came after. "We'll start in Veloria," Kalen said, his voice steady. "We'll find what's left. The heart of the Empire. The source of the power." Sarah nodded, her staff glowing faintly in her hand. "I'll help. Together, we can finish this." The road to the heart. The journey through the ruins of Veloria was long and treacherous. The city, once a proud symbol of the Empire's power, was now a crumbling monument to its fall. The streets were filled with the remains of forgotten lives, and the silence was oppressive. The city was dead, but the magic that had once fueled its rise still lingered, like a shadow hanging over the ruins. Kalen felt it. The pulse of the ancient power, still faint but unmistakable. It was as if the very city was alive, its magic waiting to be released again. The group moved cautiously, their weapons ready, as they made their way deeper into the heart of the city. The road was long and winding, the streets eerily quiet, as though they were walking through a graveyard. But even in the stillness, Kalen knew that the danger was far from over. The darkness still loomed, waiting for the right moment to strike. As they entered the heart of the city, they came upon the ancient palace, its towering spires still standing against the test of time. The palace was where the first emperor had ruled, where the magic of Veloria had been forged. And it was here, Kalen knew, that the final piece of the puzzle lay. "We're here," Derek said, his voice filled with awe. "This is where it all began." Kalen nodded. "This is the heart of it. The source of the power." They stepped into the grand hall of the palace, its walls lined with carvings that depicted the rise and fall of the empire. The air was thick with magic, and Kalen could feel the weight of it pressing down on him. The power of the empire was still alive here, pulsing in the very walls, waiting to be unleashed. At the center of the hall stood an enormous pedestal, upon which rested a large crystal, the heart of Veloria. The crystal was glowing faintly, its energy pulsing with an eerie light. Kalen could feel its power, like a heartbeat that echoed in his chest. "This is it," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. "The heart of it all. The source of the Empire's magic." Kalen stepped forward, his sword drawn. "We destroy it. We end this here." But as Kalen approached the crystal, a voice echoed through the chamber. It was deep, resonant, and filled with ancient power. "You are too late." Kalen froze, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the chamber. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall and imposing, cloaked in darkness. The figure stepped forward, its presence overwhelming, as though the very air shifted around it. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his sword raised. The figure chuckled, a low, bone-chilling sound. I am the last remnant of the true power of Veloria, it said, its voice echoing with the weight of centuries. I am the one who has been waiting for you. Kalen's heart skipped a beat. You're not the Emperor, he said, his voice filled with disbelief. What are you? The figure's face twisted into a wicked grin. I am the heart of Veloria. I am the power that built this empire. I am the one who will rise again, and this world will bend to my will. Kalen's hand tightened around his sword. We're not letting you. The figure raised its hand, and the room seemed to tremble with the force of its power. You think you can stop me? You cannot even fathom the magic that runs through this place. You will be nothing. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened, and he stepped forward, determination hardening his resolve. Then we'll fight. The final confrontation. The final battle was unlike anything Kalen had ever experienced. The magic of Veloria surged through the chamber, flooding the air with power that was both ancient and alive. The heart of Veloria pulsed with dark energy, and the figure before them seemed to grow stronger with each passing second. Kalen raised his sword, the power of the heart of darkness still surging within him, and charged forward. The figure laughed, raising its hands to summon a wave of dark energy. The ground beneath them cracked, and Kalen was thrown back by the force of the blast. But he didn't stop. He couldn't. Sarah raised her staff, summoning the magic that had once consumed her. Her energy clashed with the figures, creating a flash of light that illuminated the entire chamber. Cashin, Aaron, and Derek all moved to fight, their weapons flashing through the air as they struck at the darkness. But the figure was too powerful. The magic of Veloria was stronger than anything they had ever faced. We can't win this, Sarah shouted, her voice strained. It's too much. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to stand, the weight of the darkness pushing against him. But then, something changed. A flicker of light. A burst of energy. Kalen realized that they weren't alone. The magic they had fought to destroy was still alive, still pulsing within them. It was the power of hope, of determination, of the people they had fought for. And with one final, desperate cry, Kalen focused everything he had into his sword, pushing back against the darkness. The light surged forward, cutting through the shadows, and with a final, deafening roar, the heart of Veloria shattered. The power that had once consumed the world collapsed in on itself, and the figure before them vanished, dissipating like smoke. Scroll Chapter 32, The World Reborn. The world was still. The air was thick with silence, the kind of silence that comes after the storm has passed. The wind blew through the cracked ruins of Veloria, carrying with it the scent of the earth, the stone, and the faintest trace of the magic that had once filled the air. But now, there was only emptiness. Kalen Vey stood at the heart of the city, his sword still in his hand, its glow fading with each passing moment. The power of the empire had been broken, the heart of Veloria shattered. The darkness that had plagued the world for so long was gone, but Kalen couldn't help but feel a sense of finality, as if the very fabric of the world had shifted, leaving behind only the echoes of what had been. His companions stood beside him, their faces weary but resolute. Sarah, Derek, Aaron, and Cashin. They had all fought together, each facing their own battles, their own demons. And now, together, they stood in the aftermath, not as victors, but as survivors. The cost of their journey was heavy, and the weight of their losses hung in the air, but there was also something else, a sense of relief, of hope. Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly as she surveyed the ruins. "We did it," she said softly, her voice filled with exhaustion but also with a Scroll. Chapter 32, The World Reborn. The ruins of Veloria were silent, but Kalen could still feel the lingering presence of the power that had once dominated the world. The wind had picked up, sweeping through the broken pillars and shattered walls, carrying with it the last traces of ancient magic. The dark energy that had once filled the city had dissipated, but the scars it left behind would never fade. Kalen stood at the center of the city, his sword still glowing faintly, but the light was slowly fading. The heart of Veloria, the source of the Empire's magic, was no more, destroyed in the final battle. The darkness that had corrupted the world for so long had been severed, but Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that the world was still holding its breath, waiting for something more. Beside him, Sarah stood in silence, her staff resting against the ground. Her eyes were tired, filled with the weight of the battle they had just fought, but there was a quiet strength in them that hadn't been there before. The darkness that had once consumed her was gone, but she still carried the burden of the magic she had wielded. Derek stepped forward, his journal in hand, his gaze distant. "We did it," he said, his voice hoarse. "The Empire is gone. The magic has been severed. But there's more we don't understand." Kalen glanced at him. "What do you mean?" Derek's face was filled with uncertainty. "The magic that created the Empire. It was never truly destroyed. It's woven into the very fabric of the world. And we've only scratched the surface. What we destroyed was the heart, but the body is still there, lurking beneath the surface." Kalen's stomach tightened. "So, it's not over?" "No," Derek said quietly. "The magic is still in the world, and it will always be. It was never just the Emperor's power. It was the foundation of the world itself. We have to find it, and we have to make sure it doesn't rise again." Kalen's gaze hardened. "We'll find it? We'll stop it? But the world won't be the same. The road ahead." As the group made their way out of the ruins of Veloria, the air grew colder, the wind carrying with it the scent of ancient magic. The world felt different, as if it had been reset, as if everything they had known was now in flux. The battle had been won, but the fight for the future had only just begun. They moved through the wilderness, crossing desolate plains and treacherous mountains, their journey taking them far from Veloria's ruined gates. The landscape seemed to stretch on endlessly, a reminder of how much was left to rebuild. The road ahead was uncertain, but Kalen knew that their task wasn't over. The world they sought to rebuild was still fragile, still broken, and the forces that had shaped it for so long would always be waiting. "We're close," Derek said, his voice filled with urgency. "I've been studying the maps, the old texts. There's another place, a place where the magic of Veloria was sealed. It's in the far west, hidden beneath the ocean." Kalen stopped in his tracks, turning to face Derek. "What do you mean, beneath the ocean? You're saying there's more?" Derek nodded, his face grim. "Yes. The magic of Veloria wasn't contained only in the city. It was spread across the world, hidden away in secret locations, kept under seal by the first emperor. If we don't find it, if we don't destroy it once and for all, it could rise again." Kalen's mind raced. "Then we go. We find it, and we end this." Cassian Thorne crossed his arms, his usual bravado replaced with a rare seriousness. "This sounds bigger than just us, Kalen. We might be walking into the heart of it. The very thing we've been trying to destroy. We've faced the darkness before," Kalen said, determination in his voice. "And we'll face it again. Together." The final seal. The journey to the hidden temple beneath the ocean was unlike any they had faced before. The sea was vast, its depths unfathomable, and the storms that raged in the distance only made the task ahead seem more insurmountable. But Kalen knew they couldn't stop. They couldn't rest. The world was still at risk, and the forces they sought to destroy were still out there. As they approached the ancient coastal cliffs that marked the entrance to the hidden temple, Kalen felt the air shift. The sea seemed to hold its breath, and the sky above them darkened as if acknowledging their arrival. The temple was deep beneath the waves, submerged in the very heart of the ocean, and Kalen could feel the pull of the magic from below, its weight pressing against the very fabric of the world. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with awe and fear. "The final seal. The place where the last remnants of the Empire's magic were buried." Kalen could feel the tension rising in his chest as they descended into the depths. The sea was colder here, darker, and Kalen's thoughts were filled with the echoes of everything they had fought for. The final seal was waiting for them, and whatever lay beneath the ocean would decide the fate of the world. As they reached the entrance to the temple, a massive stone door loomed before them. The air was thick with magic, and Kalen could feel the ancient power surging within it. The runes etched into the door glowed faintly, as if the magic inside was reacting to their presence. "This is it," Kalen said, his voice steady but filled with quiet resolve. "We finish this. Once and for all." Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing brightly as she focused her energy on the runes. "The magic here is ancient. I can feel its pull. We need to sever the connection, or it will consume us." Kalen nodded. "We'll do it together." With a mighty push, the door creaked open, revealing the inner sanctum of the temple. The air inside was thick with magic, and the walls were covered with strange, shifting symbols. The deeper they went, the stronger the magic became, and Kalen could feel the weight of it pressing down on him. At the center of the chamber stood an altar, its surface covered in strange markings. Upon the altar rested a glowing crystal, its light pulsing with dark energy. The magic that had once fueled the empire, that had shaped the course of history, was here, waiting to be unleashed. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with reverence. "The last piece." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest. "The final piece. The last part of the puzzle. If they destroyed this, if they severed the connection, the world would be free from the darkness. The Empire's power would be gone, and the magic would be sealed once more." Sarah raised her staff, her magic glowing brightly as she focused on the crystal. "We need to act quickly. If we wait too long..." Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised high. "We end this now." With a final, decisive strike, Kalen plunged his sword into the heart of the crystal. The ground shook, and the very air seemed to tremble with the force of the magic that was unleashed. The crystal shattered, and for a moment, Kalen could feel the very fabric of the world shift around them. The magic that had once ruled the world began to unravel, and the darkness that had haunted them for so long dissipated into the air. The temple crumbled, the walls cracking and falling apart as the power that had once held the world in its grip was destroyed. Kalen stood there, his sword still in his hand, as the dust settled around them. The crystal was gone, and with it, the last remnants of the Empire's magic. "We did it," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with relief. Kalen nodded, though his heart was heavy. The world had been saved, but the cost had been great. The darkness had been destroyed, but the scars of the past would never fade. The Empire was gone, but the magic it had left behind would echo through the ages. "We did," Kalen said quietly. "But it's only just begun. The world may be free of the Empire, but the future is ours to rebuild." Scroll Chapter 33, The Path Forward. The ruins of the Temple of Lost Light had fallen silent, its ancient power no longer pulsing through the air. The battle had been fought, and the source of the ancient magic had been destroyed. The heart of Veloria was shattered, its dark energy dissipating into nothingness. The empire that had once ruled the world with an iron fist was gone, its influence severed by the actions of Kalen and his companions. But despite their victory, the world felt heavy. The weight of history, the burden of everything they had lost, still lingered in the air. The land was scarred, the magic that had once bound it together now fractured. And as Kalen stood there, looking out over the crumbling ruins of Veloria, he couldn't help but wonder, was it enough? "We did it," Sarah said quietly, her voice filled with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. "We stopped it. But what now?" Kalen's gaze drifted over the vast, empty landscape. The winds had picked up, howling through the ruins, and the air was thick with the scent of dust and decay. The world had been broken, and though the darkness had been defeated, something still felt missing. The pieces of the puzzle had been scattered, and now they had to find a way to put it all back together. "We rebuild," Kalen said, his voice firm with resolve. "The Empire may be gone, but we can still save this world. We can't undo the past, but we can shape the future." Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly in the twilight. "But what about the power that's still left? The magic that wasn't fully destroyed?" Kalen turned to face her, his eyes filled with understanding. "The magic is still out there. We've only scratched the surface. The Empire may be gone, but its legacy lives on in the very fabric of the world. And until we can stop it, until we can seal it away, the world will always be vulnerable." Derek Holt, who had been quietly studying the ancient texts and maps they had recovered, looked up. "There are places where the magic is still strong. Ancient sanctuaries, hidden from the world, where the last of the Emperor's power was sealed away. If we don't find them and destroy them, we risk everything." "Then we'll find them," Kalen said, his voice filled with quiet determination. "We've come this far. We can't stop now." Aaron Duskvale, ever the silent one, spoke up for the first time in days. "We've fought for too long. We've lost too much. But we can still fight. We will rebuild. We have to." Cassian Thorne, his usual swagger replaced by a quiet seriousness, stepped forward. "We're not giving up. We're not just going to leave the world like this. It's our world now. And we'll do whatever it takes to protect it." Kalen nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Together." The group stood in silence for a moment, the weight of the decision hanging heavily in the air. They had defeated the darkness, but the world was still fractured. The magic of the old empire had not been destroyed. It had merely been buried, hidden in the corners of the world, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And if they were to rebuild, if they were to protect the future, they would have to find it. The road ahead was long, and the challenges they would face would be unlike anything they had encountered before. But Kalen knew one thing for sure: they wouldn't face it alone. A new beginning. The journey to find the last remaining sanctuaries of the Emperor's power took them across the vast expanses of the world, through forgotten lands and ancient forests that had not been touched by civilization in centuries. The landscape was as broken as the world they had saved, and each step forward seemed to take them deeper into the unknown. As they traveled, the magic that had once been the foundation of the empire still lingered in the air. The earth seemed to hum with a faint, constant energy, as if the very world was aware of the power that had once controlled it. Kalen could feel it, that deep pull that had led them here. The weight of it was heavy, and he knew that this journey would be their greatest test. "The magic is stronger here," Derek said one evening as they camped near a ruined temple. He was poring over the maps once more, his eyes scanning the ancient texts. This is one of the sanctuaries. I can feel it. The power that was hidden here. Kalen looked around the ruined temple, its once majestic pillars now covered in vines and decay. We need to destroy it. Whatever power remains here, we can't let it fester. Sarah nodded, her staff glowing faintly. But how do we destroy something like this? The power of the Emperor wasn't just a force of magic. It was a force that shaped the very world. How do we fight against something that deep? Kalen's expression darkened. We don't fight it with force. We fight it with what's inside us. The magic that bound the world together, it's a part of all of us now. And we have to stop it, once and for all. The group moved cautiously through the ruins, their weapons ready, as they searched for the heart of the sanctuary. They had fought the darkness and won, but now they were faced with something far older, more insidious. The magic that had shaped the empire was not something they could destroy with swords or spells. It was woven into the very fabric of the world, and to destroy it, they would need to sever the bond that had been created centuries ago. As they ventured deeper into the sanctuary, they came across a large stone altar, covered in intricate runes that glowed faintly. At its center rested a small crystal, its surface covered in swirling patterns. Kalen could feel the power emanating from it, and he knew that this was what they had been searching for. "This is it," Derek said, his voice filled with awe. "The heart of the power. The last piece of the Emperor's magic." Kalen stepped forward, his sword raised. "We destroy it." But as he reached for the crystal, a voice echoed through the chamber, deep and resonant. "You are too late." Kalen turned, his sword still raised. From the shadows, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked, and shrouded in darkness. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but Kalen could feel the power radiating from it. This was no mere man. This was the last remnant of the Emperor's magic, the source of the power that had controlled the world. "You think you can destroy me?" the figure hissed. "I am eternal. I have been here for centuries, waiting. And now, I will rise again." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest. "We won't let you." The figure's laugh echoed through the chamber, a sound that shook the walls. "You cannot stop me. I am the foundation of this world. The power of the Emperor is mine, and soon, this world will fall to me." Kalen's grip on his sword tightened, and he stepped forward, his eyes burning with determination. "We've fought for too long to fail now. We will stop you. You can't control the world anymore." The final choice. The chamber around them began to shake, the ground cracking beneath their feet. The magic surged once more, stronger than ever before, as if the entire sanctuary was alive, feeding on the energy that had once built the empire. The figure's form flickered, and Kalen could feel the shadows pressing in, trying to swallow him whole. But he stood firm. The darkness could not take him. "We end this now," Kalen said, his voice steady, unwavering. Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing brighter. "Together," she said, her voice filled with quiet strength. Cashin and Aaron flanked them, their weapons raised. "We fight together," Aaron said, his voice low but filled with resolve. Kalen turned to Derek. "Can you destroy it?" Derek nodded, his voice grim. "I can. But it will take everything. The power is ancient, and we need to sever the link between it and the world." Kalen turned back to the crystal, his heart beating faster. They had come so far. The battle was nearly over. This was the final step. With one last breath, Kalen raised his sword high. The final choice had been made. The power of the Empire was fading. And with it, the world would be reborn. Scroll chapter 33, The Eternal Eclipse. The energy in the temple was suffocating, a weight that pressed against their chests like a vice. The remnants of ancient power still pulsed through the very stone, the air thick with the force of magic that had been bound here for centuries. Kalen Vey, his sword raised high, stood at the heart of the chamber, staring at the crystal that lay before him, the final piece of the Empire's dark legacy. The figure before them, the last of the Emperor's magic, had already begun to fade, but the power it held was far from gone. The chamber trembled as the shadows, once more, writhed and reached out, trying to reclaim their dominance. But Kalen would not let it. Not now. Not after everything they had fought for. "This ends now," Kalen said, his voice filled with conviction. He stepped forward, ready to finish what they had started, to end the legacy of the Empire once and for all. Sarah stood beside him, her staff glowing with the last of her magic. The connection to the power she had once wielded was still there, though it was now tempered and under control. The magic they had both once feared was now a tool in their hands, a means to protect the world they had saved. "Kalen, be careful," she warned softly. "The magic here. It's not just in the crystal. It's in everything around us. We have to sever the connection completely." Kalen nodded, his eyes scanning the room. The heart of Veloria, once the center of the Empire's power, was now nothing more than a shattered remnant of what it had been. But the magic that had built it, that had shaped the course of history, still lingered in the air. It was alive, and it would fight to survive. The figure before them raised its hands, and the shadows seemed to pulse with new life. The power that had been broken began to coalesce again, swirling in the air like a storm. It was a final attempt to reclaim what had been lost. But Kalen refused to let it happen. "You cannot stop what is eternal," the figure growled, its voice filled with rage. "I will return. This world belongs to me." Kalen took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. "Not if I can help it." With a mighty swing, Kalen drove his sword into the heart of the crystal, and the world around them seemed to implode. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the chamber, and the very walls began to crack, the stone itself groaning under the strain. The crystal shattered, and with it, the last remnants of the emperor's power were destroyed. For a moment, everything was still. The chamber fell silent, the air heavy with the echoes of the final battle. The darkness that had consumed the world for so long had been banished, but Kalen knew that this was not the end. The magic of the empire had been severed, but its legacy was still present. It was in the land, in the people, in the very fabric of the world itself. "We did it," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with awe and relief. Kalen looked at her, but his expression was somber. "We destroyed the magic. But it's not over yet. The world is still broken. The forces that shaped it are still there." Cassian Thorne, standing off to the side, wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression serious. "We stopped the darkness, but there's still a lot of work to do. The empire may be gone, but its influence is still here." "We'll rebuild," Kalen said, his voice steady. "But we need to understand the magic that remains. We can't let it come back again." Derek Holt, who had been quiet throughout the battle, stepped forward, holding his journal tightly. "I've been studying the map. The places the Emperor hid his magic, they're still out there. And if we don't find them first, others will." Kalen nodded, his mind racing. "We'll find them. And we'll make sure they're destroyed." A new world. With the final pieces of the Empire's power destroyed, Kalen and his companions set out once more. The world they had fought to save was still fractured, still fragile. The ruins of Veloria lay behind them, but the journey ahead was uncertain. They had faced the darkness, but there were still threats lurking in the shadows, and the magic they had destroyed was not gone. It was only sleeping, waiting for the right moment to awaken again. The road was long, but Kalen knew that together, they could rebuild. The scars of the past would take time to heal, but they would face it together. They would face whatever came next. The first step was finding the other sanctuaries, the places where the Emperor's magic had been hidden away. They traveled through desolate lands, across ruined cities, and through forgotten forests, each step taking them closer to the truth. "It's going to take years to find them all," Derek said one night, his voice filled with exhaustion. "And even then, there's no guarantee we'll be able to destroy the last of the magic." Kalen turned to face him, his expression filled with determination. "Then we'll make sure we find it all. We've come this far, Derek. We can't stop now." Sarah stepped forward, her staff glowing faintly. "Kalen's right. We can't stop. Not after everything we've been through." The group moved forward, their steps heavy with the weight of their mission. The magic of the Empire was still alive, and until it was completely sealed away, the world would never be safe. But Kalen knew that they would face it together, as they had always done. They made their way through the mountains, their path taking them deeper into the wilds, further from the ruins of Veloria. The land here was untamed, untouched by civilization for centuries. It was a world in which the old magic still thrived, hidden from the eyes of men. As they reached the next sanctuary, an ancient temple carved into the side of a mountain, Kalen felt a sense of foreboding. The magic here was still strong, and it pressed in on him like a vice. They had reached the heart of the power, but they had no idea what they would face inside. "This is it," Kalen said, his voice steady. "Let's finish this." The door to the temple creaked open, revealing the darkened interior. The walls were covered in ancient runes, their meaning lost to time, but their power still palpable. Kalen stepped forward, his sword at the ready, as he felt the power in the air swell around him. "This is where it all ends," Kalen whispered. "The last trial." As they moved deeper into the temple, the air grew thicker with magic. The walls seemed to pulse with an energy that Kalen could feel in his bones. He could sense the power that lay ahead, the last remnants of the Empire's magic waiting to be destroyed. But he also knew that they weren't the only ones who had come for it. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure stepped forward. It was tall, draped in black robes, and its face was obscured by a hood. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his sword raised. The figure chuckled, a sound filled with malice. "I am the last of the Watchers," it said, its voice ancient and filled with power. "The guardians of the Empire's magic. And now, I will ensure that its power is never destroyed." Kalen stepped forward, his heart racing. "We won't let you. This ends here." The Watcher's eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "You think you can stop me? I am the power that created this world. I am the last of the Empire's magic. And I will not be destroyed." The battle had begun, and Kalen knew that this was the final trial. They had faced the darkness, but the true test was just beginning. Scroll chapter 34, The Final Witness. The air was thick with tension, every breath a challenge as Kalen Vay stood face to face with the Watcher, the last guardian of Veloria's cursed legacy. The chamber they stood in was vast, a labyrinth of ancient stone and forgotten power. The walls seemed to pulse with an energy Kalen could feel in his chest, resonating with a deep, ancient magic that had shaped the Empire and bound its power for millennia. The Watcher's form was tall and imposing, cloaked in shadow, his face hidden beneath the folds of a dark hood. Kalen could sense the power that radiated from him, the last remnant of the magic that had once controlled the Empire, the magic that had nearly destroyed the world. And now, it was here, standing before them, more dangerous than ever. "You've come far," the Watcher's voice echoed through the chamber, deep and resonant, like a distant thunderclap. "But this is where it ends. You cannot destroy what is eternal." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, but his resolve never wavered. He had fought for this moment, for the world, for the future that was still possible. "I'm not here to destroy you," Kalen said, his voice steady, though his sword trembled slightly in his hand. I'm here to end this, the Empire, the darkness, everything you've set into motion. The world will not fall under your rule again. The Watcher's laugh was cold, hollow. You think you can stop me? You are no different from the ones who came before you. You are just another pawn in the game, another fool who believes they can change fate. Sarah Wynne, standing beside Kalen, raised her staff, its light glowing bright in the otherwise dark chamber. Kalen is right. You were the one who betrayed this world, who bound it to a future of suffering and destruction. But it's over now. The magic you wield can be undone. The Watcher's eyes gleamed from beneath the hood, and for a moment, Kalen saw the flicker of something ancient, something far more terrifying than any human malice. You may destroy me, the Watcher said, his voice growing colder, but the magic of Veloria is eternal. It is a part of the world itself. And that, child, is something you cannot erase. The power of the first emperor, the Empire's last gift, will always remain. Kalen's grip tightened on his sword, the weight of the battle heavy in his hands. This was not just a fight against a dark force, this was a battle for the very soul of the world. The world they had fought to save, the world that still clung to the last remnants of its former self. We can and we will, Kalen said firmly. The Empire is gone. Its magic, its legacy, it ends here. The final battle. With a powerful roar, the Watcher raised his arms, and the room seemed to come alive with the force of ancient magic. Kalen felt the air shift, crackle, and twist as the energy around them swirled into a vortex of dark power. The shadows around the Watcher began to solidify, forming tendrils of dark energy that lashed out toward Kalen and his companions. Sarah was the first to act, raising her staff and calling upon the magic that had been woven into her very being. A burst of light erupted from the staff, pushing back the shadows and allowing them a moment to breathe. But the Watcher was relentless, and his power only grew stronger, fueled by the ancient magic of the Empire that still lingered. We have to fight back. Sarah shouted, her voice strained from the effort. We have to sever the connection between him and the magic, or we'll never defeat him. Cassian Thorn drew his sword, his eyes filled with a fire that hadn't dimmed since the beginning of their journey. We fight to the end, then. Aaron Duskvale, ever silent, moved in a blur of motion, his daggers flashing in the dim light as he darted toward the Watcher. But the dark tendrils reached out, pulling him back into the shadows, and the Watcher's laughter filled the air. You cannot win, the Watcher mocked. You are nothing but mortals, bound by the frailty of time. You think you can defeat me? I am eternal. Kalen's thoughts raced. The Watcher's words echoed in his mind, trying to break his resolve. But Kalen knew better. This wasn't about defeating the Watcher. It was about severing the magic, cutting the link that had bound the world to the Empire's power. Derek Holt, who had been studying the ancient texts, stepped forward. The magic here. It's tied to the land itself. The first emperor's power was rooted in Veloria's very foundation. But we can sever it. There's a ritual, one that will destroy the magic entirely. But we need to focus. Kalen turned to Derek, his heart racing. We don't have much time. How do we do it? Derek held up a scroll, ancient and weathered, its contents written in a language Kalen didn't recognize. The ritual requires the power of those who still carry the magic inside them. Sarah, you. And Kalen. You must be the one to wield the sword of light, the one that connects the magic to the earth. Together, we will break the bond. Sarah's face was pale, but she nodded, stepping forward. We do this together. We destroy the magic once and for all. Kalen raised his sword, the light from it pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The shadows around him seemed to recoil as the power of the sword responded to the ancient magic. He could feel the connection, the pulse of the earth, the energy that had once flowed freely through Veloria, now twisted and corrupted. This is it, Kalen said, his voice steady despite the storm of magic swirling around them. We destroy this legacy, once and for all. With a single, unified motion, Kalen and Sarah called upon the power of the earth, the sword of light shining brighter than ever before. The ritual began, and as the magic flowed from them, the very walls of the temple seemed to vibrate, the ground shaking beneath their feet. The Watcher screamed, its form twisting as the power of the first emperor began to unravel. You think you can destroy me? The Watcher roared, his voice filled with fury. I am Veloria. I am the legacy of the Empire. I will rise again. But Kalen didn't hesitate. With one final swing, he plunged his sword into the heart of the magic. The light from the sword exploded outward, a wave of pure energy that shattered the dark power, scattering the Watcher's form into nothingness. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, the temple began to crumble. A new beginning. Kalen stumbled back, his sword still in his hand, as the temple's walls cracked and fell apart. The dark energy that had once ruled the world was now gone, and with it, the Watcher was no more. The air cleared, and the oppressive weight that had filled the room lifted, leaving only the echoes of their battle. We did it, Sarah said, her voice quiet, filled with relief. Kalen looked around at his companions. They had done it. They had faced the final battle, and they had won. The legacy of the Empire was finally broken. But as Kalen stood there, amidst the crumbling ruins of the temple, he couldn't shake the feeling that this victory came at a great cost. The world was saved, but it was still broken. The magic that had shaped it, the power that had consumed it, would always linger. The scars of the past would take time to heal. We've won, Kalen said, his voice heavy with the weight of it all. But the work isn't over. We have to rebuild. And we have to ensure that this never happens again. Derek stepped forward, his face filled with quiet resolve. We've lost much, but we've gained something more. A future. Kalen nodded. A future we will fight for. A future we will build. Together, they stepped out into the light, ready to face whatever came next. Scroll chapter 35, The Rebuilding of Hope. The world Kalanvay and his companions had saved felt different now, quieter, almost as though it were holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. The ruins of Veloria lay behind them, a city that had once been the heart of a mighty empire. Now, it was nothing more than a shell, a reminder of the forces they had faced and the sacrifices they had made. As they moved through the land, Kalen could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him. But he also felt something else, a spark of hope. The magic of the ancient empire had been severed, its darkness banished. And now, there was a chance to rebuild. There was a chance to create a world free from the shadow that had once consumed it. "We've come a long way," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the exhaustion that lingered in her eyes. "But there's still so much to do. The world is scarred, and we can't just ignore the damage that's been done." Kalen nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon. "I know. But we've taken the first step. We've destroyed the darkness, and now we have to rebuild the world. We have to heal the wounds." Derek Holt, his face filled with quiet contemplation, spoke up. "It won't be easy. The magic that built the empire is gone, but the power that shaped the world still exists, in the earth, in the people, in the very fabric of the world itself. It's up to us to make sure it's not used again." Kalen turned to face him, his expression serious. "We won't let it. We've seen the damage that unchecked power can do. And we've lost too much to let it happen again." The road ahead was long, and they all knew that rebuilding would take time. It would take years, decades, even. The scars left by the empire's rise and fall ran deep, and it wasn't just the land that had been scarred. The people of the world had been shaped by the empire's rule, twisted by its influence. "We can't do it alone," Cassian Thorne said, his voice filled with the pragmatism Kalen had come to expect. "We've fought together, but rebuilding the world will take more than just us. We'll need the help of everyone, those who survived, those who still believe in the future." Kalen looked at his companions, his friends, and his heart swelled with gratitude. They had come this far, and together, they would continue. "We'll need to form alliances. We'll need to bring people together, to share what we've learned. We need to show them that the old ways are gone. There's a new world waiting to be built." The first steps. As they traveled, they found pockets of survivors, small villages and communities that had weathered the storm of the empire's fall. Some had given up hope, some had turned to the old ways, and others had embraced the future. But all were eager to rebuild. They all knew the cost of the past, and they all understood the need for change. In each community, Kalen and his companions shared their knowledge, offering guidance and wisdom. They spoke of the dangers of unchecked magic, of the power that had once ruled the world, and of the need to forge a new path. The message was simple: the world was not lost, and there was still hope. As they continued their journey, the first seeds of hope began to take root. Villages began to rebuild, people began to work together, and the land slowly started to heal. The scars of the past remained, but with each passing day, the world became a little brighter. "I never thought I'd see the day when the world could start again," Sarah said one evening as they sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames a contrast to the chill of the night air. "But now, I believe it. We've come so far." Callan smiled, his heart lighter than it had been in years. "It's just the beginning. We've fought to protect the world, and now we'll fight to make it a better place. Together." The new dawn. Months passed, and Callan and his companions continued their journey across the world. They helped establish new communities, formed alliances with the survivors, and spread their message of hope and renewal. Slowly, the world began to rebuild, one piece at a time. But the road was far from over. The world was still fragile, and the magic that had once shaped it was still lurking beneath the surface. Callan knew that they could never let their guard down. There would always be new threats, new challenges to face. But they had learned from the past. They knew that the key to rebuilding the world wasn't just about fighting the darkness, it was about working together, about sharing the responsibility for the world they had fought for. As Callan stood on a hill overlooking a new village, the first of many that would rise from the ashes of the old world, he felt a sense of peace settle in his chest. The world was not perfect, and it never would be. But it was their world now. And together, they would rebuild it. "Do you think it will last?" Sarah asked, her voice filled with quiet hope. Callan looked at her, his face filled with a calm resolve. "I do. We've come this far. We can't stop now." The promise of tomorrow. The world they had fought to save was not perfect. It would take time to heal, to rebuild, to reclaim what had been lost. But the future was now in their hands. The magic of the old empire had been destroyed, and with it, the chains that had bound the world. The darkness had been defeated, and the light of a new day was beginning to shine. As Callan stood with his companions, looking out over the village they had helped rebuild, he knew that the journey was far from over. There would always be challenges, always be obstacles. But the one thing that would never change was the strength they had found in each other, the bond they had forged through their shared struggles. Together, they would face whatever came next. The world was reborn. Scroll chapter 36, The Last Testament. The sun was rising over the horizon, casting a soft, golden light across the vast plains. The world, still scarred by the events that had nearly torn it apart, seemed to breathe in the morning air, a new life beginning to take root. The ruins of Veloria were distant now, and Callan and his companions had made their way across the land, rebuilding, finding what remained of civilization and offering hope to those who still struggled. But even as the world seemed to heal, Callan knew that peace was fragile. The Empire's legacy, though broken, still lingered in the world. The magic that had shaped it, the darkness that had consumed everything, was not so easily erased. It lived on in the land, in the earth, in the very essence of the world they had fought to save. As Callan stood at the edge of a new settlement, looking out over the people who had begun to rebuild their homes, his heart felt heavy with both hope and fear. They had won, yes. But they had also paid a terrible price. Do you think it will last? Sarah asked softly, her voice carrying over the still morning air. She stood beside him, her staff resting against the ground, her eyes filled with both weariness and quiet resolve. Callan glanced at her, his face filled with determination. I don't know. But we'll make sure it does. We've come too far to stop now. Sarah nodded. We've been through so much. The world has been torn apart, but we've survived. And now it's time to rebuild. To make sure the past is never repeated. Callan turned to her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. We're not the only ones rebuilding. The people we've met along the way, they're the ones who will make sure this world survives. We've shown them the way, but they'll be the ones to carry it forward. Derek Holt, ever the scholar, stepped forward, his face thoughtful. I've been studying the ancient texts, the ones we recovered from the ruins. The magic that shaped the empire may be gone, but its influence still lingers. There's knowledge here, Callan, that could help us rebuild. But it's also knowledge that could be dangerous. Callan's eyes narrowed. What kind of knowledge? Derek hesitated before speaking, his voice heavy with caution. The first emperor's power was never fully understood. We've destroyed the heart of Veloria, yes, but there are still relics, artifacts, hidden places that hold remnants of that power. And if we don't keep track of them, if we don't make sure they're safe, someone else might try to harness that power. Callan felt the weight of Derek's words settle over him. The battle was won, but the fight was not over. The world they had saved was still fragile. And it was up to them to ensure it didn't fall again. We'll find them, Callan said firmly, his voice steady. We'll protect them. We can't let the same mistakes happen again. The last steps. The next several months were spent traveling, searching for the hidden sanctuaries where the remnants of the old empire's magic had been sealed away. They moved carefully, cautiously, aware that even the smallest mistake could bring everything crashing down. Each discovery brought them closer to the truth, but also revealed just how deep the empire's influence had run. Sarah, Derek, and the others worked tirelessly to study the ancient texts and artifacts, seeking to understand the magic that had once ruled the world. They had seen the dangers it posed firsthand, and they knew they had to sever every last link to the empire's power. But even as they uncovered more and more secrets, Callan couldn't shake the feeling that the world they had saved was still at risk. The magic might be gone, but the scars of the past would never fully heal. The legacy of the empire, the darkness that had once consumed everything, was still a part of the world. And though they had destroyed the heart of Veloria, Kalen knew that the true test was still to come. One night, as they sat around the campfire, Kalen's mind wandered. He looked around at his companions, the people who had fought beside him, who had sacrificed everything for this world. They had come so far, and yet, there was still so much left to do. This world is scarred, Kalen said quietly, his voice filled with sorrow. But it's not beyond saving. We've done our part. Now it's up to the people we've saved to build the future. Sarah sat beside him, her eyes filled with a quiet understanding. It's up to us all, Kalen. But we've shown them the way. We've given them hope. And that's all we can do. Kalen nodded, his thoughts filled with the journey that had brought them here. The battle had been long, the stakes higher than he had ever imagined. But in the end, they had prevailed. And now, the world was theirs to rebuild. A new dawn. The final sanctuary had been sealed, its magic contained. The remnants of the Empire's power had been scattered, hidden away in forgotten places. And though the world had changed, Kalen felt a sense of peace settle over him. They had done it. They had saved the world. And now, it was time for the world to heal. As the years passed, Kalen and his companions watched as the world slowly began to rebuild. The cities, once reduced to rubble, rose from the ashes. The people, who had once lived in fear, now lived in hope. And though the scars of the past would never fully fade, the future was brighter than it had ever been. Kalen stood on a hill, looking out over a new village that had sprung to life at the edge of the ruins of Veloria. The sun was setting, casting a golden light across the land. The wind was gentle, carrying the scent of new growth and possibility. This is the world we fought for, Kalen whispered to himself. A world that is ours to protect. Sarah walked up beside him, her staff glowing softly in the fading light. She smiled at him, a look of quiet satisfaction on her face. We did it, Kalen. We saved the world. Kalen nodded, his heart full. We did. The world had been reborn. The darkness had been defeated, and the power that had once ruled the world was gone. Now, it was up to those who survived to build a new world. A world of peace, of hope, of new beginnings. And Kalen knew, as long as he had his companions by his side, they would protect that world. Together,